Welcome back for the final time from Las Vegas. It is the grand finale of the PGT PLO Series, event number 9, a $25,000 buy-in event, which will conclude 9 epic days of live streaming from the PokerGO studio. The 4-card game is all that matters today, as we have a first place prize of over $500,000. This is the big one. My name is Remko Rinkema, and joining me a little later than planned today, Mr. Donnie Peters and JNandez. So a little solo action for me to start the stream, but I will be joined by those two guys later on. Bruno Furth is our chip leader with 3.4 million. Alan Lee is our short stack, and you see all the names there on your screen. All familiar faces from the last couple of days, with the exception of Seth Davies, who's making his first final table of the series. Final 7 guaranteed $72,000, and up top, like I said, $522,000, 343 for 42 per second, and a whole bunch of nice pay jumps still on the line today.
I just got in front of
we will be streaming until a winner is known today in this final table, so please let us know in the chat or in the comments where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, and all that good stuff.
Don't do it, Billy! Don't do it, Billy!
Fucking porta potty tips you. That's hilarious.
Sean Winter, as always, is going to bring some comedic relief. We'll try to listen in on the table talk whenever we can.
Yeah, I don't know how anyone survives, like, being like a late teen, early 20s.
Yeah.
It's just like, we're all such fucking idiots.
Sammy Sipila taking center stage in seed 3. With his result today, he will be the winner of the PGT PLO Series overall leaderboard.
So good. Those Braves teams were so good.
He is on a tear lately.
Addicts.
Sipila has won 2 events this series. He won event number 4 and event number 7. Also made the final table of event number 6. Going for his 3rd win
Did you see what I did
at
yesterday?
the PLO Series.
It went limp, and I mucked the big.
Oh, on purpose?
No,
D-Negs
I was needling Kempton.
D-Negs was making a big deal about folding to no action. He did it twice yesterday.
I was right. I had checked 9-5.
Stacks are very deep here at today's final table. Blind level is also an hour long, so we could be here for a while. And as you can see, we are playing with the super high rollerable chipset, which gives this event even more allure than it already has. Shortest stack, Alan Lee, 31 bigs. Joao Simao, who was also at yesterday's final table, sitting on 33 big blinds. So no real short stacks to speak of as Lee raises it up with the Queen Jack 6-5. Sipila has kings in the small blind, comes along, and so does Davies in the big. Both players with high cards. And Ace King 5 rolls off the deck 2 diamonds. Sipila flops a set. A little graphic mishap here, but Sipila flops a set. Seth Davies, top 2 pair, so this could be a big clash right off the bat here.
Oh, you're right.
You see it?
Yeah.
Action on Seth Davies in the big blind. This hand 3 ways.
Got laser eyes.
Davies makes the call for 100,000. Oh, excuse me. Alan Lee not involved. I guess that's why we lost graphics there for a second. Lee gave up his button. Sipila and Davies heads up to the turn here. And there it is. Davies drawing stone dead here. Incredible to see Ace King on the flop when these players are holding Ace, Ace, King, King, King between the 2 of them. Shout out to Teddy MG Perp. Welcome to the rail, buddy. One of our trusted moderators in the chat. We got Russell in the house as well. And I see Imobe joining the rail as well. So if you want to join our YouTube community, you can do so. I believe it's $2.99. Maybe it's $1.99. I don't even remember anymore. But I appreciate you guys all for being with us. And please send your questions into the chat. Use those special emojis that we have curated for you. Sipila betting 325. Davies again going to come with call. Music to the ears of Sipila, who's probably going to assign Davies a fair bunch of diamonds. Diamonds don't come in on the river It is the 10 of spades. Sipila set still best. This was raised to 90K before the flop, and Davies called from the big blind, so
1,006,000.
little blind battle here. And Sipila bets pot. Or did he ask for the size of the pot? Guess he just asked the question.
300,000.
He bet 600,000. Huge pot here on the first hand of play. Excuse me, 800,000. Gotta work on my Finnish accent interpretations. Big decision for Davies, and he lets go of his top 2 pair.
We gotta figure out this card situation.
Yeah, I think they're gonna change the deck.
What's the top card? Oh,
I don't know if we can do that.
doesn't matter. I mean,
He could.
one of your cards was marked. I don't know what it was.
There's a bend in your cards. He could tell which one it was, and you like collected them and moved it. You could. I saw it too, the second time.
I guess a little damage to the cards from players sweating them, and the shuffle machine could always happen.
Did they have marked them before?
It was just a bend. It's not like when you do this, someone bent it.
You bend your cards really hard usually.
I always find it funny that people say the card's marked. Well, it's not marked unless you find a pattern. It's clearly just bent or broken or busted or someone's nail clipped it. Either way, cards will quickly be replaced. Sometimes the whole deck will get renewed if
Yeah,
necessary.
they're so like you have to peel them high to see them.
Sean Winter.
Yeah, I don't think anyone here is marking them.
I mean, you're the only one who touched him the first hand. So. It's either you marking him.
Looks pretty bad on me, huh? You have been on this table very often.
You've done well at this table too.
Let's run the tapes.
7-handed to start this final table. Their players came back today with final 10. They played down to 7 pretty quickly, which is why we are seeing a nice
if I can grab
deep
'em.
stacked final table here. Chip leader Bruno Furth has 116 big blinds.
A trash can? Or something?
Firth has
Yeah,
2
put your
cashes
hand
in
up,
this
or-
series so far, a 3rd and a 4th place finish in event number 3 and 5. Simao was at yesterday's final table. He finds double suited aces on hand number 2 of the final table. Action folds to Davies with the big cards. Ace, King, Queen, 9. Comes just with the call.
Cleared. Check. Check.
Through action here on the flop as Firth also came along with his Queen, Queen, 8-3. Simao, still the best hand. Has aces and a gut shot straight draw. 5 would give him a straight. Quick fold from Davies. Firth is going to come along and see the turn. He's got backdoor hearts to go along with his overpair. And there is a heart on the turn. Firth now 28% to win this hand. And look at this. Furth is going to lead. Looks like a pot-sized bet. That's 500K. Action on Simao, who has quite a decision to make, as calling now might set him up for calling more on the river, and he only has 800K left behind, so this might be a question of, does he want to play for stacks here? The question he has to be asking himself is, have I run into a set? Well, I'm blocking the 6 at least, so that seems unlikely. Am I running into a straight? Well, Furth did come in from the big blinds, getting a decent price to see a flop. Question, of course, being which draw combos on the flop make it to the turn that now make a straight with a 6. 3-5, 5-8. Is that likely? Tough situation here for Simao. Simao faced with a bet of 500K, only has 800K in his stack right now. Seconds left, but of course Simao plenty of time bank chips available to him. Welcome to the show, Mr. JNandez.
Thank you, thank you. Exciting times.
Yeah, you jump into the right time here. You can see the action on the screen. Simao started with a race to 85K before the flop. Both blinds called. First check called 110 on the flop, and now let out on the turn for 500K. Simao only has 800K left in his stack with aces here.
Certainly quite unorthodox line here by Bruno Furth. I wonder if he's going to call it off if he faces a jam. But kind of Joao gave it away so far. Kind of insinuating he doesn't have a strong hand by tanking this long. So I do wonder if Furth is going to read into that for the river decision in case he bricks and does not improve on those queens.
Only 300K left behind with 1.5 million in the middle. This is a very thin, very thin ice that Simao finds himself on. Now this 10, oh wow, and Furth goes for it immediately, puts him all in.
This is terrible. Oh, you bet 100,000 or 300,000?
No, I was enough to put him all in. I saw the white chips being thrown out there, so he is all in for his tournament life.
Now, if you're not familiar with PLO, you might think you got pocket aces. You're getting such an incredible price, but in PLO, you really beat no value hand. It is Furth bluffing for this micro bet on the river. Really uncomfortable spot for Simao. I wonder if he can figure this one out and make this call. He has to assume he's going to lose most of the time. However, the way pot odds work is that you can lose a bunch of the time and still make this call.
A bad hand to call on the river, but a great price, bro.
He just summarized it in one sentence.
The price is great, but it also makes it a lot less likely that you're getting bluffed, because you're going to get called a bunch when you only bet 300K into 1.5 million.
This almost feels like a limit poker bluff, where your odds are just so good, but sometimes you just have to fold.
It feels like such a disappointing hand to bust your tournament with. You called it down with one pair on the river, but on the other side, on the flip side, not making this call is gonna potentially cost Simao a real shot at this tournament win.
Yeah, they're already in the money, so he will be the shortest stack by a big margin if he decides to fold. He would have 10 big blinds left. The structure is very slow, so maybe that's also a consideration. Let us know in the chat, what do you think? Is he going to call it off here with pocket aces? To me, the body language to me says that he's going to fold. Maybe we'll see a last-minute slam of the chips in frustration.
Furth is known to be able to put the pressure on, take unorthodox lines. I'm sure this also runs into through Simao's mind because these guys have played a bunch against each other in these tournaments. So that's one thing to consider. So to my understanding, Furth,
Oh,
wow,
baby.
there's the fold.
There's the fold. And is he going to show? No, I guess not. Into the muck. Joao Simao down to 10 big blinds. That pot could have brought him
Chris, by the way.
into second in chips.
Can you hear me? Chris? Right here.
I'm
I
not
prefer
totally.
no warnings in hands
Okay.
for just me.
What I would recommend, if you want that, just throw all your time extensions out and I'll take them one at a time. Just go like this, give you a 20-second warning, and then I'll just take it and not say anything. Makes sense.
Wait on, just look at the clock at the end of the hand.
Just in case I forget. But I'll try to remember.
Sean Winter telling the dealer,
But usually just
don't
throw them
warn
all
me
out. That's the
if
sign
I'm running out of time. I guess a little break in concentration perhaps for him. The dealer constantly saying 10 seconds, you know, if he's in the middle of a big decision. Dealer just saying, just throw them all out there and I'll grab them as we go.
If you're plugged into the poker universe like Sean Winter, you don't need any distraction.
I don't know what you have about.
This guy has something
177.
special, that's for sure.
All right. Yeah.
And definitely in a good way. Like playing against Sean
0,
Winter is a very interesting experience. He makes you think
No, 7 at the end.
like
We colored up.
he makes you think he might know your whole
$1
cards.
chips out of play.
Put it that way.
Yeah, he is known to call some cards.
1 second.
Definitely dialed in well with the poker gods.
This will be one big disappointment for Joao Simao when he sees on stream that Bruno Furth was holding pocket queens in a very unusual line.
It's 105.
I see we have two-time champion Sammy Sipila. Samula?
Yeah, we're just going with Sammy.
Sammy sounds good to
Sammy
me.
Sipila.
Sipila. Coming in with a good amount of chips here in the 25K championship. Sean Winter throws away the time bands.
Where's the blind? Wait. Is the pot right?
15, 30,
No, where's the blind?
Did I take it
30.
back?
Yeah,
Oh shit, sorry. How much is it?
30.
Nice move there, man.
30.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
nothing in the small
Well, I got distracted.
Can I get my 500 back as well?
I got distracted. I told you.
No, I would have caught that. I would have caught that.
Look, it says time extension right here. See
It
that?
says emit radiation.
That'd be impressive if that's what it is. No, it's. Yeah. Okay. You can't pronounce that.
Noise net.
What the hell is going on?
This reminds me of the dynamics we saw yesterday between Fox and Mickey
Yep.
right next to each other. I think they sat in similar seats, and maybe the same seats even. So a
Mathematics.
very different mix of players today on this final table. We have, of course, some PLO specialists, some no-limit specialists / tournament specialists. For example, Seth Davies sitting here as well on the final table. But also what we do see today is players who approach the game from a completely different perspective. So you have players like Sean Winter, who is probably someone who doesn't necessarily study PLO sims, but he's very, very sharp in his own ways and approaches the game from a, in his own words, feel perspective. He kind of really feels into what his opponents are trying to do and what the best way to play is. Like, takes it really hand by hand. And then you have more studied players in the mix as well here, like for example as Sammy, who comes more from the online space.
If you're just joining our stream, JNandez in the booth with me all day. So this is the best PLO analysis you'll ever get on a PokerGO live stream. So better not look away. Better turn up the volume and listen.
Well, this is an interesting flop. We got Furth flopping quads on Sean Winter. And Sean Winter has a hand that is not insignificant. He has a wrap with ace-jack 9-8 and backdoor nut diamonds. This is a hand you can't fold unless you actually know what your opponent has. So we're going to see the real power. I mean, he does have the backdoor straight flush draw. So there is a chance Sean Winter can win. It's less, I mean, it's 0.1%, but there is a chance.
You better start improving on the turn right away. King of Spades is not going to do it. Furth now with a lock on this hand. Let's see if this is going to be costly for Winter. The fact that there's no diamond on the turn is going to potentially save him a lot of chips.
Yeah, so there are still 2 pot-sized bets behind here, which basically means that Furth wants to build the pot. He doesn't block the king. He doesn't block the 10. He does have spades, but aside from that, in PLO, because you can't overbet, you kind of want to build the pot throughout the streets. And Bruno goes for a small bet on the turn here, 140. Maybe he's trying to induce a check raise bluff, maybe by a 10 block, or a hand like king 10 could be bluffing, could be calling. Draws are obviously all drawing dead, but Sean Winter's hand just can't call here. Makes a smart fold.
4-7 so far.
That is a dangerous game. You don't want to show your whole cards to Sean Winter. Especially when he has position on you.
He's going to remember exactly what your face looked like when you had quads, and he's going to use it against you.
Absolutely.
No, I had the 7s that time.
It looks like Bruno took a page out of Feely's playbook. Comes in with the hoodie.
Crazy.
We'll see if he's going to order a lobster later on today.
Yeah, already people in the chat asking if someone has ordered lobster yet.
Sounds like
Crazy.
Rich.
By the way, the
Rich. I was rich once.
the glasses Elis Parsonen wore yesterday have once again been passed along to Sammy Sipila. So the Finnish glasses stay relevant here at the final table. They've had a monster series. I can only imagine these guys maybe swap a few percentages. Between the two of them have already won 4 events, and now they can go for number 5 today.
For like 30K or something.
Saw a question earlier in the chat about Negreanu. He had a big stack for a while in this event. Ultimately ended up not making the money. Bit of an up and down series for Negreanu.
He's
Had
done
that
all
win,
kinds
of course,
crazy
which
prop bets and shit, right?
makes it profitable.
30 mile and like physical stuff.
Probably won about 10
We were
bounties
in
as
this,
well in the 15K.
Group chat and this guy.
So the big difference between today and
stay in
yesterday
the
is
dark
we're playing a
room
lot
for-
Yeah, I
deeper.
remember that bet.
And also the
For 30
disparity
days.
between
He,
the
like, did it,
stack
right?
sizes are
Yeah,
also
completely.
much
They
different. For
bought out after, I
example,
think, 21.
we see here Simao on the
And
button
Hawk
sitting
Hawk was
on 8
just
big
like, come on,
blinds.
that's so
Fold or
easy.
anything.
The biggest stack has 150 big blinds.
torture.
And there are
Yeah,
other
it's like
big
Finland
stacks.
in the winter.
100 big blinds, 77 big blinds, 50 big blinds. So we will see not
And more
only a lot
alcohol.
more post-flop play, but we will also see more hands calling pre-flop,
Yeah,
defending
Huck's
from the
some kind of like
blinds.
mental savage. He can do anything. He's like a sick athlete.
Yeah.
He used to be in Lifetime sometime. And he'd be like, he's like 6'6" or whatever. And he'd just be like the most mobile, like doing all these crazy like squat variations and shit. I was like, this guy's such
He
a
runs
vet.
like 4-minute miles.
Yeah, he's huge. He's not like a runner-shaped guy at all. He's such a stud. He's like 50.
When they said stud, I thought they were talking about me for a second, but then they said 50 years old, so yeah, I'm not that old yet. Furth, by the way, chip leader with 149 big blinds, 4.5 million, off to a really good start. Already up 1 million chips.
I almost check raise the turn.
Called.
Try to represent King's Fool. You wouldn't have been too worried.
I would have believed you.
So from a viewing perspective, this should be more interesting and educational in some ways at least when it comes to PLO in comparison to yesterday. Yesterday, a lot of the game was defined by raising pre to full pot, trying to make everyone fold, using blockers like Ace-X, King-X, pre-flop, and also laddering up and being highly aware of the stack size distribution. Today, we're talking more about post-flop play, navigating flop turn river. We're going to see multi-way pots. And that really is going to be a bit more comparable to earlier stages in tournaments or even cash games. Three-way spot here where Sean Winter lives with the pretty strong-looking Queen-Queen-Jack.
Yeah, why is it that Sean Winter elects to limp here? Isn't it more common to just come in for a raise with most of your hands?
So back to yesterday's concept. It's a little bit the two-day school here for people listening, but pairs don't play well against 3-bets in shallow stack size situations. Sean has not only 2 queens, but he also has 3 hearts. So if he raises and gets 3-bet, he has to fold his hand if he wants to play correct, and that's really bad for a hand like Queen Queen Jack 10. Heading to the flop and just ditching your hand on a bad flop like 8-6-5, it's just going to end up playing better. Actually, what happens here is different, though. We do see a lead out by Christopher and 2 calls. So Sean calls with the backdoors. Actually, he folded.
He did fold, yeah.
That makes more sense. And we have Lee that called the flop with the absolute nuts. He has 9-7, flopped the nuts and just called. And wants to see how this develops on the turn. Christopher, on the other side, he has now turned 2 pair, and he also has a flush draw. At this point, he could slow down, assuming that he doesn't want to blow the pot further, or continuously bet and trying to extract value. Maybe from a hand like 8-6. But even if he is behind, he can improve obviously to a boat or to a flush. And Lee is not that deep actually, only 835k behind. So this is very suitable to a pot size raise now on the turn, protecting your hand. And if the money should go in, that's completely fine as well. But he elects to make this call. Could be for 2 reasons. Either he wants to lower the variance and see how the board develops, or he assumes his opponent is still bluffing and wants to keep in hands that he can beat and are drawing quite thin. River now on a 7, so a lot of 9x combos make a straight. If you come from Hold'em, not every 9 makes a straight, but a lot of 9x hands will have a side card like a 10, a 6, an 8, a jack, and all those hands will make a straight. So Christopher has to be highly aware of that. Obviously they both chop, but on the other side, he could try to force him out of a chop.
Yeah, so Christopher bets 250 on the river.
And the same thing is true for Lee. If Lee thinks he's the only guy that is capable of holding Jack-9, given that the lead out came from Christopher, this could be an interesting spot to jam. I assume we're just going to see a call, but it is certainly a thought to entertain. A lot of players have issues putting players on hands in PLO because you have 4 hole cards. It's more difficult. But what Jack-9 combo leads on the flop in Christopher's shoes, and Lee makes an interesting raise here on the river to 600k.
Oh, a snap call from Christopher. Chop it up, boys. Are you surprised to see him call so quickly?
I think so. I mean, it's not a good spot to be bluffing without the straight. So best case scenario in my eyes would be a chop. But at the end of the day, it's probably a spot where Christopher always calls.
Don't be out of
So
my
maybe
hand.
just
Well, we all
looking to
almost had
speed
the
it up.
exact same hand. I was.
What I think is interesting about this hand is that Lee just called the turn even though he didn't have that much behind. There are 2 reasons, or there are two sort of things that I take away from this. Number one is he wants to keep the variance a bit lower at this point, most likely because Simao is short. He only has 10 big blinds, and Lee has more than 3 times that stack. ICM is the thing. Obviously,
play some
there's a
music?
payout distribution attached to
Is that
this.
possible?
What do you want to listen to?
I don't know. Just
Sean Winter wants some music on the stream. I guess we could play
Country
some
Boy? I don't know if
copyright-free,
that was weird.
YouTube-approved music.
People love that.
Do you fuck with John Denver? You're finished. You probably don't know who the hell John Denver is.
But I don't really.
Davis has a reasonable hand to play. It's probably more standard to fold it,
What's that?
but given the stack sizes and the extremely short stack of
Brown John
Jimao, it could
Helsinki.
also be a hand to open given that
You
you're
hear that,
blocking
Seth?
aces and you have an ace high
I was
suit
playing
and some
with. I
connectivity.
was playing.
If or not, it's very.
Seth. I
Simao
was
picks
playing
up
with
Jack
him
9 8
yesterday.
7. This is a hand
I
that you can play
Just
at
randomly just started.
a wide
I've
range of
never seen
stack
this in my
sizes,
life,
but at
I
10
said,
big
'cause I'm a
blinds, it
country
really
boy.
does a lot
Right.
poorer
Or
than it
whatever.
seems.
And he's just like,
Is that?
I was just listening to that yesterday, but I don't know if we don't know if he
that
like
John
said it
Denver?
out loud, and I just like
Yeah.
started saying it. But
Is that even a John Denver song?
yeah,
Is it?
yeah,
Thank God I'm a country boys, John.
yeah.
As Fernando correctly explained and predicted, Simao tosses it into the muck,
He
and
was just
Sipila
like-
gets to
Yeah.
take this one down on a walk.
Yeah,
I
I was
don't
there. I
think
heard,
he
I heard
said
all,
it.
I heard all that.
Trying to fade
You
that
just,
Jack
you
9-7.
just started singing it. It was like,
Maybe he said
Made
it,
me
and I
scared
just
for a
like
second.
heard it, but he.
Yeah.
He was
think
humming
he-
something. I mean,
That was the plan.
You were there.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if I reshow? You got a call.
Oh,
You full?
Yeah, listen to some John Denver on the way home.
For real?
He's good.
yeah, why
Can
not?
we play some music?
Come on, you're fucking with me.
One of the, like, have you heard the song?
You getting what,
Home
like
Country
15
Road?
Like,
He's really on a
Classic,
different
like,
planet, Sean
Another
Winter.
deck?
That's him.
What happened?
One of the
I like
classic,
75
American
left.
anthems.
75 left?
I think so. I had like less than 100.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly, yeah. It's perfect for that. That's him.
Maybe 100. I don't remember.
Bruno, they want you to sing after the big bluff. What do you sing first?
Bruno's good with his
He had a lot of
song
outs, though.
selection.
These 10. But not.
Yeah, 10.
Did play a hand with
10, 5.
10 5.
Sean Winter yesterday where he limped from the small blind and I had only 10
Sing
big
what I
blinds
want to
left.
because of an NDA.
Or the day before, I guess, in the 15K. And I had
it's
King
an
Jack
NDA.
10-5 with a Jack high suit.
You got some
And
unreleased
actually, he
shit
didn't
you
limp.
wanna
He just
say?
open
Yeah.
folded, and I
Oh,
showed
yeah?
him my hand. And he said, "Would you raise if I limp?" And I said, "No, I think I would just check." And he
promo.
said, "I think this is a raise." So I looked it up in the sim, and he was right.
Really?
So that's what I mean. Like he just knows certain things that you wouldn't expect, and I don't think he knows them because he worked with sims. It's just like his intuition is really strong about the game.
See, those players to me are always the scariest, and I think Phil Ivey is a good example of that too. It doesn't matter if you invent a new game on the spot, he'll have a sense for what's right and wrong.
Exactly. I mean, who knows anything about 10 big blind, blind on blind with anti
Wow.
facing a limb ranges? But he just knew somehow.
Was it very close though?
It was close, but he was quite convinced, and and I was just very surprised too. I mean, I studied the game, not at 10 big blinds necessarily, but I'm sure like more than Sean in terms of theory. But he just knows things that
Good
a lot
fold.
of people just don't know, myself
A good
included.
fold.
Well,
I don't
the
know.
number one rule
I asked.
of knowledge is that whatever you say, you say with confidence because it's very intimidating. I'm
You did-
sure
you
of
did
this.
cooler
You know,
than
that's exactly how you.
That was impressive. I've never seen that.
Oh,
We do see
I don't
Lee
know-
with the
how do we
limp.
figure
He's
out
sitting
what
on
odds
30 big blinds.
Well, it's
I'm pretty
the
positive
exact
this
5
limp is
cards.
mainly
You need those exact 5 cards.
because
so
of
it's
the
easy. It's
stack
like 5
of
out of
Joao Simao.
40
Ace King 7-5 makes
48
for a great race on the button.
times 4 out
But it
of
looks like he wants to
46,
lower the variance
47,
here and then put himself in a
3.
position where he faces a 3-bet or an already large pot on the
correct?
flop in a single raise pot scenario. Calls for the min bet on the flop, flopping trips on ace jack.
Since you
And
need those
Sammy
exact
has
5
a
cards, so
jack
if you have 5 choices of the 47
with a
cards,
pocket pair.
5 out of 47 times 4 out of
So
46
It's just.
So let's go for
times
the check
4 times
raise.
3 times 2 over
So he's
47.
blocking ace
What
jack.
was yours?
Hold on.
He could also improve
What do you
against
have
an
in your
ace by
hand?
hitting an
The
eight.
important
It's
cards are
44
Jack, Jack,
Kind of
44
accepted
times
out.
5.
No, what do you have in your hand?
Right?
When?
And Lee doesn't really have much to gain from re-raising here on the
That hand?
flop. He just
44
wants to
times
call
40.
and see how
Jack,
this
7,
develops.
5 spades and hearts.
Oh,
The big question
44
for
times
Sammy
44
is
times 44 times 44
starting to
times
tell a
44,
story.
right?
Does he want to continue the story now on the turn? As the turn hits the
No.
10 of spades.
There's 8 cards.
There's only 5 cards.
I know, but there's 8 dead.
Oh, okay. I
And
wasn't.
there's 44 left.
I wasn't thinking of counting
His
Jared's
check
cards.
indicates that he
Yeah.
is going
So
to
then
give up.
there's.
He
It's
assumes he
44
runs
times
into an
44,
ace, which
right?
is true.
No, it would be
how much is in the middle?
5 times 4 times 3 times 2, 120. over.
So Lee has the
44
decision to make
times
here.
43 times 42. times
His
41
opponent
times
can
40.
easily have a hard draw and a straight draw,
Is
a
this what you guys
spade
always
draw
talk
and a
about on
straight
stream?
draw.
Yeah.
Well,
And he has to
just
decide
did
if he wants to
something
deny
that's, like,
equity by betting small
more
the turn
rare
and making
than
those hands
lottery.
fold.
Let's go.
This is not what you
Why
would
make 3
call
final
traditionally
tables,
speaking
man?
a
That's not
value
rare
bet. He
lottery
doesn't want to
too.
get
No,
called
I
in the
mean,
turn.
let's
He wants
get
to
10,
fold
9,
out
5
equity
deuce
and
every
take
hand
his
and
pot
just,
down
you know,
now.
it's pretty easy.
In this particular case against Jack
Drill
8, 8,
seven.
5, no hearts and no spades, it's not a big win. But against parts of Sammy's range, it definitely
Humble
is
brag, huh?
when you get those flush draws to fold.
No, I want a humble brag. I'm not happy with what happened. With the 6, I wasn't happy with that one.
I've already lasted longer this final table than I did last one. But that was only because he used like 16 time extensions. So I still might have played more hands at the other one.
Hand 9 in the final table. If you're just tuning in, we're going to be here all day until a winner is crowned.
Make the wrong
Deeper stacks, slower structure. So we should see some interesting post-flop play. Perhaps room
Come on,
for more
10, 9, 5
creativity
deuce.
from some of these PLO
Panda.
monsters.
You know about that panda?
We already saw Furth
Panda.
with a very unconventional line.
You ever play with Fred the Fish?
And that's exciting to see
Really?
people approach the game from different angles and put people
It's
into
a
really
good
tough
fucking
spots.
moniker.
Have you played with him?
You play with the guy.
Simao, the
Have you
victim,
played with him?
unfortunately for him,
No, I never
with
heard
the
of
aces, folded earlier. Now left with 10 big blinds, goes for the raise. Probably ends up having either ace-king double suited, so the ace of clubs in this case, or pocket kings, and Christopher wakes up with aces.
Repot.
Clear-cut repotting spot, and so he does. Jimao only has 200,000 behind. He will be committed with a 10 big blind stack and needs to hit something.
Yeah, there it is. Simao, action on him. He makes the call. He's going to be at risk for his tournament life. 675 in the middle.
Ace, king, 9, 6, clubs and spades.
There it is. Ace of clubs. The 4th card for Simao, as announced by Sean
There's
Winter,
no
our man,
clubs.
our reporter on the scene.
1 spade.
It is the hand that makes the most sense. He could also have the ace of spades and went for it as well.
37%.
But certainly ace king 9-6 double at 10 big blinds. There's no other way. You just got to raise and hope to take this down 3 or get it in like it is.
Here's the flop deuce for 7 rainbow. Christopher with the aces well out in front, running clubs, running straight cards for Simao
Like just the 4 spades.
is what he's looking for.
He's looking for a black card, an 8.
8
would
of
be
clubs.
interesting.
3 of diamonds on the turn, and that will do it. Joao Simao eliminated in 7th place. He's our first casualty from this final table.
Good luck, guys.
He takes home
that number.
$72,000,
Appreciate that.
and the
You'll let me
final
know
6
Good
are
luck if you
guaranteed
play.
$90K.
Good luck if you're playing. Seriously.
Stefan
Thank you.
Christopher rakes in the
That
chips,
wasn't a joke.
and he is now up to $2 million.
All right, guys, you want to draw for hands here?
Blinds are about to go up. Just heard the dealer announce they're drawing for hands.
Deal.
So it's
Does
just,
he know you call him Fred the Fifth?
oh yeah, yeah, he even embraces it.
Is he an actual fish or is he a pro?
He was a fish. This guy, we played with him like
3 hands left in the oven.
12, 14 years ago, whatever. He was, he came into Jacksonville. We were playing like 10 and a quarter. And just like a smidgen of like 25, 50, whatever. And he just wins like 330K. That the cut card's marked. He wins like 330K. And then he comes to Vegas and he doesn't play any higher than like 2040 and like 2 months. And he just wins like 750. So he wins like 1.1 million playing like medium stakes in like 3 months.
Right.
And he's just like cold calling 3 bets for like 30% of his stack with 9-3 suited and just burying everyone. But every time he got 5 deuce, he would run a massive bluff. And it was known as like the panda. So his range was always
Where does
5 deuce or like aces and
Baccarat.
like
It's a Baccarat prop.
spots. He would always go for it.
5 deuces to Panda. I'm surprised I've
Yeah.
never heard
It's
that one.
making us 7. Like, you know, natural 9.
Yeah, I've heard.
Panda is 7.
Yeah, I've heard Tony.
I think
Lynn
it's
talk
7
about
or
it.
8. You could do either
How
one.
does Tony? Do you guys play with Tony Lynn? Does he play PLO?
Who?
Tony Lynn, Chinese guy. He's like funny. He talks all the time. He plays like all the no limit.
See a limp and a raise and a repot. Sipila went
But he's
for
just,
the
like, always-
raise
What
over
did he make
Christopher's limp
Always
with a
saying like
queen high rundown.
I'm surprised
Not
I've never
sure
heard
what
him say
Sean
Panda.
has, but most likely
It's
it is
like
going
a
to be aces.
pretty bad
and
prop
four of
if you're actually
aces.
playing baccarat.
I started with
It's like way
1,530.
worse than just betting like player banker. It's even worse than dragon, which is already a bad prop.
I don't know that shit.
Well, we got 3 cards there for Sean Winter as action is back on Sipila. He's going to make the call. We're going to have a big one here going to the flop. Sipila in position here against Sean Winter.
So Sean Winter was 30 big blinds effective. Heading to the flop 2 ways.
King 9, 8, 2 diamonds. Sipila flopping 2 pair. Also a gut shot straight draw.
Huge flop for Sipila. 1 SPR, so stack to pot ratio of 1. Only 1 pot size bet behind. Sean will jam a lot of 1 pair holdings like aces. Sipila has a snap here with 2 pair.
980 is the next one.
Parch is double checking the stack sizes in his hand.
Not quite all in.
Yeah, looks like we got a little left.
All in. All in.
There it is. Sipila announces all in. Winter makes the call. Is that a king? Looked like a king in Winter's hand, or maybe the jack was the one on top
Let me
of
do
his
the Elis Parsons
cards.
stand
It is
up.
an ace.
That's the trick to know.
I watched him on stream do this.
He did.
Nobody's gonna
Elis
beat
Parsons
him.
stood up
Yeah.
every
Yeah.
single time he was all in
Not
yesterday.
So,
Running 4s.
must not be that good.
I didn't even know that.
Trouble for Sean Winter here.
What do you feel like, Sean?
I feel like winning the spot.
Looking for a variety of
I guess I
cards,
don't.
and that's not one of them.
Long way home.
You want
from
an
there.
ace?
Sean Winter now looking for an ace.
I should have folded pre-man.
Just minutes after telling the world
That's
that
not
he
an
is
Elis
lasting
Parsons
longer than
turn.
at the previous final table he was at. He is now all but out the door. An ace and an ace only is going to save him. It's a 10 of hearts, and Sean Winter
You gotta
departs
straighten the
in
boat.
6th place.
Straight in the boat.
This must be a disappointing finish for Winter, who still collects 90K, so
an
it's
Elis
not too
Parsons
bad, but
flop either.
final 5 collect 126 at the minimum.
Very unfortunate. I like watching Sean. Sure
Later, dude.
The chat
Good
feels the
luck if
same.
you're playing out there.
There's not
serious,
much
it's
you
not
can
a
do. You
joke.
pick up double suited aces. You might look at the flop and think you only have 1 pair, no draw. But with only 1 pot size bet behind in PLO, you just can't get away from this hand. And unfortunately, this time he runs into a better hand on the flop and a better hand by the river.
It's always the damn fins. It's always the fins.
They're taking turns.
Yeah,
A little room there.
unbelievable.
1.13.
Special.
So this is going to propel Sammy up to the chip lead. So it will be interesting to see if that means he's going to approach this now a lot more aggressively pre.
When's that, USPO?
We have about a week off and then we come back. All no limit.
Oh, no limit. Won't be seeing me.
You're not gonna play?
I don't play no limit, really. No limit
There
tournaments.
might be a PLO sprinkled in there. Is there a PLO in USPO, Paul?
They took it out. It's on the limit.
Sipila has a standard open. Makes up some blockers with ace, queen, jack, 4, 3 diamonds.
I'm sort of surprised to see 2 eliminations already. The shortest stack was 35 bigs. You know, we had the really fun hand between Bruno Furth and Joao Simao, where he had full aces on the river. But besides that, it's kind of crazy that all the chips went in flying so fast.
Yeah, he can only play on weekends. He's got kindergarten.
It's dealer's choice, and he keeps picking freeze tag.
The thing about PLO is once you see a flop, stacks will fly. And what we saw yesterday. Oh,
You want to do your own promo?
guys, join the PLO Mastermind. You enjoy the great game of pot limit Omaha. 4, 5, 6 cards.
Exactly. Learn to win at PLO for free. Go to PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo. And the man on screen is the man in the booth, so he's telling us all about how you need to play Pot Limit Omaha. Try it out for free right now. It's a really, really fun and educational way to get acquainted with the great game of Pot Limit Omaha. I'm in the mix, in the lab, as the kids like to say, and I'm already picking up a lot, especially for me, about pre-flop holdings, which I think is something that I should start with as someone who enjoys Pot Limit Omaha, but maybe, you know, I'm a little bit too loose. Maybe got to work on that a little bit. So check it out. PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo. Sign up for free and get practicing.
So Furth is raising here in the button with 9-7-6-3. The hand is not good, but I assume he assumes that the players in the blinds are on the tighter spectrum. He might not be wrong. I mean, Lee has the shortest stack, so he can risk more. However, he also still has a healthy chip
Just
stack.
blinds up.
Now, I was just about to say, yesterday we did see a lot of people waiting it out. We saw Seidel waiting for people to bust. And we saw a lot more pre-flop takedowns.
Were you asking me to move over?
That's just the result of players playing shallower and ICM
we're not
being very prevalent. So today what we see and what we saw so far is people looking at a flop. We saw a 3-bet call by Sammy against Sean Winter. We saw a flop turn river play from Furth against Simao. And what happens in PLO is once you see the flop, stacks generally fly in because it's very easy to pick up a piece. And from that point on, it's hard to fold. And I think that's the main reason we saw elimination so far is because people are less afraid of taking a flop. And once you, again, see that flop, people will, they want to hold on to their hands. And that sometimes means that people will be eliminated.
Down to 5 here. Shortest stack, Alan Lee, 26 bigs. Then Stefan Christopher with 48. So, like I said, plenty of room to play. Seth Davies, ace-5-5-3.
Picks up a blocker, reasonable hand to come in. Could come in for a raise or a limp. I think Bruno will be coming in for a raise here facing a limp. He's blocking aces, less scared of the limp re-raise. Very playable hand. He's an aggressive player. And playing in position with ace-9, 8-5 double, obviously pretty good proposition. It looks like Christopher has a decision with ace-8, 8-6. He is sitting here on 50 big blinds, and this can go multiple ways. I think the fold is, I would say it is the least likely option. Like the hand is pretty strong, you probably want to call. But it looks like he values his chip stack position here quite highly, in terms of trying to avoid basically getting into a post-flop spot and potentially getting stacked. Seth limped. Question now is, does he want to see a flop out of position with a weak ace? Heads up to a flop of 8-7-3. So this would have been top set for Christopher. I'm sure he's regretting his position now. It's actually interesting because both players pick up some equity. So Furth has top pair and a gut shot, 2 backdoor flush draws. Davies picked up that bottom pair. He has some future blockers with the 5s. Furth decides to not bet. He could be put into an awkward spot by facing a check raise. 7 on the turn now. I think Davies is probably thinking he might have the best hand sometimes, and he prefers seeing a check-check on the turn. The reason Furth wasn't betting the flop is because if he gets check-raised on the flop, he's not in a position he can fold anymore if he has top pair, 2 backdoor flush draws, and an inside straight draw. But at the same time, he's flipping coins at this point. Check on the turn by Seth Davies, and we do see Bruno now probably taking a stab. He does have an incentive to deny equity from King X, Queen X, Jack X, 10X. All those overcards that can roll off on the river potentially will give Davies the best hand. So it's hard to think about this bet as like, is this a value bet? Is this a bluff? These terms are generally speaking not as helpful when it comes to thinking about strategy. I would think more so that betting has certain EV and checking does have. And betting on the turn here has certain advantages. You can deny equity from hands that have equity like King X, Queen X, Jack X. And if your opponent calls with, let's say, pocket queens, you can still bluff on the river, you can still hit on the river, you can still give up on the river. But looking at things in a very binary way, like this is a bluff and this is a value bet, oftentimes doesn't lead to the best decision making in PLO. It's a mixed bag, basically, of advantages and disadvantages that lead to the best decision.
I think you correctly explained why Pot Limit Omaha is so popular, because it is not as solved as No Limit Hold'em. There's a lot more room for interpretation, and that also increases the variance, which makes it more interesting for recreational players.
Absolutely. There are many different ways to play the same hand. It really just comes down to how you argue and make your point, and what do you think holds over someone else's point. So in this case, you can make arguments for checking back and for betting, and both could be valid dependent on how you value certain factors, like how you think about the pre-flop range of your opponent, if you think you can bluff him off on the river, what your image is at the table, for example. So Furth raises here with the 9-8-7-6. This is a result of just like the stack depth of all the players involved. It is not an amazing hand when you're short, but the stack sizes are reasonably deep. The sizing choice is also big enough, it looks like, that you can get the big blind to fold. That's overall a great result. And in terms of the players that do have chips at this point, Bruno Furth and Sammy Sipila, like those are two players that definitely are comfortable playing PLO post-flop. So we will see them taking the aggression, playing pots, raising pre, calling, defending the big blind. We did see Sammy check raise on the flop before on the ace-ace jack board. We did see some creative plays by Bruno before against Simao. So I think this will be very interesting in terms of post-flop navigation from either player.
I also feel as though Furth, with the amount of chips that he has, probably feels very confident in his ability to use that to his advantage. You know, from his earlier creative plays, we can see that he's not scared to make moves, and with the amount of chips that he has, even if one or two moves don't go right, he has so much to fall back on still.
Yeah, and at the same time, Furth has busted several events in what I would call annoying, potentially unnecessary spots, and that is also a strength, because if you have that in you and you have the risk tolerance to make a big mistake on a big final table, it also scares your opponents, and it gives you this liberty of just saying, I know how this feels, I know how it feels to lose half your stack or your entire stack in a good chip stack position. I'm ready to apply aggression, and that is oftentimes required to win a tournament like this. We do see a single raise pop between three players.
King 10 Jack on the flop. Lee with King Jack. Also has 9-8 for the straight draw. Bruno Furth also with a straight draw, pairing his 10 as well. Action gets checked around. 6 of clubs on the turn. Lee now adds a flush draw. Lee does seem very sort of passive, conservative, tight. Is that the general sense you get from him as well, you know, being at the table with him, or is it just a result of the situation?
I would say this is more sort of his general playing style. He wants to see turns and rivers before things develop. We saw this before when he had the nuts against Christopher, just calling the turn. Checking the turn here is certainly very passive. He has 2-pair flush draw. His opponent's checked twice. But maybe it does open up a door for one of his opponents to start bluffing here on the river. Furth is certainly considering it. He does block Jack 10, but he does end up giving up here. And obviously now we want to see a bet here by the second nuts.
What's in the middle?
3-7.
I played with Lee before, and he's certainly capable of playing very aggressive when he wants to, in earlier stages specifically. So I think what we see right now is certainly also some sort of awareness about the stack size distribution and also the stack depth. So he wants to find good spots. He doesn't want to get involved into a marginal spot early on. And I think overall this is certainly a reasonable approach to take, especially when you face capable and aggressive and good players like we see today.
Too much.
Overall, like the way I would describe Lee's style is he's certainly someone that has, like, his strength is to, he's able to adjust. He's able to be patient and wait for the right spots to occur. Some of the other players on the table, they thrive in aggression and they want to see blood. And that's another strength, which obviously sometimes backfires. But this is a tournament, and as we discussed this yesterday, you're not going to come out without any damage in the tournament. You have to put something on the line. So it's a thin line between being patient and being too patient. And we will see how Lee is going to approach this. And I know from I'm the first player to admit, like, sometimes I am also too cautious, right? And I'm thinking, well, these players are applying so much aggression against each other. Maybe it's time to just wait until players bust each other out, because that's a real thing. But you will see that a lot of the best tournament players in the world, they also know how to apply aggression and play very aggressive in the right moment. Seth Davies with the limp on the button. Bruno has both options open. I'm sure he would raise this hand in position, queen 9, 8, 6 double. But in the small blind, out of position against a good player on the button, he decides to just over limp, and we see a flop three ways. King, King, Jack. So we're not sure what Davis' last card is. It probably isn't an ace, but he does have a pocket pair in his hand, and as discussed so many times, that's probably the main reason why he decides to limp on the button. He doesn't want to get 3-bet and put into an awkward spot pre-flop.
I feel as though after 2 days of you joining me in the booth, not a single Omaha player will ever raise with a small pair again.
There is, like, this hand that he has is a reasonable open just because of the ace blocker, but at the same time, limping is also profitable. It's also a good alternative.
Furth here, hitting a flush on the turn, decides to bet.
Interesting bet. So he assumes he's going to get called by worse. Certainly a bet on the thinner end, especially starting on the turn already.
Here or there? My spot or your spot?
But on the other side, how light you're going to get called also depends a lot on your image. And Furth certainly has a loose and aggressive image. I'm sure at some point the stream will catch up with the queen-queen hand versus the aces hand. And the table knows that Bruno's capable, and that can also get you paid.
King of hearts, king of diamonds. I think the heart was up there.
I mean, so far, it's the Bruno and Sammy show. They've both won 5 hands at this final table. Davies has won 0, and both Christopher and Lee have won 1 apiece. Davies already down almost 1 million chips to start this final table.
Let's get a double check on that RFID.
Yeah, as we discussed yesterday, in a tournament, there's no hiding. And if you don't win a lot of hands, it's hard to win the tournament. But of course, you also need to pick up hands to begin with. And it looks like Sammy picked up a hand he wants to play. Makes it, I think, 110,000. Ace, queen, 9.
But yeah, like
you just got lucky putting the right
The
one.
last card could be
random 4.
anything from an ace to a king, queen, jack, 10. It could be a deuce of diamonds. Would all be reasonable. Furth in position. Ace, queen, 9, 7. Playable spot. Is getting a good price. There are antes in the middle. They're playing deep. I think this is a good hand to call and see a flop with.
I think we might have a broken card in the deck, which is why we constantly see one card not showing on the reader. So hopefully we'll be able to figure that out and get that card replaced.
Lee has a straightforward call. It's a beautiful looking hand, but as discussed yesterday, when you're short in PLO, the big cards make all the money. So you want to see a flop, but certainly not a hand you want to re-raise before the flop, especially when you're only 30 big blinds deep, like Lee in this case. So they're looking at a flop 3 ways. and this is the flop that you want to see, I guess, if you're a lead. You flop the straight. So now where do you go from here? You want to lead, you want to check.
So my intuition here would be to lead, given the draws out there, given that it's three-way.
Yeah, so the main decision maker here should be how well is this board hitting your range versus your opponent's ranges. Your opponents are supposed to play high cards, ace-x, aces, Broadway cards, kings, queens, king, queen, jack, 10. And the big blind, given that he's closing the action and that he's facing a good price pre, can have a lot more lower cards, 5-4, 6-6, 6-3. And that means two things. Number one, when you check, your opponents will check more often because they will assume this board hits you, you might check raise. And because of that, you want to lead sometimes to get a bet in on the flop. In this case, Sammy makes the call, so we have to assume he probably has a diamond in his hand. The turn is a deuce of hearts, and even though the board pairs, it's not that scary. How often will Sammy have 6 deuce, 3 deuce, 6-6, 3-3 when raising under the gun? The answer is not very often at all. So in Lee's shoes, he probably is facing a diamond draw. He doesn't have a diamond himself, and he does want to charge this hand or make him fold. So I think we should see another bet here, maybe half pot. And if Sammy has a hand like aces, if he has the ace of diamonds in his hand, I think he has a reasonable call. He has equity against a straight. He's ahead of the bluffs. Even if Lee has a boat, there are outs in the deck that will help Sammy.
You said the pot's 650, but I'm pretty sure it's 630.
Goes a bit over half pot and leaves 660k behind. It is a healthy bet. Sammy makes the fold. Good fold.
And Lee gets to pick up a really, really big pot for him and for his stack size, bringing the field that much closer together. Bottom 3 stacks now.
Second try that time.
Very close.
5 of diamonds was the last card, so Sammy had a gut shot and a flush draw on the flop. Made the call and made the conservative and good fold in the turn. So for anyone listening right now, when you play PLO, next time you play PLO, especially when you play live or multi-way on the flop, don't just check to the pre-flop raiser. This is not a spot like in Hold'em where the pre-flop raiser has all the advantages on all the boards or most of the boards. You got to protect your hand. You got to get value. If you connect with the board, it makes it a lot less likely your opponent does connect. And more often than not, you're just going to trigger a free card. And if you face 2 opponents, that's 8 cards. 8 whole cards, you give a free look at the turn. Not a good idea if you have a hand that is vulnerable. You sometimes just want to lead out, take down the pot, or at least charge some of the draws that will not bet themselves, but will call a bet. Furth continuously applying pressure here, setting the tone at this final table so far in terms of raising the most hands, taking the most spots overall. Makes it 110,000 with Queen 998. Sipila has 7754. Makes the call here. He's probably the only player on the table who would make this call. Actually, he's in the big blind. I thought he was in the small blind for a moment. This is a pretty normal call, I would say. Flop misses both players, but Furth has the range advantage. He's going to have aces and kings and ace-king a lot more often. So can he just fire with a hand that has almost no connection? He could. The alternative to check back doesn't really bring that much. He does decide to check back and see a turn. Turns a spade draw, and Sammy also has a spade draw now with the 7-4 of spades. Okay, this Sammy came to play. Pots the turn, which puts Furth into a really uncomfortable position. He does have 87% equity. However, if his opponent has ace-king or ace-8, he's not looking at that many outs. His opponent could also have a hand like king-x of spades, in which case he would be almost dead. But it's unlikely that king-x of spades will just pot the turn. Bruno makes the call. He came to play as well. We will have a look. He actually raises the
Wow,
turn.
yeah, that is raising chips.
Yes.
Wow.
This is very interesting.
Bruno is like not slowing down at all.
Usually when people check back the flop and the turn doesn't change much, they don't raise you on a lead out. But Bruno flips the script here and surprises Sammy. I think Sammy was thinking, if I pot a turn, the worst that can happen is I get called, we see a river, I can hit a set, I can make a flush, I can bluff my opponent. But no, Bruno just raises the turn knowing he can have aces, he can have kings, even though he did check back the flop. And wins the hand outright.
So far, really the Bruno Furth show. Very impressive.
Wouldn't be surprised if he's going to raise this hand as well. Ace 9 3 3. He does have the ace X blocker. He is the table captain.
Wow. And he just limps in.
Decides to make the limp. I would say I personally would choose a bit of a better hand to limp, but wouldn't mind the raise. But it looks like he wants to see some flops. And so far he's been doing really well. I mean, he has been outplaying multiple players so far on the flop, turn or river.
Check.
And we will see another three-way flop.
3 players.
King Jack 5 rainbow on this one.
Check.
Davies with a king, and he's the one with a mystery card again. Maybe one of his readers is off because we've seen this a few times now on Davies.
75.
So this is a very aggressive bet in terms of blockers or equity. Bruno has nothing to work with really. And Davis could have anything from just a pair or top pair to a set, 2 pair. Could have a hand like a gut shot with a... he makes the call. He has at least the king. If he has clubs below that, he has clubs now. Could have a queen. Bruno has some deceptive blockers. He has an ace and a 9, so that blocks ace 10 and 10-9. The thing about his hand is checking back doesn't bring you much. You're going to lose this hand unless you bluff. So maybe now is the time to apply pressure.
Check.
Thinks of it and checks back though. It repairs the board. I think Davies probably just has a king and is trying to get to showdown here. Not look too weak by just snap checking.
Check.
I mean, Bruno
Check.
gives up by checking.
That's really what you're playing.
Bruno now thinking to himself, well, I could have easily bluffed him off of that. Oh, it's king 5.
Did flop 2 pair, got counterfeited on the
I
river.
was impressed if your other cards were lower than a 5.
If I had what?
You said king 5, but you were playing the king 8. It's hard to play
Oh
the
yeah,
king
yeah,
5.
you're right.
Wow. King 5 3 deuce.
Yeah.
Sipila, after that recent clash with Furth, has been knocked down to below 100 big blinds, so we almost have to start feeling some sympathy for him. He's only used to winning over the course of the PGT PLO Series. 2 events in the bag for him. By the way, if you're enjoying the coverage, please hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. This is the final event of our PLO Series, but in about 10 days, our US Poker Open kicks off, and we're going to have some special added coverage of that event on YouTube, so it should be a lot of fun. And a quick reminder as well, if you want to learn more about Pot Limit Omaha, go to PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo and sign up for free. And you can learn a few tricks like the ones that Fernando is explaining to you right here on the broadcast.
There are basically two types of players when it comes to players who bluff for different reasons. Some players bluff because they have good blockers, and we would call this strategical reasons. Other players, they bluff because they think it's a good spot. Bruno is a player who can do both, but we definitely saw him, maybe similar to Sean Winter, if he thinks it's a good spot to bluff, a good player to bluff, a scary board that runs out, he might not care that much about what hand he's holding, what blockers he's holding. He's just going to go for it. And that can make a player very dangerous in one way because he's unpredictable, but also exploitable on the other side. So it's always a thin line and something to look out for anyone playing poker or PLO. Are your opponents bluffing with reason or because they think it's a good spot? See Sammy opening up here with Jack 10, 10, 9, Rainbow. Given that your hand is Rainbow, it's not the greatest hand to limp and see a flop with. Makes it a fine open, and Davis can call or 3-bet. Ace, King, Queen, 5 has amazing blocker properties. You're blocking aces and kings. It does flop okay in a single raise pot, but the real power of this hand is to make your opponents fold pre-flop by representing aces. Nothing wrong with taking a flop though in position, and that's what we see here between those two players. And the flop is very interesting. We got 2-pair for Davis with the inside straight draw, but Sammy has flopped a set and an open-ended straight draw. Decides to go for the small bet on the flop. He has several options. He can check raise the flop. He could bet large on the flop, but go small. And Davis still has a good amount of stack behind. He has to decide, does he want to raise here and just run it, or take a turn? The standard play is just to call. The problem with raising is that the hands that will give you action, like Queen 10, Queen, Queen 10, 10, you're still very much behind. And the hands you beat, so the bluffs, are hands you want to keep in. Now the turn will be quite difficult for Davis to handle because Sammy will bet again. He's trying to extract value from hands like a queen, maybe a king, queen, jack. So a queen with an open-ended straight draw. But he doesn't want to go too big potentially because making Davis fold is not great when you have such a big hand. It's also a rainbow board. There's not that much to protect, especially because Sammy has the open-ended straight draw alongside as well. And he's going to go for a large but not full pot size bet. And Davis is in a pretty tough spot. He does have 2-pair. He still has the gutter. None of the straights has completed. So this is a very difficult decision here for Davis. Does he want to call? Does he want to jam? Does he want to fold? I don't think folding is really in the cards here. So he's going to make this call and reevaluate on the river. And if the river doesn't change anything, which is almost impossible on this run out, well, the river is a card both players don't like. It's the 9 of hearts. Completing the most obvious straight draw, which is king-jack on the flop, that both players could easily represent. And we should see a check by Sammy. He doesn't want to bloat this pot any further.
Sipila comes with a check. For Davies, it seems like a spot where all he can do is really check, right? He doesn't really... Like is this a card he can bluff on? Or does he feel like he needs to turn his pair into a bluff because it's going to be too weak at showdown most of the time?
I think he feels it some way, but he will still check. I think if we see Sean Winter in this spot, he might jam all in. Just reading his opponent for, I think this guy might have a better hand, but even if not, he's probably not going to call my all in. So this is, we should see a check here by most of the players. Sometimes you see an absolute outstanding read and a jam here on the river, but it would be an amazing read.
Davies does check behind, and Sipila shows his set of 10s. Seth Davies has been trending downwards this entire final table so far. And Sipila regained some of those chips he lost to Furth not too long ago. He is back up to over 100 big blinds. And Seth Davies now, the short stack, came into the final table with 3 million chips, now sitting on 1.3 million. He's going to need some help. He's down to 32 bigs. He is our new short stack.
The main thought you want to have on the river in poker in general, but also in PLO, is you need some bluffs. So what are your bluffs? And in PLO, oftentimes you end up, after calling 2 streets, with a pretty reasonable hand on the river. This is an example. Davis has 2 pair, pretty good hand. But you also need some bluffs. And the reason you need some bluffs is because when you value jam, you want to get called sometimes. And if you only jam for value, your opponents are able to figure this out after a while, especially if you're on TV. And they just fold everything, so you never get paid off. So if you struggle finding enough bluffs, just ask yourself, on the river, what hands am I bluffing here? And if you can't come up with any, it probably means you're not aggressive enough. Now, I don't blame Davis at all for this check back on the river, because he did have a reasonable hand with some showdown. But I would say if a very, very experienced PLO player would have played this hand, some of them could find the jam on the river, realizing that they have decent properties for a bluff with the ace-king. So he blocks king-jack, and he probably is not going to win this hand very often checking back on the river.
140.
140.
We got a new voice in the mix. Mr. Donnie Peters finally joined us. Glad you could make it, sir.
Hi.
You didn't want to miss out.
While, but,
you didn't want to miss out on the seminar here by Fernando.
No, I didn't. Why not? I got to see it through.
Exactly.
I've been here every day.
Donnie Peters in the house. My name is Remko Rinkema. JNandez in the booth to provide some expert commentary. If you want to play the Poker Masters, which will be No Limit Hold'em, enter our free social media giveaway. Go to PokerGo.com/winmasters to enter our giveaway, and you might find yourself playing at the PokerGo studio for a chance to win the purple jacket or giving away a seat with Octopi Poker. So don't miss out. It's a free giveaway. Terms and conditions do apply, but please give that a look.
Furth has been the table captain so far. And he wants to raise every hand, but some of the hands are just so bad.
I'm sorry.
That he just mucks them. Agonizingly, and Lee picks up a couple of racks here in the small blind, just makes the fold. Also makes sense because Sipila on the other side in the big blind is the second chip leader and not shy of aggression himself. So coming in with the limp there too liberally will get punished, and Lee knows that. So as far as the stack sizes are concerned, we do see 3 players hanging together at the bottom, 2 players at the top. At the same time, we are over 30 big blinds deep, so you will expect to see Davis, Lee, and Christopher trying to navigate carefully, and then Furth and Sipila trying to steal as many blinds as possible as long as this dynamic persists.
Go for me. Hi. Yeah, exactly.
Double.
I don't think we will see any folds here in the small blind by Sammy.
Oh, it's a pot. 120.
Decides to go for the pot size raise. This is certainly a statement. He's applying pressure as the bigger stack. I'm saying this because he has a pretty bad hand, but decides to raise. Assumes that Davis, given the ICM, has to fold a lot of hands and does actually make the ace fold.
Thinking player in the chat asks, do you think he folds a set when if Davies jams the river in the hand between Sipila and Davies that we just saw?
So when you arrive on the river, a set or a smaller straight or 2 pair, they're all the same hand if your opponent only jams better. So it's not really about if you have a set or not. It's more about, do you block your opponent's value range? In this case, it would be a straight. I think it really comes down to that question. And also, how many combos of a bluff does your opponent still have? I think Sammy would have had a very hard time calling this river, and I think more often than not, he would have folded the set. Against the jam, again, finding the jam there on the river is a difficult task, to say the least, especially under the lights with the time pressure on the final table. But it would have been a hell of a line for sure. See here a limp by Davies, and now Bruno's asking the question, how much pressure do you want? And raises it up here with most likely almost all of his hands. Chooses this time to pick the Jack 10-9 deuce, or finds the Jack 10-9 deuce with 3 hearts. And Davies makes the check call, the limp call. So these strip boards, it's kind of a game of chicken now. Obviously, Furth in theory has all the good hands, and Davies probably is not holding any kings pre. But at the same time, probably both of them also know that Furth has also a bunch of other hands that are not strong. But it's hard to play against aggression if you have air yourself.
Whenever an ace-ace-ace board comes out at the World Series, everyone goes, oh, oh, like they just like assume. When it probably it's like king high versus like 7-8 suit.
Yeah, Donnie, but what if?
Yeah, I know what if, but it's just funny how that's like the thought process.
So Lee picks up double-suited jacks. He doesn't have an ace in his hand. That really hurts this, especially with 4 players behind. 2 of them are very aggressive. I think the right choice here would be to fold, but I could also see him limping. I don't think raising will ever be the choice. We do see a raise. Could also be a play on the image. He has been playing pretty tight so far, so he probably assumes he's not going to get back played a lot. However, Ace-King 7-4 on the button is a hand that I think Furth is at least going to call. My bad, he's in the small blind, but still decides to go for the 3-bet. And this is really the problem when holding a hand that doesn't block aces. This scenario will happen more often than if you had an ace in your hand. And now with your pocket jacks, you just can't, I mean, you really don't want to see a flop here and probably bust out or not know what to do on a low board with your pocket jacks. So this is sort of the prime example. However, Lee also knows that Furth is very aggressive. Maybe his jacks are good. Yeah, Furth plays this really well. This is a prime example of a theoretical play that works out. You use the ace-x blocker. You 3-bet against a player that can't call that many 3-bets. Take down the blinds pre, and you continue playing the pressure game. Basically, every time you open raise, you have to ask yourself, what would I do if Furth just 3-bets me? Am I willing to just go with my hand? Do I call and then potentially bust on the flop? I mean, after all, Lee has an equal stack size to Davies and Christopher, more or less. So ICM-wise, it's not a great spot to be in. But on the other side, you also have to take a stand sometimes against the bully at the table and trying to win this tournament in some ways or the other. And that's probably the dynamic that we will see developing here over the next couple of hands. One of these players will have to take a stand. Otherwise, they're going to get chipped down. And this is the most dangerous thing here. player that plays every hand waking up with aces on the button.
Yeah, we've seen Furth raise with a wide range of holdings, but every now and then the aggressive player gets to find a big one as well. After the early flurry of action, things have calmed down a little bit. Lee is going to call here with a double suited Jack 9-7-6. That's a play I would have made. I would have defended there.
So far, so good. Now, good luck on the flop.
9-7, top 2 here for Lee.
It is a good call, just saying that. And he does flop top 2 pair. Now, you want to make a decision here between checking and check raising. The main difference between a checking hand that wants to check raise versus lead out is how you play on the turn. So when you lead the flop, you get called a lot. And if your hand doesn't develop well on the turn, like this one, then you prefer check raising. Lee doesn't have a straight draw. He doesn't have a set on the flop, so his hand plays better as a check raise.
Oh. 565.
Furth has a decision to make here. So he bet the flop. He's blocking some of the combo draws holding a jack. He's also blocking 2 pairs and sets holding a 3. So the bet in itself is fine. Now, facing the check raise, the biggest issue here is that he's not getting a good price. He's going to put it in, hopes he runs into the draw, but ends up running into top 2 pair and is looking now at 26% equity to bust Lee for his tournament life.
Wow, dream scenario here for Lee to rake in a massive pot.
What's that?
2 aces, 2 threes.
Is there a scenario in which Furth can get away from this on the flop?
I think there is. It's a math question more so. Lee had quite a bit behind on the flop. It wasn't just a pot size bet. Against a pot size bet, you just can't get away from these aces. He did have more behind. But it's hard to figure out these math spots in PLO. Stack sizes change all the time. And after all, he still has 26% equity, so this is definitely not over.
That's the common theme in Pot Limit Omaha. It ain't over until they lock the doors behind you. And right now, Furth has some opportunity. 4 of clubs on the turn.
It's a great card for Lee. Picks up a flush draw. So the ace of clubs is no good for Furth, and the 3 of clubs is also no good.
We lost the graphics here, but we can see the cards on the screen. King of Hearts completes the board, and Lee rakes in a huge double up.
This is a very important part for Lee. It allows him to break away from the other short stacks on the table. And he's moving up now to the big stacks. And that is going to put Christopher and Davies at the bottom. And Lee has some much-needed breathing room right now.
Yeah, and given how comfortable Lee is just sitting back and being tight, it's going to be really tough to knock him out before we get down to the final 3.
For sure. I think, as I mentioned before this hand happened, some of the short stacks will take a stance against the relentless aggression. In this case, it was Lee, successfully so. And the same dynamic will evolve over time for Christopher or Davis. They will have to double through or get knocked out. And they're just waiting for the better spots to show up. It's also interesting to think about what this is going to do to Furth. He was in a comfortable position before, hard to beat. This could reset the meta in some fashion, because right now Furth actually can get hurt by more players on the table than before. So he has to be a bit careful. If he loses another 1.5 million, for example, he's at danger of exiting this final table earlier than he hopes for.
I'm out.
If you're in the chat with us, please let us know what your weekend plans are. Maybe some local PLO games where you're at. I never really know outside of Vegas if there's any live pot limit Omaha games across the country, or maybe if you're watching from Europe or Australia or Asia, let us know what the state of the game is wherever you're at.
When you cough into the mic when you have to fart.
No. Never done that one.
That's a little stream trick.
You can tell Seth Davies is a regular.
So now every time Seth Davies coughs,
Yeah, 100%.
we're going to think he's farting. Like,
Yeah.
That's exactly what's going to be happening here.
Exactly.
He gave away the secret.
Big stack versus short stack. Violence here. Sammy open raising any 4 at this point, I imagine. King 10, 9, 4. Davies has a hand he can call. He's now the short stack at the table. He's getting the odds and he has position. He does make this call. Like to see that. Flop is 10, 5, 3. So Sammy has top pair. Davies picks up bottom 2 pair.
380.
280.
So from Davies' perspective, he has a stack to pot ratio of about 4. It's a good spot to just jam over a c-bet. And I think in this case, if Sammy elects to bet, which he probably will, he has a 10 blocker and a 4 blocker. Actually, he goes for the pot size bet. So I think that sort of implies he might not fold against the jam. But regardless, Davies' hand is good enough to go all in here, and that's what he does.
1.03.
1,030,000.
Looks like Sipila is ready to go, and he makes the call. Sipila got backdoor clubs to go along with his top pair. Seth Davies here, 60% to find a double up. He's only won 2 hands at the final table so far, but he has to win this one to stay alive in this event.
As I said before, when 2 players see the flop in PLO, you will see usually some blood. And this is a prime example. Unavoidable spot for both players.
3 hearts? That's what I want, right?
That works for you.
What do you want? You want your
check of
clubs. You want to sweat. I want to kill it.
The Finnish school of poker, Don.
Finns always want a sweat. That's all they want.
I'll be the killer.
They're never too greedy, but they just want a little taste,
Yeah,
you know?
of course.
Just keep them in action.
All right, Sipila looking for some help here. Queen of diamonds on the turn. Adds those outs as requested by the Finn. Davies has to fade basically half the deck here. He's only a slight favorite to go into the river. Jack 10, King, Queen 9, or 4. And Sipila will send him to the rail. River card is the 5 of clubs. And somehow Davies manages to fade and doubles right back into the game. And maybe this is the sort of boost he needed to get off the ground. Sitting on 2.3 million, he is very comfortable again. And Stefan Christopher was 3rd in chips not too long ago. Not winning a hand for a few orbits, Fernando. Like you said, you have to keep fighting for those pots. All of a sudden, by simply blinding down and losing a few pots after folding on the flop, he finds himself with 40 bigs and at the bottom of the counts.
Yeah, he had one spot that was good to come in with ace 8-8-6. Would have paid off as well. But other than that, there wasn't really much to work with so far. However, this tournament is quite deep and slow, so there is definitely some room to wait for better spots. For Christopher, he's now down to 40 big blinds. Finds himself with ace 10, 7 deuce. Fine spot to raise, and he does pot it pre. He's so far the only player to elect to raise for full pot pre, which is certainly a reasonable option. And Sipila has a very playable hand here. This is not a hand you want to 3-bet with, but you want to call. Queen, Queen, 3-3.
You start with like 1.6,
The reason
right?
you don't want to 3-bet is because if you get 4-bet with this hand, given that you have a pair, in this case 2 pair, you run pretty bad in terms of equity versus aces. So you just want to see a pot in position. And Furth He could squeeze. Not really necessary, though. We're going to see a flop 3 ways. And we have 3 actually very playable hands.
3 players.
Flop is Jack 4-4. And no one has connected or further improved their hand.
Check.
Sammy does have queens, the best hand currently. And he does want to protect against a king or an ace rolling off on the turn. So I think betting small in position is fine.
150.
Gets the job done. Also, do we know what the top prize is of this tournament?
$522.
$522,000.
It's the big one. The big one from this 9-event series. You can read all about the event recaps and other final table action on PGT.com, so don't miss out if you've missed any of the action. All those final tables, of course, also available on PokerGO and on our YouTube channel. But yeah, the final 5 right now guaranteed 126,000. Then 171, 243, 342, and 522 up top. So the battle and the grind for this top prize is going to be serious. So expect to see a hardened battle over these payouts.
3-7.
We got some very interesting hands in play here. Sipila, Jack 10-10, 9 double suited, facing a 3-bet by Furth, who has aces. And we have very deep stacks here in play. I think we will see a call. This is a hand that does have a pair, but the connectivity in the 2 suits, plus the position and the stack sizes in play, will make this a spot that Sipila wants to take. And we're looking down at 2 of the bigger stacks clashing here against each other, with 2 very strong hands heading to the flop.
Queen 7-3, rainbow here. Those aces still well out in front for Furth.
So the main question you want to ask yourself is, how many hands beat aces that raise pre and call a 3-bet on Queen 7-3? And there aren't many. Pocket queens is a possibility, but Queen 7, Queen 3, or 7-3 are quite unlikely. But Furth wants to slow it down here a little bit and not necessarily build this pot with a hand that doesn't play that well over 3 streets. Goes for the check back option. Huge turn for Sammy, who turns a wrap on an 8. So a Jack 10-9 or a 6 will make him the nuts. Now the question is, does he believe he can get aces to fold by betting the turn? He doesn't, and check back. And very safe river here for Furth. River pairs to 7. It's time to value bet your aces. The only question is, how big do you want to go? Surprising check.
Aces.
Check.
Aces are good.
So I think the way this hand sort of went down is a testament to how deep these players, or how ICM aware these 2 players are and have to be, given that they are the big stacks on this table. This hand could have played out completely different in a cash game, for example, or if 2 different players would have played it. We could have seen a bet on the flop and a call. We could have seen a jam on the turn and a call off. We could have seen action on the turn by facing a bet and a raise. But these players think better of it because they do know that they have to be very careful with their chips, given that they are at the top of the distribution right now. And they're both getting hurt badly if they end up losing a significant portion of their stack.
Sammy back on the gas here. Jack 7-5-4, double suited.
Davis is in an awkward spot. He has a good stack size, shorter players behind him. He's facing this relentless aggression from the left and the right. Decides to go for the call this time. Certainly a reasonable option. He could also use his hand as a 3-bet bluff. And Sammy just wants to continue the aggression, and there's no reason not to, really. So far, there hasn't been too much resistance.
So we'll be heads up here. Elmley got out of the way from the big blind. 6-5-5. 3 5s for Sammy.
So dream flop. I mean, your range doesn't look like it hits well. Davies could have a lot of kings, queens, even aces are a possibility. Sammy doesn't hold any of the cards, so he certainly wants to start building a pot and bet. Unfortunately, this time for him, Davies has nothing, just ace high.
Two back doors on the paired board. What's the value of that, given the current context?
I think he wants to have different backdoors, like backdoor straight draws, more overcards, something a bit more playable. I think the 9, that's also kind of the issue with the pre-hand pre-flop, like the 9-3 is so disconnected. It's hard to have those playable, like it's hard to turn equity that is very visible in the form of a straight draw, in the form of a pair and a gut shot with those kinds of hands. But this time, I mean, he's kind of lucky to not have these cards because Sammy flopped big.
By the way, good time to remind everyone that our current short stack, Stefan Christopher, sort of the new kid on the block when it comes to high-stakes tournaments inside the studio, had the biggest score of his live career in event number 4 of this series, finished 2nd, and then also finished 6th in event number 6. So whatever happens today, his hand and mop profile is definitely changed for good, as prior to this series, he only had about $30,000 in total earnings, and he's adding about $300,000 in earnings from this past week alone. So I can only imagine he's going to be a mainstay now on the tour, Donnie.
I like it. I like new faces, new blood. Heads up here. The two big stacks once again. Could be somewhat fun here on the Queen Jack 8, 2 spades. Sipila checks first. 105 from Furth. Sipila makes the call. Turn is the ace of diamonds.
So even though Sammy has top pair and the nut flush draw, the reality is that he basically only has a flush draw. His top pair is never good in a spot like this. There's just too many connected high cards on the board. He's not getting an amazing price here to call. We can see he has 20% equity. He might make this call just because Bruno is so aggressive. And I think a lot of less experienced players might make this call just in general. But if you really think about your opponent's range, you only have the spade draw to work with, and you're not getting a great price to draw to it. So disciplined and smart fold here by Sammy.
Has Bruno impressed you the most so far at this final table?
I always like seeing players playing with heart. So that's, especially as a spectator, that's what I like to see. Sometimes, and we saw this even with some of the top names like Elis yesterday, the cards just give you as much as they give you. And sometimes you just have to play solid and straightforward because you have a shorter stack. You just have to follow the quote-unquote rules of the game. And that's what Elis did very well yesterday until he picked up a stack and then changed it. So I think it requires both, but I do like to see someone like Bruno in this case with a big stack because that's where his strength is, to be creative and apply pressure. And from a viewing perspective, it is certainly much better than seeing someone like Bruno on a short stack.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And here with the double suited Queen Jack 10-3, even though that's a very disconnected 3 there, good enough hand to raise in this scenario.
Oh, for sure. Like you have 3 high cards that are connected, double suited as well. Table doesn't show too much resistance so far. And I'm not saying the table should have been more aggressive. They didn't have that many great hands to fight back with either. Davis is getting good price here as a connected hand. He wants to see a flop.
8, 7, 6. Well, at least he paired all his cards.
3 pair. 3 pair is a similar term to try suit. It is like a it's definitely not recreational, but it's also descriptive. It is. He does have 3 pair. Now again, when we talk about leading ranges, this board hits Davis, but when you lead, you need good development for your hand on the turn.
Right.
This hand has a hard time improving. You need to hit an 8, 7, or a 6, and otherwise you just don't know what to do. So it's better to just check and call and keep this pot under control. Bruno with a C-bet, I would say it's aggressive, but at the same time, checking back is not like... I mean, checking back I would say is the standard, but he might have some plans down the road to win this hand in some other fashion by barreling multiple times, for example. Davis only has one option. He check calls. Like, this hand is not good enough to check raise. Obviously, you never want to fold. And now really things come into play here because the diamond completes, and obviously Bruno still has pretty much air with just top pair. But if he was betting the flop, he might had some plans to turn his hand into a bluff on the turn or the river. It would work on this turn. The issue that Furth has, he has no diamond. He wants to see a river first. If the river breaks him, like in this case, actually it did pick up 2 pair, so we should see a check-check. It would have been interesting if the river is a 5 or something like that, if Bruno then would turn his hand into a bluff. But I think as it stands, both players could reasonably assume they have the best hand, and they're trying to make this hand show down and then potentially win. I think Davis is just trying to balance his timing. And that's a very smart move you see a lot of tournament players make. You might not want to do this at the most recreational cash game that you're privately invited to. But in a tournament, it's very important against smart players to balance your timings and not just give away that you have a hand that cannot value bet.
Check.
And this is basically what we do see here.
Check.
Bruno kind of throws his hands up, but he's going to see that he's got the winner here with the 10s and 3s.
Davis is not pleased.
Oh
not going to be pleased with this showdown. The running 2 pair with kind of complete air on the flop.
Seth Davies picking up a little pot here. If you want to learn more about picking up some pots of your own, go join our PokerGO MTT Strategy Workshop live at the studio April 5, 6, and 7. Buy-in to this workshop includes a USPO satellite tournament. Go to get.pokergo.com/strategy and sign up now. Limited spaces available for what could be a once-in-a-lifetime type Vegas trip where you really learn a whole lot.
Seth Davies exchanging some chips there. Wants more physical chips than just the all-white 100Ks. Can't blame him.
Christopher, another fold here. He really doesn't pick up a lot of good hands so far. Must be a bit frustrating. Lee now with a very playable hand on the button, or actually in the cutoff. Opting to choose the smaller raise size pre 2.5x. Sammy can go either way, call or 3-bet.
Oh, the panel.
I broke the sets.
It happens once a stream.
Way to go.
Sorry.
can see the flux capacitor over there now.
The blinds get out of the way.
Be
We got
careful,
two
man.
players
Might
with quite
electrocute yourself.
similar
That's
hands heading to the flop.
a lot of stuff.
The only difference here is that Sammy is in position.
Yeah, just stick your legs in the wires.
This
No
is
problem.
like business class upgrade that we just got here.
King 9-8 rainbow. So Lee has 2 pair, and Sammy has a pair and an open-ended straight draw. Wouldn't be surprised to see Lee just check.
How much in the pot?
Obviously, you have 2 pair. You can also bet, but you're still out of position over the turn in the river. It's gonna be hard to play this hand in a bloated pot. Goes for the bet, 150. Actually, he doesn't go for the bet. He goes for the check and makes the check call. And I think this is the more standard play, theoretically speaking, to see here the check call on the flop. So very solid from both players. The turn is a queen. So obviously none of the players like this card because they don't improve, but also Jack 10 now makes the nuts. Sammy, though, with a pair of 9s and the 10, could turn this into a bluff. He should realize at this point he doesn't have the best hand, which he does. He's going to try to represent Jack 10 here on the turn.
475.
It's a great line. A lot of experience in PLO.
What's it in the middle?
600 here.
And this is a tough spot for Lee. He does block Jack 10. However, he's also drawing very thin against Jack 10. It's a pressure spot for sure.
10 seconds.
I think the theoretically correct play is to call, like he does. He does have a jack and have outs, but you gotta give your opponent credit to be aggressive and bluff, which he does. So this is a very well played hand so far by both players, but river is a disaster for Lee because Sammy gets there with 10-7. He does make the straight, and there's only one better straight possible, Jack 10. So this is a hand you can value bet. The cool thing about your hand is that you don't have a king, and you don't have a queen, and your opponent can have king, king, queen, queen, king, king as well is also a possible hand that can check call the flop. So now the question is, how much do you bet so that you can still get called by a hand like 2 pair or a set? 1.5 in the middle, and he goes for like $1 million.
Yeah, I think that's 950.
950.
Yep. So
two-thirds.
2/3. Yeah.
The 6 seems like a blank. However, 7-5 and 10-7 gets there.
1.550.
It's hard to see it. It's so hard. You were focused on the Jack 10 by the turn, and now the river brings in the 6. He does block Jack 10. He doesn't block 10-7 or 7-5.
10 seconds.
It's really an annoying spot for Lee. I honestly wouldn't know what to do myself here. This is not fun.
Feels like Sipila, with his sizing, making it that much more complicated. And there it is. Lee makes the call. He's going to see the bad news, and Sipila, maximum value for the Finn.
950.
Wow.
950.
It just hurts a lot when you're right on the turn. You had the right read, and then on the river, almost a blank improves your opponent to the best hand. And this call down really is, what this means is that it shows so much credit to Sammy, because if you call down a guy over 3 streets in such a spot, you really think he's capable, which I think he is. And that is why you want to be aggressive, generally speaking, because you also get paid in spots where your opponents can put you on a bluff. So Sammy's image here playing off big time, and he's raking in a huge pot, making him the chip leader of this final table.
Cowie in the chat says, you think that in a 25K PLO tournament they could crack the size of the pot? Well, Fernando admitted yesterday he never knows what's in the pot, and he's one of the best in the world, so These guys have different things to worry about.
Yeah, you use that mental capacity elsewhere.
It's like Sherlock Holmes said, there's only that much that fits into your brain. Anything you add has to be replaced by something else that was already in there.
Maybe
right?
maybe that's the problem if you're a viewer and you can't quite get over the hump. It's because you're too busy calculating the pot.
Exactly.
Just stop calculating the pot. Just ask the dealer. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, more. It's time to worry more about ranges and less about the pot size.
So Leach has lost a big pot.
Sorry.
Raises a good hand under the gun. And his nemesis, Sammy, calls with ace 10, 10, 7. It's pretty standard so far. Christopher defends with king 6, 5, 3. Flops trips and a flush draw. So Sammy has a multitude of blockers. He's blocking some of the straight draws, holding 10-7. He has a 7 of spades. He's not risking much by putting out 125. Christopher has to decide raise or call. Christopher's going to look really strong calling here with a player behind. So I don't think that Sammy will continue the aggression. He also doesn't have a hand that performs that well against a good hand. And Christopher here with the check mark.
Check.
Check.
Trips.
Well, break right out.
One more hand.
Oh, one more.
Sit back down, sir.
Good luck this time.
No break for us. We're going to skip right through that one. So if you want to find an extra snack or a cup of coffee, you might miss half a hand, but we will not be taking a break. For people in the chat, if you're watching right now and you've been watching for a while, who do you think is going to win this thing? Sipila now back on top. Furth has been very creative. The other players, maybe a bit more conservative, but we've seen that style pay off as well in this game. So definitely far from decided here as Lee is the new short stack after losing that big one.
Shout out Big Shack Attack. I see you out there. Along with all the other regulars in the chat. I need to know from Russell how the pizza was the other day.
Yeah,
score it.
What pizza did he get?
Yeah, we need to know what you got. I want to know the place. I want to know your actual order. And then rate it, scale 1 to 10, no rookie scores. If you don't know what that means, I'm upset already.
After some deliberation recently, I have now moved Yukon Pizza into my #1 spot in Vegas.
Oh, look at that.
Good Pie is now in 2nd place.
There you go.
Do they deliver, or is that a crime?
That is actually a crime, yes.
Okay, makes sense.
There's only specific styles of pizza you're allowed to get delivered. Neapolitan is not one of them. That is just date night pizza. You know, you got to sit down for that. Maybe a little bit of knife and fork action for the soggy center, but definitely the type of pizza you would never get delivered. My general sense is that the worse the pizza is, the more okay it is to order it as delivery.
Makes sense.
You toss it back in the oven, get the broiler going at 500. You know, get a little crisp on there.
Yeah, I started making some rules recently.
Yeah.
Like even fast food. Like
Yep.
sometimes when I eat fast food, one of my main rules is like only in-house, because it's not healthy, but it can be good sometimes. But these fries and the burger, like you take them home,
Yeah.
it's no good.
No, it's so true. So true.
Probably true with a lot of different dishes.
Five, 4, 4, 3.
135.
Seems right up first alley.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the type of good-looking hand he wants to get in there with.
Ace 7 deuce on this flop.
So Furth has flopped bottom wrap. So he's going to make a straight here with a 3, 4, 5. Takes down another pot. And after this big call, Lee obviously a significant short stack. Christopher has been patiently waiting for 2 players to bust so far. When he was in decent chip stack position at the beginning, but didn't pick up any good spots. So at the moment, him and Davis, they're certainly a bit on the brakes, just waiting for Lee to take a spot where he's potentially all in. And at the same time, the fact that Lee is short and there are 2 medium stacks in between, sort of sandwiched, allows Furth and Sipila to just apply a punch of aggression to the medium stack players and pick up some blinds.
Yes, for all you out there wondering, it's on a delay, okay? This is your first stream.
Right.
The reason why it's on a delay, and we start with a little bit of a longer delay so we can do things like cut out the breaks, but gaming regulations, it can't be live. It's just impossible.
Really, Donnie? We're not allowed to be live?
I mean, unless you want to sequester the players, but I don't think these players would be locked in this room for like 7 hours. It's just not possible.
Wait, are you saying time travel is not real?
Yeah. It's real. It's real on this stream.
It's real right here now.
Yeah.
Yeah, as real as can be. Time travel is not real when you order a pizza.
Yeah.
It takes
Outside this door is the future.
That's very true. Yeah,
we're behind.
We are living in the past. Definitely living in the past.
The one time it was, were you there when they sequestered PCA?
Yeah, PCA, yeah.
That was a mess.
Yeah, it was a mess. It was a big mess.
They locked the players and the audience in a room, essentially, like in a big room in a conference room.
And had to take everyone's electronic devices.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not fun. Not fun.
It's tough these days. Electronic devices can be small and hidden and all. I mean, when I stream, sometimes people are like, "Can people see your cards?" Like, how?
Yeah.
I mean, not everyone is familiar with delay, I guess.
What's interesting is that there's now been 2 occasions when the delay is almost caught up to the live. It happened in the WSB main event that we did with Espen when he was heads up.
Adrian Attenborough.
Yeah, and Adrian Attenborough tanked for so long
17
that
minutes.
We were talking in our work chat that somebody's going to have to go out there pretty soon and be like, you need to do something or else everyone's going to know your cards. And then it almost happened at the lodge with Nick Airball when he tanked forever. Same, and I think Doug Polk did come out.
Yeah.
And said, hey, you gotta, I gotta clock you because pretty soon everyone's gonna know what's going on. So
That's
yeah,
so crazy.
It's like 20-something minutes.
Yeah.
Such a polite table. If you tank for 20 minutes,
I mean,
yeah,
at a
this
cash
is
game
not happening.
and no one calls the clock, it's kind of a bad feeling because it means you.
Yeah, it means exactly. It means exactly what you're thinking it means.
They want you there. Is basically what
Yeah.
this means. Otherwise, if you're a reg, and you're 20 minutes in the tank.
Yep.
It's not going to happen.
The funniest moment, speaking of tanking, was Christoph Vogelsang and Chris Moneymaker at the same table during the World Series main event. And you know how Chris Vogelsang always has the high collared shirt, and Moneymaker bet against Vogelsang, and he pulled his shirt all the way over his head.
Love to see it.
I think that clip actually on our PokerGO YouTube has like 2 million views.
Yeah, it has done extremely well. So, if you want to get viewership, just act like a fool.
Oh, 100%.
You'll likely get the viewership.
You can build a whole career out of it.
Yeah. Davies here turns straight. He's got Broadway with that king-queen.
This pot has been limped, to my understanding. I mean, there's 150k in the middle, so yes, this is a limped pot. Pretty surprising with the hands in play. And Davis had to decide in turn, does he want to let his opponent bluff or just go for value? Goes for the pot size bet. Furth only has one pair. He does block king queen. He doesn't have a club. You could convince yourself that your opponent might be bluffing.
I feel like that Furth thinks that Davies is limping because he thinks Furth is over-aggressive. So then Furth just checked from the big blind with ace-king in his hand. I feel like that's what went on there. Because Furth would normally raise like anything.
Right.
Especially when he's got the ace and the king blocker. So I feel like he's like, he thinks that I think that he thinks, and then I'm just going to check.
I think that's very reasonable because to assume that, because Furth is a player that is more, he thinks about dynamics and metas a lot more, I would say, than other players that are more strategically thinking about their whole cards. I got ace-king, this is a race, let's go for it. But Furth thinks a level further in some ways, realizing that his image is very aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's time to slow down and be deceptive to himself with an ace-king.
10 seconds.
Bunch of really bad hole cards shown and folded. And Furth can definitely apply aggression here. Christopher is in that middling stack size.
Raise to 150.
Raises pot. And Christopher found a hand, or the hand.
Raise to 450.
There's our
Patience.
man, pot.
Patience rewarded.
Not yet, because I think Furth is going to call this with Jack 10 8 7, which is very reasonable, and we're going to see a flop. And as I say, when we see a flop, we usually see blood in PLO.
10 seconds.
How bad would Furth Jack 10 need to be for him to fold?
Like Jack 10 7 3 single, I think. That
So there's a lot of Jack 10 combos that he's calling with.
oh yeah.
Oh,
Bang.
there's the blood. 10
This
10 deuce.
is very unfortunate. So Christopher has 1.2 behind.
Is Christopher giving up on this hand immediately? Is the
Cold
like
reads.
is the likelihood of him having a 10 in his range so high, or which other pathways are there? Like it's sort of tough for me to see a way forward.
I think he's just thinking, if I get called or raised on the flop, it's bad news. So it's sort of a way ahead, way behind spot. He's just trying to pot control.
450.
Turn now is a king. So obviously, Furth wants to start building this pot. And this is just really uncomfortable and tricky for Christopher. So he has aces. He already has just the bluff catcher given the sizing choice of Furth. It's not like Furth is betting 10% of the pot and is representing potentially a king. Furth is already telling a story here of I have a 10 or better, and I'm trying to get all the chips in the middle. Christopher makes this call. Really nothing to blame there. And this river is probably going to save Christopher. So the spade rolls off. Now the only reason Christopher might call this, I don't think he will, is that he does have the ace of spades, which takes away some of the bluffs and also some of the value of Furth.
Furth goes for it, puts Christopher all in for his tournament life. Christopher does hold the ace of spades.
So Christopher is thinking, okay, what is he value jamming with? Makes the fold, good fold. He could think he doesn't value jam a 10 because the river brings in the flush. So he needs a full house or a flush. But he already has the ace of spades, so the nut flush is not possible. He makes a good fold. I certainly could see some players convincing themselves that this might be a bluff. But obviously, this has been very bad spot now for Christopher because he's now the short stack. And Furth continuously builds up dominating chip lead here.
I thought there could have been a case for Furth to lead that flop. But I say that having knowledge of Christopher earlier in the series, where in a spot like that, I feel like he has aces like 80% of the time. That was just how he was always playing. And he's likely going to take that line if you check to him. Check back, maybe call turn, fold river type of thing. So if you just come out firing, maybe you have a chance to get the money in better.
That's a great point. I think that's a great point. Even if you just open potted on the flush draw board, Christopher might just think my opponent has a flush draw. Why else? Why else would he just pot into me on this board? It might stack off. Small raise here by Sipila with aces. Lee, another short stack player, sitting on ace king. He's getting a really good price to see a flop, and he has to assume that Sipila has a wide range of hands, so flopping an ace or a king could be good news. So I'm not surprised to see this call. I think this is a good call, but unfortunately this time he's dominated in multiple ways. Sipila has not only aces, but is also sharing the 9. And this is terrible news for Lee. He flops top pair, top kicker, and there isn't that much behind. Sipila has a case for potentially even slow playing. He has the board completely crushed. But I think with the image that he has, he's going to put out a chip.
Just given how short Lee is here, I mean, I feel like he's just going to check raise and try and get this in. Not. If he just calls, maybe there's some sort of potential where he can like get outplayed on the turn if Sipila just keeps firing. So just, you know, get the money in.
100%. I think this is the right play, but just the wrong time. And Lee will be looking down at 5% equity for his tournament live. But it is an unavoidable spot. The stacks are short.
So
The
he
board is
didn't,
dry.
he didn't pot it here. So how would you approach this for Sipila now? Are you just all in, or?
I think you can just jam. Like, what hand would bluff you on ace 7-3? I guess there is a chance. But just because you have 2 aces doesn't mean your opponent cannot have an ace. And if your opponent does have an ace, he's going to stack off. Maybe he can just call because regardless, Lee will jam the turn anyway. So I think it doesn't matter as much. But I mean, calling is the standard play. I just don't think in the grand scheme of things it matters that much. Like, the turn will still be the same result. And it will be a very unfortunate result here for Lee because he's drawing dead on the 7 of clubs.
Yeah, it's a club too, so he's probably thinking, oh, I got backdoor nut clubs just in case.
Yeah, he's stoked. I mean, he loves this spot. He has the best kicker. He has a flush draw alongside. He doesn't have much behind. He definitely thinks he has the best hand here.
And there he goes. Lee moves all in.
Not yet. He has one chip
Yeah,
behind.
he did. I think he's got 2 or 3 chips behind.
Probably 1 chip just because in case he's bluffing, he would not be out.
All in. All in.
Sipila does move all in to get Lee to commit his final chips. And Lee will find out the bad news that it's time for a round of handshakes, fist bumps, and a trip to the cage, as he will be our 5th place finisher. Alan Lee has had a great series as well, but after a brief surge up the counts, he found his way to the payout cage, perhaps a bit too quickly, taking home $126,000. And the final 4 will now be guaranteed $171,000, meaning that Stefan Christopher, for the 2nd time in his career, gets a new high score within a matter of days. Down to the final 4 with Christopher to short stack on 14 bigs. Fernando, we're sort of heading towards an epically deep heads-up match, the way it's shaping up right now.
5.7.
Yeah, feels like after this hand, it might be the right time to order the lobster for Finland. I mean, turning your opponent dead.
You're over 6.
So I'm not sure if that's the right line. I'm not sure what Elis has communicated in terms of.
Elis might just send the lobster.
Yeah,
he might have ordered it for him.
He's watching the stream and he calls Ari. He goes, "Put it in. Put the order in."
Unfortunate exit for Lee. He had 1 big hand against Sammy, made the hero call, and was wrong in this instance. And other than that, not really much else to do there. But yeah, this definitely starts shaping up like a heads-up match between Furth and Sipila is kind of unavoidable. And it will be fun because those 2 players have vastly different styles. I would say Sipila plays a very clean style of PLO. Very well studied, in control, and has always good reasonings to make the plays he's making.
57,
And then
50.
Furth is a more intuitive player who can definitely have creative lines. And that's an interesting matchup to look at.
Furth here flops middle set. Sipila with a wrap on a board with a diamond draw. How much weaker does that make his hand, the fact that there's diamond draw out there?
Well, he has 2 10s, which blocks his own outs. And he also has no backdoor flush draw. At the same time, against Furth, who has such a wide range pre, you can take one off here. Your 10s could also function as blockers. Let's say the turn is a king or a queen. You could represent a straight. Turn is a 9 of diamonds, so he does make a straight. It also makes it easier to call down or hero call when you have a diamond blocker. So in this instance, for example, if he does face a barrel, which he probably won't, he can call more comfortably. Furth, on the other side, he has a set. He could easily run into ace-9, ace-7, have the best hand here. He's going to take a river. And the river is an ace. So Furth makes a boat. And this board develops pretty unfortunate for Sipila, but I don't think he's going to lose a lot of chips. He loses against the flush. He loses against the boat. He does block ace-9, so to his credit, he does have a hand that might want to call down. Furth would be representing a hand like ace-jack, ace-7, pocket jacks, obviously, like in this case. I can see a world where Sammy calls this off just because of the image of Furth. So we talked about this yesterday. You want to evaluate your blocker properties. Your opponent is representing a full house. Sammy could have a full house himself. He could have an ace. He can have pocket 7s. He can have ace-7, ace-jack. He could have an ace, just an ace. And like all those hands would make for a better call. So he's certainly more on the bottom of his calling range. Like this hand doesn't have that good of properties. He only has the 9. However, he might also just think that Furth is so much out of line that he's just going to make a call here anyway. But Sipila knows, because he's a well-studied player, that this is not the best hand to call here because he has no ace and he doesn't have a jack or a 7. He does make a smart fold.
Yeah, another one? I'll use that.
Furth takes it down and is now up to over 6 million chips. Sipila just shy of 6 million, with Davies and Christopher trailing way far back. If you look at the hands won at this table, Sipila won 16, Furth won 15, Davies won 4, and Christopher 2. It's really a heads-up battle here with 2 stragglers at the table.
Furth feels like the worst player to play against. Like, just because he's good, but he's also kind of wild, like, but in a good way. That it would just be very hard and be very annoying all the time. I mean, he's aggressive. He obviously thinks outside of the box at times. He's also very good fundamentally. Like, it would just be a pain in the ass, especially when he's got a chip lead like this, or, you know, a chip stack like this.
If a player like Furth has a lot of good hands, it's very annoying to play against, because when you know your opponent is capable of bluffing and you make the call on the turn, you make the call on the river, and he shows you the nuts all the time, it's just really, it's very frustrating. See a raise in the 3-bet here, and this is very interesting. So big stack versus big stack, the good old game of chicken. Obviously Sipila has aces, but he really hopes actually that Furth is going to fold, because he doesn't want to see an all-in pot here. On the other side, Furth has a very playable hand. He does perform well against aces. He has a lot of playability, he has position. So I think he's going to make this call. And this could definitely be a pot that could get out of hand. Possibilities, for example, clubs could roll off, and Sipila has the ace of clubs. Furth has queen-high flush. Some straight draws could roll out there. That will improve both players in some ways with hearts.
King Jack 4, 2 hearts here. Could be somewhat interesting here.
Sipila has a over pair of aces. He has an inside straight draw and the royal flush draw. So he did connect to the board. But does he want to get in 5 million chips against pocket kings? It looks like he's going to opt for the bet. Furth has a hand that can't fold. He did flop a pair. He has an open-ended straight draw. He has one heart, which reduces the combos of hearts he's going to run into, which makes his equity better. So we're going to see a bet and a call here.
How important is the one heart aspect if you're Furth? Because that's something probably a lot of, you know, less than advanced players, you know, think about a lot of times.
It's less important than it sounds when I mention it, but it's something. We're playing here high-level poker, and the margins matter. So it matters in the equation of like considering all things on a high level, and these guys are on the highest level. So it does matter, but if you're starting out playing PLO, it kind of doesn't matter as much. So Sipila got called, and he has to start to think about what does his opponent have. His opponent could have a draw, like in this case, a pair and a straight draw. But his opponent can definitely also have king-jack that just called. His opponent could also have pocket kings or pocket jacks he's behind against. So in some ways, it is a bit of a dicey spot where he could pot and just take down this hand, but he could also run into a really strong hand and then flip for his tournament life. Very tricky decision. I think at the end of the day, he probably will figure out he probably wants to pot, and if he's going to run into the top of the range, he's unlucky. He still has a chance. And he does go for this move, and the cool thing about this is that now Furth has to give up his hand, and that is going to propel Sammy into the chip lead. It is basically a kind of situation where you don't want to hear the snap all in, and you really hope your opponent is going to fold. But that's the dangerous thing about taking flops, chip leader versus chip leader. You might just end up getting all the money in and flipping for huge sums of money in an ICM heavy spot.
Furth drops that pot back towards 5 million for him, but of course still extremely healthy with north of 100 big blinds. Sipila now approaching 7 million, and Seth Davies is kind of just in there waiting for Christopher to hopefully go out, at least in his mind. He's like, I'm just kind of going to hang out here and hope this guy busts before I do, and then I'll just get my money in.
Oh, both short stacks were hoping we're going to see some big all-in there in that previous hand. Davies now with ace-10, 10-8. He is sitting on more than 30 big blinds. Should see a call here. Given that this hand is not double suited, I don't think it qualifies for a 3-bet. And also, he does have to consider Christopher, who has about half the chips. Goes for the call. Even folding is not unreasonable, given how big the gap between Christopher and Davies is. But he makes the call. We see a flop 3 ways.
Ace-10, 8 here. Davies somehow connected with all of his cards.
Which is good and bad in PLO sometimes, because it also implies that you don't have a draw. And the turn could be dicey as this checks through. Not this turn, though. He has the absolute nuts on the ace of spades, and he has to make a decision. Value bet or check. If he bets, he's going to look very strong betting into 2 players. If he checks, there's a chance his opponents are bluffing. So it really depends on like how he thinks a bet is going to look like. He faces the 2 most aggressive players on the table, and decides check is the better option and let these guys become creative. Now, Furth has a pretty big hand. He has the nut flush, and he also blocks some of the full houses holding a 10. So he's quite comfortable making this bet here for value, and he actually hopes to get called. What he doesn't know is that he's drawing dead against the absolute nuts. So Davies has to decide, should I call and let my opponent hang himself, or should I raise? How strong is that going to look like?
There is the call from Davies. Queen of spades on the river. How would that make Furth feel about his hand, just along the lines of now, 4 spades on board, less combinations of flushes for Seth. Maybe there's a chance he has some sort of queen high flush. Well, now that's obviously not possible.
Yeah, definitely not the favorite card to see there for Furth. If the river would have been a deuce of diamonds, for example, he's more comfortable value betting.
Davies does come with the check, so trying to give rope here to Furth. See if he takes some bait. There it is. 925 out there. Furth comes with 425.
So Davies makes the call. He's losing to ace, queen, and king, jack of spades. And you might think, why not go all in? You have such a good hand. It's because if you jam, or if you make any bet on the river in poker, you assume your opponent calls with a worse hand more than half the time. And that's just really hard to believe in this spot. Would Furth call it off with a worse hand than ace-10 more than half the time? It's kind of hard to imagine, but he will every time call off with a better hand. So there isn't that much value behind raising, and calling is just a standard and good play there. So
no, also,
sorry, yeah.
Davies' own hand blocked the worst hands of Furth. He unblocked the ace-queen, but he blocks the ace-8, he blocks 2-8s, like all those worst full houses, so it's kind of a really bad spot for him. And if you're out there in the chat and you start saying royal flushes don't happen, Daniel Negreanu had one yesterday, okay?
Wait, what? Where's the footage, Donnie? Come on.
He put it on his Twitter.
There's a picture.
Damn, I gotta look at it.
Anyway, he won a decent pot, too.
There are a lot of spots in poker, especially in PLO, where you're 95% sure you have the best hand, and it still doesn't mean that you should raise. That was one example. Obviously, Christopher hates to see that. Davies now chipping up, and he's the clear shortest stack player here. 12 big blinds deep only.
Here's a look at high stakes poker. Sign up for an annual subscription to PokerGO right now. Join for the first time or upgrade if you're already a monthly subscriber. Use promo code HSP12half to save $30 on your first year of an annual subscription. And that means you can dive into the latest season of high stakes poker right now. New episodes dropping weekly. And if you get in now for this price, that means you got the best price of PokerGO of the entire year. Make sure you're ready for WSOP. Donnie, WSOP is right around the corner. I can't believe how fast it's going.
It's wild. Like we always joke that it's right around the corner. It's going to be here before we know it. I mean, it really is. I mean, of course, we've started having a lot of conversations now on what we're doing streaming wise, and all of that stuff is ramping up. And it just really does feel like it's going to be May 30th before we know it.
And how much?
I got like 6 total.
Furth came in with a raise here on the button. Christopher said, all right, let's play for it all. 3-bet to 500K. He's got 135 behind, so for all intents and purposes, he's telling everyone that he's committing to this hand.
He is clearly the shortest stack player. He assumes Furth probably has any 4 cards, and he has 3 high cards and an ace. Puts it in. Unfortunately for him in this spot, Furth actually dominates him with the better ace-x. He has ace, queen, jack, 6. So Furth in very good position.
There might be some thought here maybe to Christopher where he sees Davies just win that last pot, really like separates that gap. So for Christopher, it's like I got to get something and put my money in. Like I got to put myself back into contention. Like you've said many times, Fernando, you have to fight. You have to fight back. And in a way, I know he's going to be behind here, but Furth is like the perfect guy to fight back against because he's just opening all the buttons. He's being extra aggressive. So Furth is like, what is this? Here we go.
All right, looks like Christopher's tournament life will be on the line here. He's hoping for a bit of a comeback, but it's going to be tough with the way these hands are lined up. Christopher ace jack 10-5 versus ace queen jack 6.
Looks like we're playing the stand-up game.
Yeah. Whoever wins gets to sit down, Donnie. Whoever loses, I guess if it's Christopher.
Well, Furth can sit down, but Christopher might need to go out into the other room.
1.3 million in the middle. Christopher needs a few more of these double ups to become a force again, but it all starts with that first one. Let's see if Christopher can find a way to double up here. Jack 10 Queen rolls off the deck. Jack 10, meaning Furth, Christopher now looking for a 10 and a 10 only, as Furth flops the higher 2 pair.
Could pick up a king for a split, but not much out there at the moment.
Turn card. 5 of spades. Christopher now pairing his 5, picking up 2 additional outs, 10 or a 5.
Oh, he's going with the mic removal? Is that what we're doing here?
I was going to say, maybe maybe that'll help.
That's the new one time.
River card, the 8 of hearts.
Okay, let's go.
And Stefan Christopher, who had an amazing breakout series here at the PGT PLO Series, breaks his all-time best twice in one series and now busts in 4th place at this 25K championship final table. He takes home $171,000, and I'm sure we'll see him again at our next Pot Limit Omaha event inside the studio. Bruno Furth continues to stack the chips. He's now back up to 5 million as Sammy Sipila remains as our chip leader. The final 3 guarantee $243,000. 342 for second and 522 for first. We got one heck of a battle on our hands here. Davies, the shortest stack with 52 big blinds. 3-handed poker, one of my favorite formats. The pressure is on constantly. There's hardly any room to sit back and relax. So I'm very curious to see how this is going to evolve, especially with Davies not being that short, but he's definitely been the one that's under pressure by both Sipila and Furth over the last few orbits.
Exactly.
3 very different players made it to the final 3. Will be an interesting matchup.
To be honest, when I saw Seth Davies walk in the room yesterday, I did not know he played PLO. I've only ever seen him come here for the no limit stuff. I mean, not that he's not a good player, and obviously can certainly play other variants, but we predominantly do see him playing no limit. Whereas a lot of these guys, you only see them playing PLO. You know, you don't see them playing any no limit. So good on him making it to the final 3.
Yeah, and we see this more often nowadays with Foxen, Negranu. A lot of these no-limit tournament players, they're moving over, or they're adding PLO to the schedule as the prize pools increase and the buy-ins increase, and people learn more about the game. So definitely love to see that shift over.
I feel like, you know, the Davies, the Foxens of the world, etc., like those types of players, extremely studied in no-limit hold'em tournaments, can probably transition. I mean, I guess relatively easy. It's probably difficult, of course, but, you know, apply some of the same sort of theory and practices, but expand upon them a bit when you get over to PLO. So it kind of, I guess, gives them a leg up as opposed to just coming in cold.
Well, for sure. I mean, if you know how to study, and a lot of no-limit players are very methodical with studying because the tools are advanced and they're in the game for many years. And nowadays, if you play super high rollers, you need to be very studied and knowledgeable about the latest tools. So if you know how to study, that methodology can easily transition into PLO as well. That's why I usually say if you learn how to learn, it helps you a lot faster and more than if you just trying to learn by playing. Because trying to learn PLO just by playing will take you a lot longer than using some of the tools. Same to no limit hold'em, especially nowadays. Sipila raised the button. C-bets this pretty dry ace-high board, and Furth has flopped 2 pair. Tries to keep the spot under control. Goes with check call. Sipila now turns a blocker, or a more relevant blocker, holding a 4. Could decide to barrel off. Doesn't have much equity, though, to work with against the calling range, so it's a possibility.
Is this a spot where, you know, it kind of, if you're not going to bluff this hand, I mean, what are you bluffing? Just because you have pretty much no equity.
I mean, you could exchange the 4. Like, let's say you didn't have a 4, but you have a hand like 10-10, 9-9 with clubs. You can also choose that. The 4 doesn't matter as much, I think what's interesting is that he chooses to bluff against Furth, because Furth is sticky, and if he doesn't believe you,
which so far he doesn't,
he will call. So this is definitely some trying to figure out who's the alpha on the table here. So this is another club now. Another door opens up for Sipila. He does have a club. So in the turn he was representing a straight. Now on the river he changes the story potentially to a flush. He knows he can't win by checking. So the only question is, will he be believed?
How much in the pot?
1,375,000.
Furth does have a club himself. Furth, of course, making a wheel here.
He needs to go big if he wants to tell the story properly, because Furth is going to have a lot of straights, and those straights will contain club blockers sometimes. So small is not really in the cards here.
Check.
Which Sipila is certainly capable of. He does opt to check it back. So
Nice.
waving the white flag there.
Shaking his head a little bit. I think
Maybe thinking
because
I should have fired.
I guess it was more so he saw how light he got called in the turn. So if he gets called by this hand on the turn, then his bluff becomes a lot worse. Obviously, he didn't know that in advance, but now he knows that Bruno Furth is sticky, and he's here to win this whole mat. I mean, he made a statement. I'm gonna call you until you prove me wrong.
Now it's you know, Bruno Furth isn't the biggest name out there in poker, but if for those who have been watching us this week, these streams, he's extremely entertaining. Like, he's just one of those guys where his playing style is, as Fernando I think best put it, he plays with his heart in a lot of ways. I mean, he's obviously very good, but also like he's willing to try and win the tournament. And a lot of times you see people get to final tables and they're all just kind of ladder up and this and that and whatever. But I feel like Furth is always trying to win, no matter what. There could be 6 people left. He probably plays the same way on day 1, to be honest. Like, he tries to win the tournament in a lot of ways, which is good. It's fun.
Yeah, Furth is a very experienced PLO player, especially PLO tournaments. I mean, tournaments and cash. He loves the game, brings a lot of passion to the table, and a lot of excitement just in general. So even though he's not, or he might not be as well known as some of the other players, he definitely knows his stuff, and he has a lot of experience under his belt in 4-card PLO for sure.
Davies flops a fairly low flush here with the 9 deuce of clubs. Top set for Sipila. Action is checked through. This was a limped pot pre-flop. Davies limped the button. Furth called small blind check in the big blind from Sipila. Again, checked around. On the flop to this 3 of hearts on the turn, and now Sipila's going to put 200,000 in.
This is
or
a
sorry,
multi-purpose.
100,000.
Yeah, just a half pot size bet. Multi-purpose bet. You want to deny equity from straight draws. You're running against 8 cards. So on this board, there's so many 8-9s and king queens and queen 9s and 7-8s. Possible 4-5, 4-7. Just putting out a small bet to make those hands fold. Now on the river, you could still have the best hand running into a hand like pocket 10s, pocket 6s, pocket 3s, jack 10. Just going to check, and Davies has now to figure out if he wants to value bet his flush, which usually is good. But can he get called by worse? I think the answer is yes.
Checks.
But goes for the check.
So the jacks, nothing for it.
I don't think he missed out on much value in this instance against the set of jacks.
9 high flush, good there for Davies. Not the biggest pot in the world, but when you're 3 out of 3 on the leaderboard, any pot being pushed your way is certainly one that you are going to enjoy. Sammy Sipila and Bruno Furth are separated by 5,000 in chips. As close as can possibly get.
I think at this point, given the stack sizes, we're going to see relatively straightforward play, like solid play. This is not a situation where ICM pressure is emerging. There is a 10 big blind stack about to bust, which usually leads to the most extreme preflop decisions. This is more of a 3 players playing deep kind of situation. We will see sort of the most similar, sort of a similar style to cash games. The most similar style to cash games than we saw before today. So raise from the small blind, pretty standard. Defend from the big blind, same story. And Sammy has to decide if he wants to slow play this hand.
Nope.
Sammy all over this one, comes with 100K and
that one.
gets it done, shows it off.
Look at that. Too much. Too much. Too beautiful. You just missed a hell of a hand.
I saw we're showing cards now.
Now that you're back, I don't think we will anymore.
Yeah, I get it.
Pretty exciting. 6B pot. 7.
It was a 6-bet pot.
6 bet, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
But
These
only
3 players are
6 big
guaranteed
pots.
$243,000. Playing for a first place prize of more than $522,000.
Sipila with the raise of the button. Picks it up pre. Tables most likely aces.
Back in the box for a second. What's going on?
That is
Okay.
Should we just do
That's
it verbally?
ace,
of
ace,
spades,
jack,
four of spades,
4.
Ace of diamonds. Jack of
Shall we keep them here?
Yeah, just keep them face up. I'll play like that.
Yeah, let's do
What
it.
value face up?
It's going to be a tough tournament, but I'm ready.
Would be fun though.
Yeah, just only the aces should stay face up. Your 2 side cards should stay face down.
Yeah, shuffle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sipila with a very strong performance.
Yeah, I would play like that. I wouldn't mind.
Already 2 wins under his belt in this PGT PLO Series. This could be the 3rd win. I
He's
imagine
a
he's on
crusher.
the top of the board, right? On top of the PGT PLO board. In
So
terms of points.
he is now. He came in second to Elis Parsonen. And then I believe Sipila had to get to the final 6 to lock up moving back into first place. There is a 1-day tournament going on, a 5K. I believe it's PLO Dealer's Choice. But with how far Sipila has gone now, I want to say he's got it locked up. Even if he were to go out 3rd here, he does have enough points. But yeah, he's crushing. But did you know of Sipila before this series?
Oh,
I mean, you're in the PLO circle. I mean, he's kind of new to us, but
I know him for many years.
yeah.
Yeah, he has been.
So he's good.
Oh yeah,
I mean, of course he's good, but yeah.
for sure he plays. I would imagine he plays PLO for 10+ years. He's part of the whole Finnish crew.
I feel like they traded out Jani Jukamainen for Sipila, like, because I don't think Sipila came the last time, but Jani came, and Jani's home doing family stuff now, and then they were like, well, we got an extra guy, so we're
I
gonna
think he's
come
been
into
part of
the
most
come
of
into
the-
the team.
And these guys have been like, sharing an office before, and they've been grinding together for many years, including Sipila as well. Other guys, of course, Joni and other Finnish guys that are not here this time around are also part of the crew.
Well, the odd one out is Jonas Kronwitter. Because he's not Finnish, but still rolls in that circle. They always come. They make a big golf trip out of it. All that sort of stuff. It's good. I mean, I think it's a lot of fun. I've talked about this before. I think I talked about it during the first time we streamed the PLO series, but just that the excitement that that group specifically, I mean, everyone else, of course, does it at this series, but like they bring to the room, you don't see it so much in the no limit hold'em stuff. Like they're all sweating each other, they're all looking at cards. That it's very fun. Of course, everyone is out for blood, yes, but it's also very friendly out there. It's a lot of fun. People are kind of giving shit to each other. You saw it yesterday with Mickey Dueck and Alex Foxen. Like all that sort of stuff. The no limit stuff is a little bit more robotic, but the PLO stuff feels like a hell of a lot of fun. If you want to get better at Pot Limit Omaha, then you need to learn from the man that is sitting next to us in the booth. That is JNandez. That is Fernando Habegger. PLO Mastermind. Check them out at PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo. You can get started for free. And when I say for free, sometimes for free means like you have to enter a credit card, something like that. I watched Remko do it the other day. It was like 7 seconds. He was in there and using the trainer. So that's how quick it is. So check it out, PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo.
It's also why I can't come to the phone right now because I'm too busy studying right now.
It's on the grind, putting in the hands. Davies picks up kings, makes the call. This makes a lot of sense. This hand plays really bad against the 3-bet. So I'm going to go for a limp call, and Furth makes the raise with the A7-7-3. Nothing out of the ordinary so far.
7-6-5, all spades. Just one spade for each player.
So Davies has a gutter plus the kings to work with, and the king of spades. And Furth has a set where you can go either way. You can bet the flop, you can check back the flop. For a small bet of about a third of the pot, I think we're going to see Davies make this call. He's going to make the fold. Not a crime, just folding here straight up on the flop. I think with a gutter and the king of spades, reasonable to float the flop and see what develops. On the other side, Furth also known to just barrel and apply aggression whenever necessary. And I think overall, even though Bruno Furth is a bit more of a wild card comparatively to the other two players, I think all the players involved are pretty controlled and calculated in terms of what's happening at the moment. And we do need some big hands clash against each other to see some stacks flying here, which definitely can happen. But as the stack sizes are laid out at the moment, with 50 big blinds and 100 big blinds, we will see a lot of small balling.
Kind of cash game-esque in a way. I mean, Davies is the shortest, but even he has 40+ big blinds, and the other two are well up over 100. So there's just a lot of play.
Exactly, and I don't think that Sipila and Furth necessarily want to get massively aggro against each other at this point. But on the other side, obviously, they both want to be on top, and they both want to be winning more pots at the same time. We do have antes out there and blinds.
This hand could be interesting. Davies limped on the button. Furth called small blind. Sipila checked. Davies flops middle set with those 10s. Sipila's got straight draws. Furth has straight draws. Both on the other side of the wrap.
Exactly. So I think we'll see some calls heading to the turn. 3 ways.
Oh, just quads. No big deal.
Ace-10 is Davies' hand.
Can't get the royal flush that Remko wants, but we can certainly get quads.
I'm out. I'm just out.
Honestly, I think this is a good flop, a good spot to check back. You have the ace plus all the 10s. You're going to bet into 2 players, going to look really strong. It's always hard in PLO because on the one side you want to build the pot because you can't overbet on later straights. But on the other side, if you have the board locked down like this. Wow. Speaking of a lockdown, the river breaks in an ace.
Davies doesn't want to be having that ace in his hand. He wishes he was unblocking that, but it is what it is, and the other two players whiff here. Action now on Davies. 500 out there.
Davies is like, I have all the cards. What do you guys have?
I guess he's hoping for a flush. Unfortunately for him, none of the players have a flush. And he's thinking, how much can I get away with? 250, 500. I would imagine he's going to go for a smaller bet. Maybe like half pot, and to his disappointment, he will see 2 folds unless we see some crazy, ambitious play.
So earlier we saw Davies, I think he tanked for a while and then checked. Here he's tanking for a while and he's obviously going to bet. So kind of just that balancing of the timing that you mentioned earlier.
2 snap folds.
Yeah. Show it. Show the quads.
He was thinking about the Mirage. It's just, it's just, I'm going to win all this money. It's just to see 2 players snap fold.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's see what the choices are here. A diet, a tea.
No lobster.
Cheers, boys.
No lobster, no cocktails yet.
Crack one. Crack a cold one. Can I get a $5? Thank you. I'm gonna take one, right?
Donnie and I have talked about this before, but you know, Donnie and I got to know John Juanda a little bit when he used to play a lot, and he would always say he doesn't eat while he plays. So he basically doesn't eat until he's out of the tournament, and he feels like if he does eat, it'll spike his blood sugar and it'll make him feel tired and fatigued. And then I think he once told me a story where he brings like a little pouch thing with like 10 or 20 almonds. That's the only thing he'll have the whole day, and then he'll have a meal when play finishes. I'm curious, because you play long cash game sessions all the time, how do you treat like food and diet and health and caffeine and alcohol when you're playing long sessions?
I think feeling a bit hungry is generally the right attitude. Just like feeling a bit hungry and then overcoming that with water and coffee is kind of my strategy. I definitely never want to be like super full, because you just get tired.
That's
and
why I never understood people who, like, on dinner breaks of tournaments, they go to, like, the restaurant, they just have, like, a full Italian dinner or, like, I'm like, how do you function after dinner? I don't understand how you function.
Yeah, that's a good point.
What helps is also I'm not a huge fan of, like, eating at the table. It just is messy and uncomfortable, and in cash games you have 8 players sitting, so there's not much. It depends which seat you have, but there's not much space. So I'm not going to order a soup or something over cards or a burger. I mean, some people are, and all I can say is please don't order burgers while you play poker.
Chicken wings, Donnie. Chicken wings.
Oh, yeah, chicken wings.
It's all happened before.
The funniest thing I've ever done, and this was during a nightly game that included lots of drinking. I really wanted some chips, and I got some chopsticks from the food court, and I was eating potato chips with chopsticks from the bag. Didn't want to get the chips dirty.
Also, taking a break is not bad. I mean, taking a break, if you play cash, a lot of card rooms allow you like an hour break or something. You just step away from the game, get something to eat. At the Aria, there are several options. There's a food court. You can easily spend 20, 30 minutes in a food court, eat something reasonably healthy, and come back to the game fresh. I also live across the card room, so I can just go home and eat something there if I want to. Come back. I would say in general, if I play a lot of poker, it's surprisingly hard to gain too much weight in comparison with just sitting around at home, because I just don't really eat that much when I play. But eating nothing, I mean, that's a special strategy that can be quite challenging if you play 12-hour days in tournaments.
I'm gonna eat nothing when I play.
Even 12 hours, just
yeah. I won't eat.
Like not even a snack in the break.
Nope. I won't eat, and on dinner breaks, I
go all in.
go into my car, usually call my wife, talk to the kids, and take a nap. That's what I do. Many times people are like, you want to go to, well, I'm going to go over to the Chipotle. I'm going to go here. I'm like, no. Because I don't want to eat. I like my little power nap. That's what I do. But I feel like there's been some studies on your focus when you're fasted. So it just kind of helps me. And I don't ever want to like have anything like obviously John Joanna talked about where, your blood sugar spikes. Maybe you start feeling a little lethargic, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'm a fasted when I play type of guy.
Yeah, diet is definitely very. I mean, some concepts of it are obviously overlapping, but also quite individual. Like different people have different feelings about it for sure. Like I know when I play a tournament and I'm hungry, I'm getting kind of angry. In some ways, I'm like. So let's say I order something here at PokerGo, right? You order something and it takes longer than expected. I'm kind of getting a bit upset.
Yeah.
Just because I'm usually come straight from the workout and then I'm just like, okay, I need something to work with, like maybe more than a protein shake. But again, everyone is different for sure. I think what we can all agree on is eating too much is definitely a negative, and you just end up not playing as well. For limping in. This is kind of a shift in meta to the six-handed game before. We see people just feeling each other out a little bit and see where things are going. Furth flopping pretty good. He does have a pair and a straight draw and a flush draw. He actually has 2 pair and a flush draw. And Sipila has a pair and a double gut shot, so a 5 or a 9 to the straight. Does he have a 9? Yeah, he has a 9 to a straight and a 5 to a straight, but he's looking at 6% equity because 10-7 is shared.
Wow.
So his hand looks playable, but he's not that live.
Quite a bit of chop percentages missing here from the screen.
Sometimes when you have a hand that is not too happy calling, but you have some interaction with the board, you might consider raising, which is what Sammy is doing right here. He's going to raise this up. He's blocking 7-5. If he thinks Furth is just betting with too wide of a range that just can't handle heat, could be a good play. If called, he has equity, unless he runs into the hand that he's running into here. Furth makes the call. Furth, he does have 2 pair. He does have a straight draw. He does have a flush draw. But do you want to get all the money in now? Just infinite chips behind? Obviously not. So he's going to keep this under control and just call. The turn is an ace. Obviously, this card doesn't improve either player's range that much. Sipila was telling a story on the flop. The story was, I have 7-5. And you could continue telling the story. However, the meta here is that he has been called down before pretty light. So is this sort of a he thinks, I think kind of spot? Or is he going to play this more straightforward in terms of he has good blockers and is not blocking diamonds and he keeps repping the straight? And that's what he does. He's not going to let himself confuse himself too much with the idea that Furth called down light before. He's just going to say, I have a good hand to bluff with because I'm blocking 7-5. I have no diamonds, so my opponent is going to have a diamond hand more often that might fold now or on the river. And Furth has a hand where he's like, well, I'm not really sure I have the best hand right now, but we're going to see a river. I can improve. I might have the best hand. We'll see what happens on the river.
Yeah, this is massive. So Sipila betting pot for 700,000 and Furth making the call. Furth first to act in the small blind here on the river.
Obviously unhappy with this river. Not improved. He still has 2 pair. And Sipila was looking for a fold in the turn, but the sort of second best thing that could happen is a break. So the diamonds don't get there. And now he has to keep telling the story in his mind. So he's going to have to go big. He basically has to think about how big would I bet if I had 7-5.
Wow. Sipila going huge. And Furth now with a major decision to make. How is Sipila interpreting Furth's range right now?
A lot of diamonds. Could have a set. He could have a kind of wide range of hands. He could have aces and diamonds. He could have a hand like ace-4 diamonds. He could have a hand like 8-6, 8-4 diamonds. He could have a hand like 9-7-10 that's just bricked now completely. So there are a good amount of snap folds, and there are some tank folds, and then there are some hero calls, and some 7-5. So there's definitely fold equity. The question for Furth now is, how good is this 7? Do I want to call this hand? So I have diamonds. Now, you might think that, well, if I have diamonds, it's a bad call. But the reality in terms of theory is that if your opponent doesn't have diamonds, he has some of the best bluffs to follow through with because he wants you to have diamonds. So holding diamonds is not as bad as it seems because it makes it more likely your opponent will follow through with a bluff. Let's say Sipila had a hand like Jack 10, 7, 7 that doesn't have diamonds. It is a must follow through with no diamonds. So Furth holding diamonds, not as bad as it seems. Sipila is representing very narrow. He's saying, I have 7-5 the whole way. Furth has that 7.
Yeah, Sipila would never take this line with 8s or 6s, and also Furth has a blocker to the 8.
Exactly. This is a very polarizing spot. Furth doesn't look like he buys it.
Yeah. What about 6s though? Furth doesn't block the 6.
Again, potting turn and river, as you said it before, is just this nuts or nothing.
Right.
So really, he looks down at this 7 and thinks, man, this 7 is a good card. I have a 7. He's representing a very narrow range. He's from Finland. I didn't see a lobster order put in.
Yeah, that really hurts his confidence, the fact that the lobster double butter order has not been put in yet. Furth seemingly leaning towards making this call here. He's already been in the tank for 2 minutes and 12 seconds. We've not seen him tank for long at all.
Oh my God.
Oh, he does let it go.
I thought he's going to call. This would have been the call of the final table so far. Gotta show this hand.
That's all right.
No, you don't have to show it. We're just going to see it later on.
Oh, yeah. Sipila with a hammer blow bluff there.
I really thought he was going to call.
Yeah, same. I was convinced he was going to call.
There are some spots in PLO where some hands are not amazing to bluff on the turn. Like in this case, for example, Sipila's hand didn't have much equity when getting called. But then on the river, if the river breaks, your hand just becomes such a good bluff. And this was one example. He didn't have diamonds, so he just has to make this bluff, at least in theory, and this time it worked out. But it was close. This really looked like Furth made a last-second decision. Like he was so close between calling and folding.
Still three-handed here. Davies on 43 big blinds. Furth on 97 and Sipila on 146.
I don't need to get a break for another 3.5 hours. We're really going to Iron Man it out here.
We've really made it to three-handed play rather quickly, which means we have a nice deep stacked affair right now.
Yeah, I'll piss myself for 500K. I don't care.
Do it. I've done it.
You've done it for 500K?
Usually more.
Way less.
Wow. Walk the doggy.
The snowman, right? No, panda.
I don't even know what I
had a
there.
panda in there.
I don't know what cards are yours, so I can't.
Even
know what
combined, you guys don't make us decent hand. And I'm
there were
folding-
8 cards up, and I didn't
I'm
see
folding
it.
bottoms
Yeah.
here. Oh my God.
30, 66.
60, 61. Looks like blinds are going up. And obviously all these players, or all the 3 players involved here, they're used to playing tournaments and high stakes and final tables. But these are big stakes. Like 500,000 on top. This is not an everyday tournament situation for either of these players. I mean, Seth Davies probably most used to big money on top. But PLO players, for a PLO player, $500,000 is a lot of money in a tournament to be playing for.
Yeah, actually, when you limp, you like triple your big blinds. You're fine.
Exactly, that's right. So I got, what, 150 now?
And even though these are top-notch players, this has to and is going through each player's mind. We're playing for a lot of money here. A lot is at stake. Not only the money, but also just the bragging rights and the championship title. This is the most prestigious event of the year. If you can beat this field, I mean, you've done it in PLO. So the 25K at the end of the series, especially for Sipila, I mean, he has won 2 titles so far. He can close it out 3 times, really puts his name out there in a big way in the PLO space. So there's a lot at stake here for all the players involved.
Absolutely. And there aren't that many big PLO events throughout the year. Of course, you know, Triton had added more to the recent series. WSOP has more than ever, but a dedicated PLO series is not something you see all that often. And Sipila definitely shown to the world that he's probably, you know, a top 5 PLO tournament player in the world right now.
Absolutely. And he just pulled off a big bluff. So if you reverse engineer this,
the next break time went up
to in monetary terms. That was a big bluff. This is a big bluff in terms of the money that is involved here. So kudos to Sipila for just blending that out, I guess, and just putting a big bluff on Furth, who definitely showed the propensity to call down light and not believe.
Actually have 2 million. Okay, for real.
See here a limp pot. Davies flops the nuts. Quite deceptive after checking back. And he did make a lot of good hands, but so far didn't really get paid as much as some of the other players. Obviously, Sammy got paid by Lee earlier on today, purely through his image. Davies decides to check back and be deceptive about the nuts. It's hard, though, to extract value from ace 4-4-3. Unless... It's hard to bluff in PLO with no equity, but this is a no equity bluff. Actually, Sipila has the ace of clubs, so I guess that might have just convinced him to, maybe I'm going to take a shot at this pot, and if the club rolls off, I'm going to pot the river. It's a spade instead. Davies also has a spade blocker. I don't really see him folding here in the process of this hand. Sipila is asking for a lot if he's trying to bluff here again. Obviously, his opponents don't know he bluffed previously. I don't think this time it's going to work if he goes for it. He finds the right timing. Knows when to bluff. Knows when to slow down.
Just so impressive watching him be so deliberate with his actions, and you know, when he senses that he has to go for it, he doesn't shy away from going for it big. We've seen him make a big pot bet bluff on multiple occasions, and now in this situation, he's just seemingly done with the hand.
2-7.
So now the stacks start separating a bit more. Sipila 120-ish big blinds, Furth 80 big blinds, Davies 40 big blinds. They're still very deep, but there are big pay jumps in play here. So Furth, who's in the middle field, has to be a bit careful. He doesn't gain as much winning chips from Sipila or doubling through him, but he loses a lot in case he gets busted. He has to be a bit more careful here.
Yeah, the final three now guaranteed $243,000, 342 for second. So we're playing for a 100K pay jump. That's actually really massive. Sipila here, 9987, raising the button. If you're Sipila here, you can just comfortably open it up, right? Just keep that pressure on both players.
Davies hasn't shown that much aggression, mainly because he didn't have a lot of good hands. But it creates the impression for Sipila that Davies is not currently fighting back much. Furth has, but Furth is now in the middling stack position and is kind of handcuffed. So even this small raise of 150K, only 2.5x with the antes, made Furth fold. Not a great hand, but certainly a spot he might have taken earlier, maybe against a different player at a different time of the tournament. Now Davies picks up ace, king, queen for Rainbow. Good hand to just pot open, make it 210, take down the blinds. It doesn't play that well post, so you're just trying to leverage those blockers pre. Goes for 210, makes sense. Furth has ace, jack, 7-7, no ace high suit. Without the ace high suit, this hand's probably just a fold. He does go for it. And Sipila has a hand he can call. See a flop with queen 10, 3-3, two suits. He's getting a reasonable price.
22? A little bit more. I think I started with 24.
Okay, thank you.
Just as a reminder, when people pot raise open in PLO tournaments here at
22.
the PGT,
22
the antes are not included. So you're getting a better price than 2-1. It's different than in cash games. It's really good for, structurally speaking, there's more action. But that's why you should see more defense in the big blind than if you compare this to cash games. Flop is king 8-8. Both players have flopped a piece.
Action goes check, check. Ace of spades on the turn. Davies pairs his ace. Sipila now adds a Broadway draw. Also has diamonds still.
The board heavily favors the original raiser here. He could have aces, ace-king, king-king. So even though Sipila does have a draw and those threes, doesn't feel compelled to apply aggression right now. And for Davies, it's just time to value bet, but he goes for another check, allows for a free card, which is the queen of diamonds. So now Sipila has a flush, which should be worth one bet for sure. So he could bet out, trying to get called by jack 10, ace king. And I think check calling this hand is kind of a waste. Like it's too strong to check call, it's too weak to check raise. So you just go for the bet. Davies has a mixed bag. He does have a hand that could call because he has king-queen or ace-king-queen. But more so he has the ace of diamonds and he's blocking all the boats, holding ace, king, and queen. So in theory, his hand would qualify a lot for a raise, applying pressure to other flushes that are weaker. But he might be compelled to just call given that he played the hand so passively. He checked back the flop, checked back the turn. Now he has to think about, can he credibly represent a boat that just slow played all the way? Or is his opponent going to read through a hand like ace-queen or ace-king that checked back for pot control?
How much is in the pot?
5-10,
Pot.
Great play.
35. 35.
Davies now applying the pressure on
35 or
Sipila
what?
on this paired board. I think Sipila mostly asking himself, I haven't seen you do anything like this before. This must be strong.
There's no reason to make this call, as you said, given the history.
I'm gonna look.
But
for
there's
that
a
one.
little smirk.
Look
It's
for that
like,
one?
maybe you
Yeah.
bluffed me, but
Interesting, huh?
it's fine.
Big fold? A decent?
I
Yeah.
had a flush
Yeah.
with a queen.
Tough spot.
I had a whole bunch of shit.
I don't. Nobody
Translation
bluffs,
is if someone says
nobody-
tough spot, it's not really what they mean.
Nobody bluffs there when they call.
Just very hard to find.
Why do we have it?
I'm the big one. Just ran that sick bluff on him and now I have to post.
Oh my god.
Nobody bluffs
Picks
there.
up queen 10, 6-5 double, playable hand. Probably just going to come in for a raise.
160.
Will be interesting to see what happens if Sipila picks up a hand in the small blind and 3 bets, given that Furth is the middling stack size. But just a couple really bad hands for both blinds. People asking in the chat about the lobster lines. If you don't know, you don't know. If you know, you know.
Exactly. Exactly. It's insider talk for those that were here yesterday.
For the loyal fans.
Question about the chip denominations in play. Those white ones are worth 100K. The green ones are 25K, and the blue ones are 5K.
Premium hand on the button. King, king, queen, jack. Couple diamonds. Chooses to stick with a small sizing, 150. Furth picks up a pretty bad hand, but again, price is good. Discipline. I mean, seriously, how strong would it be if any of the players would just order a lobster now? The confidence.
Just to balance, you know?
Davies should do it.
Yeah.
Out of anyone.
Double butter.
They would also send a signal to Sipila, who probably knows that that's Parsonen's order. You know, I wonder how many times this week Parsonen has ordered that exact same thing because he was so confident in the way that he told that to the waitress.
Probably every day.
I wouldn't be surprised.
A limp in here from a big hand. King, jack, 10, 9 double. Not sure if he wants to limp raise or limp call. Sipila with a straightforward raise. And we will see the limp raise. So this could be a big pot very fast. Sipila thinks that Furth has a lot of aces here. His hand is not good.
10 seconds.
But if he thinks that Furth can mix it up and has some rundowns, some double suited hands, might have a look at this flop. He's still in position. They're playing deep. And there's also the ICM pressure, which will continue post-flop. He lets it go.
Just tuning in for the very first time, please hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. This is our last final table of the PGT PLO series. You can watch
you probably
all
don't know about.
previous final tables for free as well. Available on PokerGO.com and on YouTube. And a quick reminder that on PokerGO.com/schedule, you can find out what we have coming up. And that is a whole lot of stuff because US Poker Open is only about 10 days away. So that should be a blast. What is it, 8 straight events, Donnie? 5K up to 25?
I believe so. Should be a lot of fun. I'm excited for that one.
We got a new member as well to the rail. Sam T, thank you for joining us. Jason Zambricki, as always, with the gifted sub in the chat. The receiver of that. Fried Bologna Sandwich. It's a great name. Appreciate that.
120.
I mentioned this yesterday on the broadcast as well. These guys have played so many long days in a row. And then when it all comes down to it, you have to be your sharpest because this is when all the money is on the line. They're currently playing for a 100K pay jump. And then the heads-up battle will be for $185,000. So basically between now and, let's say, 3 hours from now, you can either go home with 240K or 520K. It is quite insane.
So almost a $300,000 difference.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money to play for, especially for these PLO players. This is kind of like a mini World Series of poker. Like they're at the ending. Played a lot of poker in the last 10 days. And for the people that don't know the behind the scenes, a lot of these days are 12 hours long.
Yep.
12 hours long, and Sipila made a few final tables, so he has certainly played quite a few 12-hour sessions.
They were getting up at 7:30 in the morning, by the way.
What, to golf?
Yeah, like they had tee times at like 7:30 in the morning.
Oh my God.
I mean, these people are animals.
It's a lot of commitment to the golf.
Seth Davies, I believe, was over in Jeju, Triton. So, I mean, that's not easy spending 2 weeks over there, traveling back halfway across the world, and then jumping into a tournament here. Bruno's also had a few deep runs, making some final tables. So these guys have certainly put in the hours. King 5. Sipila and those queens still out in front here.
So Furth makes a light limp call. Check calls the flop against a very small bet. Wonder what he has in mind here in case he breaks off, in case he doesn't hit an 8 or a 4. He's going to turn his head into a bluff somehow. I would imagine the turn might go check quite often. He's playing the unconventional check call lead line. So that's the way he decides to bluff this hand. I don't think Sipila is going to buy this quite yet. He still has queens. If he doesn't run into a king, he's best. So obviously Furth could have a king, but he is a creative player. He could just float the flop, take an unconventional line. Even if you run into a king, you might have a 10 as an out to make a straight, a queen to make a boat. Makes this call. Doesn't change much for each player. 6. So Furth has to decide, does he want to stick to this kind of weird story that he check called the flop with a king and then let the turn?
Check.
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 Pair of 4s.
Queens.
Thinks better of it. I mean, it might have worked, might not.
Davies still able to play it conservatively with how many blinds he has left. It's wild looking at how many more hands Furth and Sipila have won, but Davies still very much in it. You know, if Davies doubles through Sipila, he becomes chip leader. And we basically have a three-way match that is very, very close together. So no missteps allowed for any player.
Furth picks up a playable hint on the button. Probably just going to raise this one up.
175.
What do you got there, Tim Duckworth? Comes in with the delivery here.
Is it delivery or is it DiGiorno?
We ordered some lobster in the booth.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
We got the lobster rolls coming in.
Double butter.
I have no idea what this is. I'm just going to grab one and just freestyle with it. By the way, let us know at home. What's for dinner? We got some, I think it's like some wrap or something. It looks great.
Oh, there's panda in there. As soon as you said that, no.
They're so cute.
They're super cute, yeah.
Shame that China owns all of them. And will only lease them out.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Really? You like?
There's like, I think there's like legitimately one panda in the world that China doesn't own.
Really? Probably at Mike Tyson's house.
You ever see an earless panda?
Fold.
Ace 10, 7, 5. With hearts here for Furth in the small blind. He's just going to limp in. Sipila, King, Queen, 6, 4.
To a flop we go. Queen. Queen 10 with 2 spades out there. Sipila. 3 queens. Furth has 2 pair. First act comes with 75,000. Sipila makes the call. 5 of hearts on the turn. Pot is 330,000. This was limped pre from Furth. Checking the big blind from Sipila. 165 is the wager here on the turn. Half pot.
What's in the pot?
330, yes.
$625.
625,000 is the raise that's announced. Furth says, I'm not believing you. At least not yet. Furth only has 10% to win this hand. Deuce of spades on the river. There is almost 1.6 million out there.
Fernando is eating, so we can say whatever we want now, Donnie.
Yeah, we can sound like a real.
We
can sound like real idiots.
This is a great bluff spot. This is perfect. Just pause. Just all in.
Check here on the end. Sipila is going to take that one. Nice chunk for him.
I was going to say this is not insignificant the way Sipila continues to chip up because by having Furth and Davies both shorter, they're going to be looking more at each other, which gives Sipila a chance to be even more aggressive than he already is. And look at that mountain of chips.
Yeah, he's got,
oh
he's
my
got
God.
a pile over there. Look at that. Blues are 5K, greens are 25K, and those lovely white ones are 100,000 each. Playing 30,000, 60,000 on the blinds, so still pretty deep here. Davies the shortest, but he's got 40 big blinds to work with, so that is plenty. It's not often you get to three-handed of a poker tournament and you're playing 40 big blinds deep. I mean, usually at that point you're 20, 25, maybe 30 if you're lucky. Another blind versus blind spot here. Sipila came in with a call from the small blind. Davies checked his option. King 9-6 rainbow. Both players connecting with that 9. Sipila also has a straight draw working with his hand, albeit a gutter. And he does have the better kicker. It's going to be Davies doing the betting, though, after he's checked to 120,000 from him. Sipila says no, thank you. And Davies takes that one. Your path to poker mastery is waiting for you over at OccupyPoker.ai, a fun, social, and affordable way to start learning poker. Learn from the minds of those two gentlemen right there on your screen, Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger, Nick Schulman, two of the best minds in the game. Again, join the tribe over at OccupyPoker.ai. We should have named it PokerGo.ai. Probably would have raised our valuation by like 7x easily. Can we still we can still change that, right? Sipila raising here on the button, King 10-7-5.
480.
Firth re-raises out of the big blind. Sipila says, no thank you. Next hand, let's go.
Sipila really experiencing the best of both worlds, basically. I mean, he got called when he had the best hand, and Furth didn't believe him on the Queen-Queen 10 board. And then in the same token, he got through with the bluff, where he was representing 7-5. So really performing really well at this final table. And Furth certainly on the wrong side of the stick at the moment. And he is maybe getting a bit upset or frustrated.
Fold.
As Sipila is now sitting on 135 big blinds.
That's a new feature. Has that been happening all day? Those numbers at the top of the screen represent the big blinds that are in each player's hand. Furth getting a little tricky here, limping in. Ace, king, king, queen. Sipila doesn't have anything to bite with, checks back, but Sipila does flop top pair here on the 10-8-7. Check, check to the turn, 5. Ruckrule in the chat asking for you, Fernando. How much do these guys play GTO versus exploitive?
The good old question. GTO versus Explo. I wouldn't separate these two worlds as much as people do that in their minds. You study poker, it has different aspects. Sometimes you make a play because you think it's strategically valid. Maybe you have good blockers. And then you sort of combine that on the fringes. So some hands in GTO world, for example, they are almost indifferent between bluffing and not bluffing. But then there are other clues to pick up on. Maybe you just got caught bluffing, or maybe your opponent was playing pretty passive and nitty so far. But in general, you will not see many highly accomplished and studied players do something that is completely against theory and just randomly bluff or randomly call. There's always some logic to it. There's always some theory behind that. Where exploitation comes into play is around the edges. So hands that are close might become a call or a fold based on your table image, how your opponents play, the history between the two of you. But rarely you just see someone, you know, it's kind of the equivalent of asking, like, why is no one raising 7 deuce under the gun? It's because it's just a bad play. In a similar way, if you study poker, why do you study it if you don't follow it at the end of the day? So for the most, like, most plays have some theoretical backup. And then on the other side, no one really plays GTO because no one is, there's no computer here at the table, right? So playing GTO...
Steven Chidwick's not at the table, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like, I feel like he's the closest thing to a computer.
Especially for PLO, because you have so many combos. It is impossible for a human to play GTO. And if you want to go super theoretical, like whatever the solver is producing is also not really GTO, because you're limiting the solver to certain bet sizes. And then you create this model that you as a human have predefined. You say you can only bet pot, or you can only bet those two sizings, and now figure out the Nash equilibrium or the unexploitable strategy. That's not really GTO. Like if you would give the solver infinite sizings, then you would come out to the best strategy. So in all cases, we're playing a very simplified way of how the game is played, and theoretically speaking, and we always will. It's too complex to play the game like a computer would play it. So those worlds are always mixed. And the best players in the world, they know how to combine them and how to move around those fringe hands in the right moment. They know when a bluff is good based on the theory plus whatever they pick up on their opponents.
70 in there, right?
A7,
We are here on the river between Davies and Sipila. Sipila has the best hand, but it's
600.
not very strong. Davies has nothing, but he's going to come with 600,000 into 870. Sipila raised to 180,000 from the small blind. Davies called. Sipila bet 225 on the flop. Davies called. Check, check on the turn. That's what brought us here on the river. Sipila checking. Davies coming with 600,000.
Davies is saying he has a 9. The sizing in the turn check back is congruent with that. Sipila has to decide, if he can only have a 9, could I hero call on the river? What speaks against it is that holding a jack and an 8 and a spade in combination doesn't make as good of a call, because you're blocking some of the hands that he was floating the flop with or calling the flop with that remain unimproved on the river. So as you can tell, like in this hand as an example of exploitation versus theory or GTO, it's not like Sipila just turns around and stares down Davies and is like, do you have it? Or, you know, that's not really how poker works, maybe in the movies. But it's more a mix of, does my hand make sense to call? And did I see Davies pulling off a lot of bluffs so far? And then sort of making up your judgment in those two combined ways.
Couple of aces here, along with the 5-3, but no suits for Sipila. On the button makes it 150. Couple of queens for Davies here in the small blind.
So Sipila has been raising relentlessly so far. A wide range of hands. Davies calls with queens, quite unsupported. The sizing is also small. Furth sticks along. He's closing the action. He has a pretty bad hand, but all things considered, if you go to the flop multi-way, you usually will get pushed off equity less often. What a flop. I mean, Davies knows how to flop the board dead. Flops top boat and the 9 blocker. It's just, again, the same question as always. How do I get paid? Well, you could see a bet from Sipila on the button. Sipila can get value. Does decide to check back. Some white magic there, knowing when he's beat. Quick look back.
I feel like Davies is going to make quads by the end of this hand. I mean, that's just how these hands have worked for him. I mean, it's just going to happen.
So now he's thinking, well, I could extract value from maybe a hand like a king. Jack 10 is possible. But again, he's betting into 2 opponents, so it's going to look quite strong. It's going to go for a half pot size bet. Furth is blocking Jack 10. So in his mind, he's considering, well, should I represent Jack 10 and suddenly make a creative float? I think he will eventually decide against it, because even if he could represent Jack 10, it's not that strong of a hand to represent. He can still run into a boat that never folds, obviously. And Sipila has aces. He feels like it's too early to fold. Maybe Davies has a king or a flush draw. And there's always the chance that an ace comes on the river, but not this time.
There's $1 million in there, right?
Wow, Davies may be the first player to know the size of the pot across 9 events that we've streamed, Donnie.
I think Sipila will have a hard time calling the river here. He's beat by so many hands. King 9, Queen 9, King King, Queen Queen, Jack 10. And he doesn't have any of the cards that matter to increase the likelihood that his opponent is bluffing. So back to Fairyland. This hand just makes for a very, very poor call. But you never know. Maybe Davies bets really small, or Sipila tries to put off a read and makes the call. Goes for a big bet, 750, so 3/4 of the pot.
Sipila says, no thank you there.
And the reality is, like, if you want to become good at poker, you need good theory. Because if you just look at your opponent and in every second hand you're asking yourself, do you have it or you don't? Like, I mean, you're just flipping coins and you're not going to be successful. And that's what most people, I guess, start out with when they start with poker. They just think it's all about reading your opponent. And it is a part of it. But if you don't really know how the game works strategically, you're just going to end up playing this guessing game that is not going to end up working out. So if you feel unsure about, well, with what logic should I apply? What should I think about? And it's time to study. Like, it's time to learn the game, and there's so many resources out there, free, paid. It's really not that difficult. And the first step, which is what I tell everyone always, is curiosity is very important. Are you curious about learning the game? If the answer is yes, then you're in the winning boat. Big hand here for Furth. 3-handed, double-suited, and connected queens. Limp by Davies with the pair in the hand makes sense. Furth with the raise, 240, and Sipila has a playable hand as well. He should think that Furth has a strong range, but seeing a flop with ace, queen, 10 deuce, certainly a real possibility here. Makes the call, and I imagine Davies closing the action in position is going to make this call as well. This could be a big pot. We have some diamonds that are duplicated here. Sipila has diamonds, Davies has diamonds. The queen is shared between Sipila and Furth.
When you say, like, you know, study the theory, to many people that can sound very abstract. Do you mean memorizing certain spots or memorizing certain the things to do with certain holdings, or is it more of a broad spectrum type approach?
It is finding concrete material, like, for example, an opening chart and Hold'em, and having a look at it. Maybe find the video that explains how it kind of works. That would be a starting point to like understand the theory of the game. It doesn't even have to be words. It could just be a chart, for example. I'm going to see 2 folds here against a relatively large bet.
Probably the most basic theory for most people as a starting point is that what Fernando is getting at is like that range construction, how it changes as you start moving around the table. You know, your range is under the gun is not the same as your range on the button. You know, and then kind of once you get that part down, then you move to like, okay, how does my range interact with my opponent's range? Because so often you're going to be going to pots heads up. You know, and then most often it's like you're in the button cutoff and you're playing against the blind. So how does that range construction work against each other on the surface? You want to go below the surface. How does that range construction work on certain textures of a board? You know, and then you just start building. I would build studying, at least this is how I built my studying, how you play poker. You start pre-flop with your hole cards. You go to a flop. You work on that. You go to a turn. You work on that. I spent pretty much last year only doing like pre-flop and flop stuff. Like I didn't even care about turns because I just want to get that stuff down. I'll worry about turns later and kind of figure it out as I go as well. But once you start doing like everything at once, you can really get confused. As Fernando mentioned, there is so much out there, which is good, but if you don't know how to study, you can get lost pretty easily, and then you're kind of just all over the place. So just take baby steps. Try and get a little bit better every day, a little bit better every week, that sort of thing.
Sipila comes in here with the 3-bet to 540 with a double suited 9, a jack 9, 8-6. Furth in position. He's going to come along with a bunch of connected cards as well.
So Sipila has a hand that doesn't have to 3-bet. It's actually a bit light, but he's doing it because Furth is in the middle stack. And he's basically asking the question, this is a big flop.
Wow.
We're going to see a lot of blood here.
Holy moly, this is a flop. Sipila, for those keeping score at home, flopped a straight, as well as a straight flush draw. Furth, while holding one of the straight flush draw outs, has the nut flush draw, top pair, and a gut shot. Did I name everything? I feel like it's impossible to name everything that's going on.
I mean, Furth is excited about this flop. Little does he know he has only 30%. And he's going to make a bet here because Sipila decided to go for the check raise. Makes a lot of sense because the board doesn't hit the 3-betting range well. But this time he smashed it, and this hand plays perfectly well as a check raise all in. And Furth can't go anywhere. He has the nut flush draw, the nut gut shot.
Wow. Is there any reason for Furth to be suspect if he gets called here, despite the fact that his hand basically blocks a lot of what's going on here?
Oh, he does get called. I mean, I thought that Sipila might just rip it, but it seems like he feels his hand is so strong. He wants to trap, and he traps himself. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Furth turns the nuts.
Only 1 out for Sipila, right? Am I seeing this correctly?
There are some split pot outs.
Both players have jack 9 here.
Yeah, but I'm saying he needs to hit a straight flush because Furth has the ace high flush.
Yeah, yes.
You're right. I actually didn't see that Sipila has also jack 9. They both have the same hand, but Furth is free rolling, apart from the 7 of spades. 6 of spades.
6 of spades, yes.
So basically, Furth is actually quite lucky here to hit that 8 of diamonds.
Well, Sipila could fill up too, because he has the 6 and the 8 for 2 pair.
Oh, you're right. I missed the full house draw.
There's a lot going on. You're right. This is straight flush, full house draw, nut flush draw.
In a way, it's kind of disappointing that this will probably result in a chop.
Yeah, I know.
It's like
I was
anticlimactic.
I was gonna say, take a photo of the TV right now and show it to your dad, who only plays a Texas Hold'em home game. This is why Omaha is so fun.
Oh, he calls again. He feels like his hand is so strong he can just trap one more time. I thought at this point there's enough in the middle to just rip it in. There are some nasty rivers. If the river is a spade, I mean, how is Sipila going to get away from this?
King of clubs on the river. It is a chop.
Yeah, no one will fold this hand because they both have the nuts. At the end, we figured it out.
Boring. So much potential in this hand. And we end up with the chop. Unbelievable.
It is interesting the line that Sipila has taken. Just obviously 3-betting pre and then just check call. Now he's obviously trying to check call again. Ideally, Furth would be putting all of his chips in. Of course, we can see he's going to because he has the nuts. Quick check
Both
of the
players
cards
are so
here.
excited. They're like, I'm about to win a big pot. This is one of the worst feelings. You feel like an absolute boss. You slow played this to the end. You got him where you wanted. He says the words, all in. Let's split the pot.
And Seth Davies is sitting there thinking, oh, wow, we got some blood here.
Let's go heads up. They're both unhappy in some ways.
Yeah, they're both disappointed.
Would have been very interesting to see that turn card just kind of brick off.
Yeah, that was wild.
See how these guys would play it.
I was loving that. I was loving that.
Yes, you were.
I thought you were loving the snap call.
I was loving that start to finish.
What's interesting, though, about this hand at the end of the day is that Sipila decided to 3-bet with a quite marginal hand, the Jack-9-8-6 double, against the medium stack. So that kind of tells Furth also that Sipila is trying to apply a pressure in different ways here. And also the flop turn slow play was an interesting line.
Yeah, earlier Sipila got a little bit of information when the board ran out, had a wheel on the board, but you know, you saw Sipila saw that Furth called him kind of lighter on the turn. Now here, Furth is like, oh, you're gonna 3-bet the Jack 9-8-6 against me? Okay, I see what we're doing here. Like, I got it. Yeah, like let's go.
How do they do that?
Raise on the button from Sipila, Ace King 3 deuce.
Seeing a lot of our regulars in the chat. Much love, Deke. See Caitlin in there. All of our members, of course. You guys all please let us know where you're watching from. How are you enjoying your Friday night? What are your weekend plans? We love engaging with our community here on YouTube.
Furth did defend from the big blind. 10 deuce deuce here. Sipila hitting 3 deuces. Comes with 125,000. Furth is in there. Eight of clubs on the turn.
It's an interesting card. I mean, Furth doesn't have the best, or doesn't have a great hand, but he does see all these draws out there. He knows Sipila has wide pre. Might not believe a second barrel here. He's also holding outs to trips, to a boat, to a straight.
550.
Quite a chunky bet here by Sipila. 550 into 640. Don't think Furth is going to buy this. He has an 8. He could even raise. If he thinks Sipila has a bunch of draws, he could also raise, trying to get rid of these draws, representing a hand like pocket 8s. Just knows when to fold. Good fold here by Furth. His hand could go in all directions, honestly, but finds the right decision against trip deuces. definitely thought
Is that
about
the
it.
dinky little trophy you get over there? I think it just looks like a little black box thing. Come on.
Probably. I don't,
They
yeah.
gotta do
Seth
better.
Davies with the trash talk over our trophies.
I mean, I'll trash
to
talk
give
the
you
trophy
half
too.
my
I
money.
hate these ones. I've said that before. Not a fan.
I like making fun of it. I also think that it is different than the usual little, what is it, like a gold small little cup looking thing.
They don't give you that. Though.
It'll definitely look
give that
more
to each
unique
other.
on the mantle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's cool, but it's also very standard, right? The one that's sitting in the what Alex Fox's name is on there?
It says Alex Foxon _PokerGo Cup.
It's funny when you go to our
Alex, come get your trophy.
when you go to our office. There's actually quite a few trophies that have little
One of the
post-its
things
on
that
it
always
from
kills me,
players
like,
who
they always
either
complain
forgot
about
to take
getting
them
the rig
home
back.
or
Like, you
decided
could've
to
played the
like
$1 million
leave them behind
tour
because they were
last year.
flying and they couldn't
Like,
take
it's
it
all
with them.
sponsorship.
And you know,
It's not
it's
right.
such a funny thing because you would think the trophy means so much to them. They want that on the mantle, or maybe to give it to their mom, you know, for them to look at. But a lot of those get left behind, you know. It goes to show that these guys are just in it for the money, not even for the fame. Unbelievable.
We have some pretty decent hands here in play. Furth leads out with a gutter and a flush draw. Flush draw is no good though because Davies has the nut flush draw with a pair and a gut shot, and then Sipila has a pair and a gut shot himself, facing a small bet. Decides to bluff raise. He's right. Furth is light. Davies has a good hand, facing a bet and a raise. Feels a lot less good though now. But probably still too good of a hand to fold at this point. If Davies runs into 5-4, he only has a flush draw. So that's not great. However, if his opponents have a hard draw, he's doing really well. Might run into a set. He could do okay, but not great. Really tricky decision now with a bet and a raise.
10 seconds. Call.
Decides to go for the call.
How much is in the middle now?
Okay, 240 plus 130, so that's 370.
1170.
8. So 1.17.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
See, nobody knows how much is in the middle.
No, I got 2.2, 3, 4, 5.
Turn would have made Furth the nuts, but he's out. And this call definitely should set some alarm bells off to Sipila. What is Davies calling the flop with against the bet and a raise? Is it 5-4? Is it a set? Well, the graphics seem to be kind of wrong. So Sipila has a straight.
Both players have a straight. Deuce
But-
4 and 6-4.
They both have a 6-high straight. So Davies is free rolling
The full hearts.
the hearts, and Sipila has a 7 to make the nuts.
Yeah, and then Furth folded a 7 and he folded 2 hearts.
Oh wow, he's potting. So Davies is in a really tricky spot. He's potting for 1.2 mil, and he has 2.6 behind, which is still quite a bit. And if he runs into a better straight, which is basically what his opponent is representing, he's only drawing to a flush draw, but he's actually making this call. Big river coming in. 7 or a heart will change everything.
Wow. River is the 6 of spades. This is a chop.
Now, can Sipila do anything here with the 6 in his hand?
It's
Just
kind
in
of a
terms
spot where you don't know if you're bluffing or value betting
Yeah.
anymore. You're like, I have a straight and tribs, and what did he call me with on the turn? I guess if he has a better straight, he already shoved. So what's going on? And if he checks, is he going to call it shove?
I mean, if anyone can do it, it's Sipila. But now he decided to check to Davies. Does Davies really have to worry about many full house combos here?
No. So he could be behind a better straight and turn his hand into a bluff. Or just check and take a showdown. And they split this pot.
Chop it up, right?
Yeah.
I think both players are kind of happy with this outcome. This pot sort of got bigger than both wished for.
Wow, Bruno Furth. Sweater looks cool, but how about those pants and the shoe combo? I mean, this guy is wearing every color of the rainbow right now.
Well, the shoes, those are the ones I think with Ivy's face, are they?
Yeah, please explain, Donnie.
All I know is he has canvas shoes that have Phil Ivy's face on them.
Are they signed as well?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they are signed.
I heard someone say they're signed.
That's even better. Phil, you sign my shoe?
I think they're signed by different poker players.
Oh, they okay.
Yeah, it's a photo of Phil. The photo looks like I put it on the PokerGo Twitter account,
Yeah.
or maybe the PokerGo Tour Twitter account a couple days ago. But it looks like they're playing in Bobby's room, and Firth like took a photo of Ivy on his phone, and then had it made into a shoe. It's incredible stuff.
So funny.
And Ivy's looking straight into the camera.
I mean, what do you even say about that if someone comes up to you and is like, I have a shoe with your face on it? Is that good or is that bad news?
Oh my God.
I mean, they clearly like have played cash in Bobby's room together. That's where that photo came from. So I'm guessing they would play again. Firth plays high stakes cash around town quite a bit, and Ivy's always in Bobby's room when he's playing. So maybe he just puts the foot up on the table and is like, "Look at this, Phil.
I'm all in." I check and I raise.
That's right.
Yeah, a couple of days ago, Jason Mercier walked into the Aria room, and then Bruno went up to him to ask for a signature on this exact shoe. Jason gave him the signature without even looking at him. Yeah, of course. Can you sign my shoe? Sure. Just
love it.
Like everyday business.
Do you always get a sense when you play whether people are aware of who you are, and does that matter? Because I can only imagine that if you're playing PLO cash with someone who knows who you are, you might have to adjust your play because of that.
Yeah, because the PLO world is very small, especially in the US where people, I mean, pretty much everywhere because PLO is a really small industry. Like 80, maybe 90% of the table knows who I am, but they sometimes wait to bring their one-liner. You know, they wait like 2 hours, they win a hand, and then they're like, I don't know, they say some sort of reference that makes it clear that they know who I am or
Right.
something. But, I mean, in general...
But your face isn't on a shoe yet.
Maybe. I mean, I haven't looked. The internet has some weird corners, you know. Like there's space for everyone. So, in terms of adjusting the play, you know, some people avoid you, some people the opposite, right?
Yeah, they
They're
want to
like,
bluff you.
Yeah, I wanna call you or bluff you, or they just think you're capable of everything. So,
there was a Dutch player used to play the EPTs, Mark Nalden, the Needle King was his name.
The Needle King.
The Needle King. Nalden means needles in Dutch, so that's why he became the Needle King. And when he played on the tour, I want to say he was in his early 40s, but he looked like an older guy, and he would always wear a button-up shirt with a vest over top. So he looked like a businessman, but he was like a ruthlessly aggressive player, super aggressive. And he said that for years he got away with it because people just saw him and they thought this must be a nit, and he just like ran over the table. Like and that, you know, the same way Lex Veldhuis basically had the aggressive image, but did not know how to shift back gears, and that ended up, you know, costing him a lot of tournaments because people were like, oh, this is the blaster guy, I'm going to call him light, and he was still the blaster, so that worked a lot of the times. So it is funny how perception and reality are so important when it comes to playing live poker.
it definitely is. I mean, it goes into this topic of like fake action and like looking like action or not being action. If people call you light and you don't pick up a hand in a tournament specifically, it can be really tough to win because you need to win some chips and blinds, and it can be tough for sure if you're a tournament player. In cash games, it can definitely help you because you don't need to win that many pots in cash games. You just need to win the really big ones. And as I said yesterday, in reference to my friend who said, when the yellows come out, I have it. That's really good if people think you are action. They think, oh, this guy's this guy is a mastermind, or like he studied the game, or he's an online player. He's one of those guys. He can definitely bluff here. And then when I bring out the yellows and they call, I mean that really helps. You don't need to win that many pots if you win the biggest ones of that night.
All I picture when you say that is a player taking yellow chips literally out of his pocket. I mean, I know that's not what's happening, but still, like, he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna take these out. Which in a way is like, you ever see I've seen that a couple times in like at cash games. People like they have the nuts and they're like trying to take money out of their pocket. You know, like, I mean, you used to see that years ago.
The car keys come out.
Yeah. Oh, he just has the stone cold nuts, I guess.
Here comes Davies with the check raise to 650. Gets it done. He's standing up to rake this one in. Maybe a little stretch of the legs.
It's part of the domination, just like win the pot and stand up.
Also probably because the players are going to go on a break, and we are not going on a break because we are just going to skip right through that, so don't go anywhere. Let us know what your pizza order was if you're watching at home. Well, actually, let us know what your favorite pizza place is, wherever you're watching from, because Donnie and I are always looking to add more to our list. And there it is. Blinds are up. Players are munching on some stuff. I guess we're sticking to protein bars and boring stuff like that. No elaborate steak and lobster double butter type orders tonight at the table.
I believe on that break, Bruno Furth was playing paddleball.
What?
In like the hallway.
In the hallway?
Yeah.
That's amazing. I mean, they were tossing a football around in the studio.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot that goes on here. Blinds are now up 40K, 80K with the 80K big line ante. Still short of stack, 43 bigs. Furth on 48 bigs, and Sipila on 87. So anyone's game, really. One double up through Sipila changes the dynamic completely. A lot of times people that watch poker or are fans of the game like to discuss, you know, selling pieces, swapping pieces, being staked, stuff like that. And I feel as though that was very prevalent 10 years ago, where it was backing stables and all sorts of stuff. Specifically in cash games, are people playing cash games staked? Is there you know, people selling pieces because they might take a shot in the bigger game? Or do you feel as though in the live cash game world, it's sort of like you fight for your own bread, so to say?
Live cash games are interesting in a sense. Well, first of all, let's talk about development. Online versus live. So more and more online players start playing live now. And there are several reasons. Regulations is one of them. But also just like online games drying up, becoming tougher. So more people are looking to transition. However, if you're playing, let's say, PLO 200, so blinds 1-2, $1, $2, or no limit $1, $2, going live, the stakes are usually higher, and the games are softer. So there's a lot of incentive to trying to play much bigger when you play live because you get less hands per hour, and at the same time, they don't have the bankroll to necessarily play these stakes. So switching from online to live is certainly one of those transitioning points where you might consider getting staked for a long-term deal in cash games. And then on the other side, if you go from high stakes to super high stakes, live or online, usually the jumps are massive. So for an example, one common jump is from 25.50, you go to 200, 400. That's like a common jump, right?
Yeah.
That's 8x the stakes. So for anyone who ever has played poker, if you move up in stakes, so to speak, you usually double the stakes. And that's a big jump. Instead of going all in for $200, you go for $500 or $400. Instead of 1,000, it's 2,000. Imagine 8xing the stakes. You can't do that bankroll-wise and just play that long at lower stakes, and suddenly you play 8 times bigger. I mean, you could, but it's a huge jump. So oftentimes for these kinds of transitions, it also makes sense to sell some action until you won enough money where you feel like it's more responsible or feasible to take more of your action step by step. And then tournaments are similar in the sense that tournaments have so much variance and require a lot of liquidity that it does make sense to sell action in order to put in more volume, right? Volume and variance are closely correlated, and if you want to even out the variance, you need to play a lot of tournaments, but in order to play a lot of tournaments, you need a lot of liquidity or a lot of cash. And so it makes sense to sell there as well for a lot of professional players. So I think those are sort of the key points of selling action. And also, when you go up in stakes, it doesn't mean that the games necessarily become tougher. That's true for tournaments, but also for cash games. So you can easily see a player with skill set X, maybe on a scale of 1 to 10, he has a 5. He might get the chance, for whatever reason, to play in a big game, and it's only him who gets access to it for whatever reason. And you want to see, he wants to take the spot, but he can't take all of the action. Let's say it's a private game, and it's 3 times bigger than normal, plus he's expected to play splashy. Now, does he want to take a shot for 3 times the stakes or 5 times the stakes? Maybe not, but it's a good spot for his friends to buy some pieces and then profit sort of together.
Lose together, you mean?
Maybe. That's
so many stories that start with, yeah, I had a chance to take a shot, and yeah, I moved back down. That's okay.
Yeah, poker makes and breaks you, as it says in the PokerGO room there. Creates and breaks millionaires.
My first couple of years coming to Vegas, I did live reporting for PokerNews.com, and the goal of the trip was always to try and parlay the money I made working into something more, playing cash or tournaments. So, I mean, we were getting paid very little money, and it was one of those things where, because housing was paid for, it was sort of a fun trip. You go to Vegas for 50 days. I was 21, 22 years old. And then literally when we got paid, I would go to South Point, or I would go to Caesars in the old Caesars poker room. I'd play like a nightly, or I'd play a cash game. And literally, like, I played with all the money on the line every single time. And the first 2 years, I came home with less money than what I went to Vegas with, just because I lost all the money that I made working. And it was always worth it. Like, I have such great memories of those times. And then, you know, on later trips, I had a bit more success, so I could take some money home and et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, it was always one of those situations where, okay, I guess we're playing 2-5 today. We'll see how it goes. And yeah, those are some great stories.
Check.
Flush.
You see here another big pot dragged by Sipila. Makes a flush on the river. Unlucky for Furth. I mean, Furth was behind anyway. And goes now on the same stack size, or chips down to the same stack size as Davies. Davies chipped up a bit in the process. I think a lot of people undervalue how much fun it is to play poker if it's not your only source of income.
Right.
If you play poker and that's the only money you make, there are some tough challenges ahead of you. And playing poker, you can say you're not necessarily a recreational player. I mean, you don't play for a living exclusively. I think really gives you the freedom to not only lose money and be okay with it, but also to not play when you don't want to. And I think that's a liberty that you only truly understand once you played a lot of poker and you're like, okay, I play every day for months or years. How about taking a break? And if you can't, then that's also not great. So I think if you're listening right now and you're in a position where you play poker, but you also have another source of income, it's you know, oftentimes that's the best spot to be in. And of course we admire professional players who only or mainly do that, but it is definitely challenging. And it can be monotonous or also difficult to deal with the swings and pressure of playing. And yeah, it's true, like some players are in makeup and they need to play, right, because they have backers and they need to find their way back. And that's all part of the reality of this very challenging profession if you choose to make it your full-time thing.
Yeah, that's when you win your first tournament, you buy yourself a house. When you win your second tournament, you buy yourself a location of some franchise restaurant, so you have some side income. You stay on that backing deal, and you just try to lower the variance. In your career, if you had any, what was like the lowest point or the hardest moment or maybe stretch of time that you've had, and how did you get out of that?
Oh, that's that's a good question. You know, I think in hindsight, you always look at challenging as a rewarding thing in some ways. You're like, oh, that was a sick time, but it was great because it shaped me. So I think in the moment versus in reflection, it feels very different in some ways. But I would say poker playing-wise, when I started playing poker, I moved into an apartment. I was a student at university, and I dropped out. And my parents were fine with it, but they said, well, if you're a professional player, then you have to also support yourself. So you got to live on your own. I'm like, yeah, of course, I'm going to move out, and no problem. So I stayed in the student's apartment that I was in because I was a student of a certain university. And I pretended to continuously be a student so I can live in this one-bedroom place. It was an apartment, but it was a big house with a lot of different bedrooms. And I lived off like $700 was the rent. I didn't have a fridge because I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go into the kitchen where all the other students were, because I was like, they're gonna figure out I'm a fraud, and I'm like pretending to still study while trying to stay in this place. And I bought, you know, that's how I started playing professionally. I bought groceries at the discounter store, and I put in wintertime, I put them out the window, like hanging out the window so they stay cold. And that's how I started, you know, just like trying to survive as a player and playing like 50 cents a dollar PLO online. And I moved out like 6 months later because I had some decent runs, some tournaments, and played online and built up my role and so on. And when I moved out, I asked my father to help me to move my furniture, or I didn't have furniture, but like there's just the stuff that I had. That's unreal. And he helped me with all this stuff, and then when the room was empty, he was like, I hope you will never have to live in a place like this again. I'm like, yeah, I mean,
I want something.
You know,
I want something done.
but at the same time, when you look back, you're also proud of it. You're like, wow, okay, I took a leap of faith. I believed in myself, and I took this on. So from a playing perspective, I think just putting everything on yourself and thinking I can do this, but if I fail, the cost is very high, because if you tell your parents or your environment who doesn't play poker, I'm going to do this full time, obviously internally they think this is not a good idea.
Right.
You should not do that. And if you fail, you know they're going to think, what the hell was he thinking? So the pressure is, the stakes are very high because you don't want to fail.
But you also are young enough to where if you fail, you can go back to school or find a job. You know, it's not like you are, you know, 35 and you have a wife and kids and, you know, you have a mortgage and then you're taking that same leap. It's very different.
Someone is listening right now who's 35 and has don't put it all on poker, okay?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Let's wreck the next tournament. Put it on the line. Yeah, for sure. When you're young, it's definitely very different. And then later on in my career, I would say most challenges came more from the transition from playing to business, because when you play poker, and most poker players are a bit similar in that sense, they think that they're good at everything because they're made it in poker. They're so intelligent and self-driven and disciplined, and they have the mental game figured out. But business and poker is not the same thing, and there are a lot of lessons to learn there, which I learned as well. I mean, the first time in your life you hire people and you work in a team, and you need to think about contracts, you need to think about responsibilities, shared goals. All these things don't exist when you play poker just by yourself. So a lot of the learnings come just from working with others and trying to make it work, and building a business and wearing different hats. And that's why I said yesterday, I think if you have the luxury of just having like one main career that you can go all in on, it's a very rewarding feeling, in my opinion. Sipila is continuing the pressure here against the two shorter stack players. He was able to build out his chip lead to over 8 million chips.
Yeah, and that was at the expense of Bruno Furth, who is now the short stack. Was pretty much tied with Seth Davies, but now there's a gap of a couple 100,000 there.
Two players flopping little. Usually the first player that bets is going to win this one.
I would love to see some more stats, specifically on Sipila. I believe his c-bet percentage is like 90%. Like if he raised pre, he's just c-betting. It's just like
It works.
Oh, it for sure works for him. He's been doing very well all series. But it's like if he raised, you're getting a bet out of him.
I mean, interesting to note here, Furth and Davies now tied, and Sipila with that runaway chip lead. Furth and Davies is going to be doing that Spider-Man meme, pointing at each other. Who's the short stack?
Yeah. Sipila having a performance kind of like we saw at the first PGT PLO Series from Lautaro Guerra, who every time he cashed 3 times. He went on to win the event. Included in those 3 wins was a win in the $25,000 finale. Lautaro did win the entire series with that performance. Kind of a similar thing here from Sipila.
See a 3-way single raise pot here. Davies just calls with the kings. The rainbow, not well connected. Pretty standard stuff so far. Flops. The board semi-dead as per usual, but this time things are different because Furth has crushed it and flopped the nuts. Two checks.
I mean,
ahead of
also
Sipila.
important to note here, Davies has king jack on this same flop, so lots of potential trouble brewing for him. And of all the hands on this flop, Sipila the one to bet.
Yeah, he brought a knife to a gunfight here. He's
I told you guys, 90% c-bet. He raised pre, he's betting the flop. This is how it works.
It's the Barry Greenstein rule. You were the raiser, you bet the flop.
That's right.
Gets a flat by Davies. This is a hand that doesn't transition as well to the turn. So if you raise and you start bloating this pot, it's hard to improve with king, king, jack, 5. And if you don't improve, it's hard to know where you're at. So generally speaking, it's fine to just call this hand. Furth, on the other side, he wants to raise now.
850.
His hand has a lot of urgency to get money in the middle because at the moment it is very good. But if the turn brings a 9 or a king or an ace or a queen, he doesn't really know what to do anymore. He can't value bet as aggressively. But for the moment, he wants to get in as many chips as possible. And that's why we see the big raise size. Davies sitting on trips. It might look like a good hand. However, he has to think about this. If his opponent is not bluffing, he's behind a lot. If he runs into ace-jack or jack-4 or 4-4, he doesn't have many outs. So this is a very tricky spot to deal with because if he runs into value, he's kind of dead. But if he's getting bluffed, he's obviously way ahead. Doesn't believe for it and makes this call. Hoping to see a king or a 5 or his opponents to slow down. And Furth on the other side, he wants to see a low card or an 8 or a 7. So far he feels comfortable, but he basically puts Davies now on a jack. He's like, okay, this guy called a big raise, he has a jack. But what are the side cards?
Also, important to note here, Furth can easily shove turn if a card he deems safe pops up because of how the stack sizes are.
The most deceptive turn would be a 5. But even if the turn is a king, I don't think you get away.
Deuce is perfect here for Furth. Now, Davies, beat of course by ace-jack, jack-4, jack-deuce, 4s and deuces. Is king-jack strong enough if Furth decides to shove?
That is a big question. I mean, it would be an enormously good fold.
Here we go. Furth goes for it, moves all in. And I mean, Davies looks like a snap call here, but
I thought he was about to maybe
So
snap
we're about
fold.
the same, right? We just,
1-8,
yeah, there's 2
1-8-10.
I mean, yeah. I call. King Jack.
Check
he
4.
does call. Seth Davies with King Jack looking for a king or a 5.
Need a 5 or a king.
He is down to 5 outs, and if the math is correct on screen here, he has 50K left behind. This pot brings us very close to a heads-up battle in this event. Seth Davies on the brink of elimination. Not this hand.
I think I'm all in. Yeah, he is a little bit more than me.
1.86.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see we both had it. I thought only you had it. Yeah, you're gonna have 50 left over if I win.
All right, massive river card coming here. Furth, a clean card away from having 6.1 million chips. Here it is. It is a 5. Oh my God. What a dagger. Seth Davies
That's nasty.
crawls back
Quick break.
from the dead. What a blow to Bruno Furth, who really dominated this final table, played so creatively, and deserves so much credit and respect for the way that he performed today. He takes home $243,000, and now we got a heads-up battle. $342,000 guaranteed for the final 2, $522,000 up for grabs for the winner, and that trophy that Seth Davies doesn't really want, so got to give the edge here to Sammy Sipila.
God damn, that's a beat.
Wow.
13%. Way to go out. That's a 6-figure bad beat there. 13%.
Oh,
Got it in as good as you can.
yeah. And Seth Davies, like we talked about many times during this final table, had a slow start, and then he was sort of hanging around for a long time before making it a heads-up play, getting those pay jumps. No problem.
That's how quick it can go. Now we have a tournament specialist against the PLO specialist. Heads up. The Finns have been dominating this series.
It's the glasses. It's the glasses. It's always the glasses.
I mean, if not now, when do you order lobster?
Exactly. Like, come on. Somebody send in the lobster. Come on.
So this is a heads-up match. There's no ICM. Winner takes it all. We're playing for about $180,000. It's a big stakes. And that basically means this is kind of like a cash game. They're playing heads-up PLO. There's an ante in the middle, which is to consider. But they're quite deep, and we'll see how both players will navigate this. This is different to yesterday. Yesterday's heads-up, we were looking at very shallow stacks, 20, 30 big blinds, that sort of region. Now we're looking at 77 and 100 big blinds. So this is pretty much as close as it comes to an online heads-up cash game situation.
Do you think this favors Sipila even more because Davies is more so a no-limit tournament specialist from what we've seen from him over the years, and how those no-limit tournaments tend to be much shallower?
When you play heads-up, you play a lot of trash hands, and that means you need to be very well versed in PLO to know what to do, what is the bottom of your range, what are good enough blockers, what are good enough value betting thresholds. This is the kind of the opposite of playing tournament PLO with like 20, 30 big blinds effective, where you mainly play pre and the flop. Now you will see a lot of flop turn river, and your hand is never that amazing because you have 80+% of your hands pre. So this favors whoever knows PLO more. And in terms of experience, got to give it to Sammy here because he played PLO for what I can only assume millions of hands online. And I'm not sure how many of those millions of hands were played in the heads-up format, but there are some, for sure. So he's thinking right now, how do I approach this? I think I have the edge post. Do I keep pot small? Do I just play normal, like against any other opponent? The main thing that is different here, comparatively to a normal cash game where you play heads-up, is that there's an ante. And the ante means that when you're on the button,
You got
or the small blind, which is the same position, You
And
you
it's
want to
super
see the
easy.
flop
You
with
live
as
in
many
Finland?
hands as possible, like
Estonia, now
95% of hands or so.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be there for sure.
All right. Nice.
Can't wait.
And on the other side,
Have you been
in
there
the big
before?
blind, you
No,
can't really
everyone
fold much
says it's
versus
like
a
their
raise
favorite
because,
place to
as
play
mentioned
Yeah.
before,
Yeah, that's what I heard as well.
Yeah.
the ante-size is not included. So he's raising to 3x, but there is another big blind in the middle posted by the big blind. And this could be our first action hand of this heads-up match. Aces for Davies. In his shoes, he benefits from making the pots bigger pre and simplifying the decisions post that way. Sipila has a hand that is just a normal call against the 3-bet, unless he wants to pass up on the spot to reduce the variance. But in general, this is just a call.
Yeah, from where I sit, I mean, I think I give the edge to Sipila. I mean, he's got the chip lead. Most importantly, I would put him more experienced in PLO. But I've been extremely impressed from Davies, who, as I said earlier, I thought was only no limit hold'em, but clearly has quite some understanding of PLO, and certainly he has a pretty supreme understanding of tournaments in general, which always helps.
For sure. He also knows how to handle these long days. He's a very methodical player. He flopped an overpair on a Broadway board, so 2 Broadway cards favor the 3-better. You want to see a lot of bets here. He has the ace of diamonds as a key blocker, and he also has a 4 blocker. So basically his hand just wants to bet. He could bet something like a third. He goes for a pot, which basically means he wants to stack off against the jam. This is fine. Like it goes hand in hand with the idea that he wants to simplify the decisions post against Sipila. And the cool coincidence here is that Sammy can't call against a large bet with his open-ender backdoor flush draw, but he could call against a small bet. So he's denying equity here on the flop. I don't think Sipila wants to call. He could easily run into a hand like ace-queen of diamonds, aces with diamonds, king-10 with diamonds, king-king 10. A bunch of hands he's basically dominated, if not crushed by. So he's making the fold here on the flop, and it's a nice pickup for Davies here in the first major hand. That's gonna put these guys similar stack position. Actually, Davies has a bit of a chip lead right now. They're playing close to 90 big blinds deep. Yeah, let us know in the chat who you guys are rooting for. Sipila or Davies. Who do you think is gonna make this championship title their own and $500,000?
Also worth noting, it looks like Davies there, you mentioned him being a methodical player, only has 3 time extensions, so possibly could come into play at some points. You know, we know Sipila is obviously extremely well versed and willing to take some big swings, so could those come into play? I can't see if Sipila has any behind there. I see he has 1 out in front, which could mean he only has 1. So it would be interesting to see if that.
Usually the Finns not well known for taking too much time, but who knows? It has been a few intensive days here for Sipila. Limp pot between 2 very weak hands, but that's what I mean. Davies here in position has to just limp a lot of hands because the price is so good. Even Queen Jack 5 deuce finds a reasonable limp, and what we're looking at here is really very wide ranges in play. You have to decide, do you want to bet this gut shot on the turn? Do you want to check back? You can't bet all the gut shots because you're going to be over bluffing. So same question here for Sipila. He has turned an open-ender. Decides to go for the bet.
Yeah, 160 there into 240.
Davies has no pair and only a gutter on a paired board. Not a good proposition. He also checked back on the flop, so it's hard to represent anything of value at this point, and lets it go. I'm rooting for you guys to acknowledge I answered the pizza question.
I'm guessing that was Caitlin.
Yes.
I missed it, Caitlin. I'm sorry. But we appreciate you.
I think Sipila is just thinking to himself, this is my series.
Yeah.
I mean, we probably have never seen anyone win 3 titles in one series.
Well,
in
Lautaro
PLO.
Guerra did it. The first
Re-
PGT PLO Series. He cashed 3 times, and he won every time he cashed. He won a 10K, he had the 15K, and then the 25K.
And the 25K.
Yeah. I think that's it. Maybe some old stuff, like the old Poker Masters, the older USPO, before the PGT started. There might have been some 3-time winners, but I can't recall. But yeah, but Lautaro did it. We didn't stream that one, so kind of got lost among everything. But yeah,
Sipila has flopped pair of 8s and a gutter, backdoor spades, check back on the flop, see some turns. Davies open-ended flush draw. Turn is a 5. Both players should be happy to just see a river here for free. Davies could bet the turn, but he's not going to make better hands fold very often, and he can just play check call. So we do see a check. And the same thing is true for Sipila. Like, he's not going to make better hands fold. Could get those 8s to showdown. Only reason to bet would be something along the lines of making overcards fold, like an ace high, king, a queen high, jack high that could fall on the river. Bets 240K. And Davies, I don't think there is a need to check raise this hand and turn it into a bluff. 7s are often good. If they're not good, your opponent is probably not going to fold. An action card on the river would be an 8 of hearts, by the way. Almost.
I heard 1,000,004 or something, which we're showing 1.2, so whatever. 9 on the river, 9 of diamonds.
Check showdown.
7s.
8s. Sad. Sad.
That's right, sad face emoji from Seth Davies as Sammy Sipila takes that pot and takes back the chip lead. Up about 1 million or so over his opponent. I feel like we're in the feeling out process of heads up play.
4-7-7.
Jack 4-7-7 of hearts, yeah. Jack high hearts.
Obviously, these guys have been playing together all day. They likely played a bit yesterday together, but heads up a little bit of a different dynamic. So, and they're also extremely deep still. So, I wouldn't expect too much big swinging early on, but we'll see how it goes.
By the way, Seth Davies just came back from Triton in Jeju, South Korea. Had 8 cashes.
8 cashes?
That's right, yes.
Only 8?
8 cashes in 19 events.
Yeah, I was going to say that was one of their longer series. It was like 2.5 weeks, but still 8 cashes.
8 cashes, cash for about 1.5 million. Of course, you know, buy-ins really easily add up in a series like that, but still.
Yeah.
Prior to that, PokerGO Cup, which kicked off our year here inside the studio, where he made 3 final tables. So Seth Davies off to a good start. Already cashed 1.7 million this year. He's been averaging about 5 million in cashes over the last 4 years. So he's very consistent. If you're a high-stakes player, you almost need to win 5 million a year just to account for all those buy-ins.
How do you play 19 events in 14 days? Like, that's that's a lot of events. That's
Yes,
a lot of poker.
one is called Turbo Bounty Quattro. So that sounds like a really fast tournament. Some short deck in there as well. By the way, a lot of short deck cashes for Seth Davies. No Omaha cashes during that series. So
I tried to look at his hand mob earlier.
He has 0
Yeah, I
PLO
was going to say,
caches.
I was scrolling all the way down, and I saw nothing on Omaha, so...
0.
Well, you know, just your first Omaha cash is just the 25K championship at the PGT PLO Series. Seems like a good one to pop
Maybe
your
even
cherry
win.
in. Yeah, and he might just win. You never know. Seth Davies, the Omaha newbie. But it's also like it's not. He clearly like knows how to play the game, like not just the rules. I mean, but like he is playing well, so he must study it, and maybe he plays it and he just doesn't put in a high volume and hasn't cashed. That's obviously possible. But he does not. He does not look like somebody who just like was like, I'm gonna go play a tournament today. Oh, there's a PLO. Yeah, that's 4 cards, right? Okay, I'm in. It's not how this went.
Yeah, I think a lot of people underestimate how much solid play and not getting tilted too much out of line, losing your head, losing your cool, like can do for you with decent fundamentals. Like, I don't think he's studying the game day in, day out. Talking about PLO.
Maybe this will change it. Maybe he's gonna be a PLO pro from here on out. You never know.
I mean, if you play 19 hold'em tournaments, you might want to stick.
They had PLO.
They had
on their
a lot of
schedule.
PLO
Yeah.
and some big PLO too.
So I wonder if
yeah.
Yeah,
I think they had like 3 events, right?
They might have had 3 or 4, but they've started adding. First it was Hold'em, then it was Hold'em and Short Deck. Now it's Hold'em Omaha Short Deck. Kind of going along with like the popularity in Potlum and Omaha. You know, even Triton is like, yeah, these guys want to play.
See 2 playable hands here for sure. Raise and a call. Queen, queen, 8-5. These guys are very deep. 90 big blinds. Those queens do not belong into the 3-betting range. So this is standard so far. Hello. Top set for Seth Davies. Double gut shot. Backdoor nut flush draw for Sipila. A 9 or a king to the straight.
$325,000 from Sipila.
Generally speaking, when you have top set, you want to sort of fast play it because you could run into another set, which you might lose action against on a straight completing turn card. So if your opponent has jacks, if your opponent has pocket 4s, if your opponent has queen jack, you want to get in a lot of money now before the turn brings in the straight.
Raise to 1.1.
Goes for a 1.1 million chip raise. And Sipila has a hand that is not great, but probably has to call. I mean, definitely has to call with the double gutter backdoor nut flush draw. He doesn't block any of the pairs, so he definitely assumes he's running into top 2 or a set here. Which means in return, he can get paid if he hits. But also, there is the chance he could turn his hand into a bluff on runouts that would be bad for a set. This is not one of them.
The 4 on the turn fills up Seth Davies, so you guys can see the equities on your screen. He is 100% to win this hand, as long as he somehow doesn't fold.
Question now is, does he want to slow play or not? Theoretically speaking, it doesn't make sense to check this turn. He was check raising the flop. He clearly is representing the stronger range, and the turn is good for his range.
Does it send any sort of alarm bells if you check raise then check?
It should, and Sipila on the other side, like he has none of the pair blockers.
5 minutes? 4.9, 5.1. Thank you.
I don't think Sammy will fall for this, but on the other side, Davies could also hope that Sammy improves on the river then if he goes check check and then pays off maybe a smaller bet. Let's say the river is a king.
Well, looks like Sammy is reaching. That looks like, I think, 900? 900, so 3rd pot. Davies making sure he's got those queens. He does.
So once Davies goes for turn check, he's basically he's supposed to go for check call. Now he opened up the trapdoor. Like, that's the idea. Like, the idea is not to double check raise. I mean, at least theoretically speaking. And Sipila, he can decide to bluff either the turn or the river or give up. I don't think this is a hand that ever wants to bet the turn and bluff the river, and that is because you have none of the pairs. And you're going to run into a boat here very often. So I don't think we will ever see a triple. But on the other side, you might get surprised. If the river is a 10, for example, there you go.
Look at that.
I mean, that's one of the cards where it's one of the only cards for Sipila would be maybe be considering to bluff.
Check. Queen's full. That will do.
I would have just said jacks full. Oh, you got queens full? I have jacks full. Sorry, jacks, jack.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, the trap worked, so he extracted another 900,000 chips out of Sipila. Pretty nice. Turn check there. Worked well.
Davies now up to his high point, up over 8.6 million, opening up a gap of about 2.9 million over Sammy Sipila. And Sammy Sipila is working with one-time extension card. So he's got one-time extension card that's worth 30 seconds. Seth Davies on the other side of the table has 3 of them.
I like the dramatic zoom in.
Yeah, could we get closer, guys? Like, you just all the way. I want to see like the speckles of dust on the felt.
I mean, we're long overdue for a trophy close-up with Seth Davies in the background.
You can kind of see through those trophies. So can we do like a?
Yeah. Come on, DK, step it up.
It's an interesting transition with this hand because for the first time it really feels like this might not go to Sammy. Davies picks up momentum, wins a nice pot, traps his opponent, picks up a pretty significant lead. So I think in terms of momentum, Sipila certainly feels like maybe things are going a bit sideways right now. Can he keep his cool? He goes for the raise against the limp. Davies has one of those hands that I would prefer to see limp folding. You can limp and fold. It's reasonable. This is one of the hands that's just really trashy. And he might get a little bit into trouble here because they both flop top pair on this 10-high board.
Sipila's kicker, that ace, playing the best right now. Comes with 325.
PLO is a game of draws in general, and the reason you don't really play these like rainbow hands that often that are disconnected is because what draws do you really pick up on the turn, on the river, or even on the flop? So Davies has top pair, but what else is he working with here? Doesn't have a backdoor flush draw, doesn't have a backdoor straight draw, so he has to surrender the top pair, which is a good fold in the end against the better top pair of Sipila.
We did see in one of the events, I think it was the first one that Sipila won when he played heads up against Stefan Christopher. He lost. He started with the lead. He lost it. You know, he kind of like grind, and then he would lose the big flip against Christopher. And then grind, lose the big flip. And one of those resulted, I believe, in Christopher taking the lead. So maybe, you know, leaning on that sort of more immediate experience, being like, okay, listen, we're still deep here. I know I fell behind there. I know I lost that big pot, but there's still a long way to go in the grand scheme of things. So, you know, I wouldn't expect Sipila to freak out. He's shown a lot of poise throughout this entire series. Been playing extremely well. I think we're in for a battle.
See what Seth is doing with King 4-4-3. You will see very wide defending ranges again because the price is really good. The ranges are wide. So a lot of bad and mediocre hands seeing flop turns and rivers.
8-8 deuce here. Davies and those fours are still best, but you guys can see the equities are running pretty close. It's because of all the overcards that Sipila has. 150 from Sipila.
150.
Sipila has some connection to the board by holding 9, 6, and some spades. He can turn a 7, and has an open-ended straight draw. A couple of overcards, backdoor flush draw. Seth Davies with the pocket 4s. Like, this is a hand that can call the flop. However, you want to make sure to sometimes also just raise, because it's going to be tough if you call all these hands to face additional barrels.
Deuce out here on the turn. Davies checks again.
So Sipila will find barrels on the turn when he picks up equity. Like, those are the most obvious ones. But in this case, he just didn't pick up anything and decided to check. And this is one of the problems of playing passive. Not saying that Davis should check raise the flop, but sometimes you need to take those hands and check raise them, turn them into bluffs to deny equity. If your opponent just liberally c-bets random cards, like in this case, Sipila picks up the best hand on the 6. He's going to win this pot.
4
is 6.
Yeah, check on the end there. Sipila did get there with that 6. He's going to take it. Cut into that lead of Davies a little bit. Davies is still out in front, but the gap is about 1.5 million now as he dips just slightly below 8 million in chips. Average stack is 89 big blinds. Sipila, the shorter of the two, is playing 80 big blinds, so plenty deep.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if Sipila decides to c-bet as frequently as he was in all those pots before, because there's a very big difference between heads up and playing ring, where in ring you have strong ranges pre and you can bet a good amount of flops, but in heads up you have to be a lot more selective because your range is to contain so much air. If your opponent picks up on that, he can start check raising you a bunch and taking away a lot of pots.
10 seconds.
Another limp, standard, and a check.
So I'm curious, with this format, by the way, we see the big blinds at the top of the screen. These guys are really deep. With this format with the big blind ante, which, by the way, doesn't count for any pot raises before the flop, what are some hands that are pure folds? Name a few examples of hands on the button you can just toss without even feeling bad about it.
So we're playing at least 90% of the hands. So you're really looking at rainbow disconnected hands.
Right.
7, 4, 3 deuce rainbow is like a fold, or a hand like king, 7 deuce deuce rainbow. Most of the hands, almost all of the hands you're gonna toss will be rainbow. So you should expect, like, if your hand is not rainbow, you're probably not gonna see a fold. There are very few exceptions. Maybe you have like 4 of the same suit and a disconnected hand, then you can also fold. But apart from that, not much should find the muck there. But you can limp, and you can fold against the raise once you're limped. That's okay, like some of those trashy hands.
So are you limping the next tier of hands, or are you also balancing with those and just mixing it up?
No, you do also want to limp raise some of the hands to make sure you're protecting that limping range, but it's not your primary weapon to defend. If you limp and just call, it's not like your opponent will just destroy you post-flop on all the boards. This is still PLO. You can hit a wide range of different boards. You're in position. So yeah, limp raising is part of the strategy for sure. But the main point of limping is to see a flop in position. And so the main response to a raise will be to just limp call. Some hands will fold, some hands will raise. But if I would put a number to it intuitively, I would say once you limp and face a raise, you're probably going to limp re-raise like 15% of the time. It's like 1-5, 15, and you're going to defend probably like 80% of the range and fold the rest.
All right, so these guys are still going to be battling for quite some time. And while you're watching, go to PokerGO.com/winmasters to enter our free social media giveaway for a chance to win a seat into the 2024 Poker Masters. This giveaway presented by OccupyPoker.ai. Go check them out as well while you're at it. Tons of exciting action still happening here inside the studio, so maybe give yourself a chance to win as well. You're still heads up if you're just tuning in. Sammy Sipila has been dominating this final table currently. The short stack with 81 big blinds gives you an idea of how deep these guys are. Seth Davies on 98 big blinds came into the final table as the chip leader and now holds the chip lead again. Sipila a pot limit Omaha specialist. Seth Davies doesn't have a single pot limit Omaha live cash on his Hendon mob, despite the fact that he has, what, like 20 million plus in earnings. So quite a different resume for these two players to reach this stage of the tournament.
They're playing heads up for about $180,000. So I think it's fair to assume, at least, that this is the biggest heads up match that Sipila has ever played.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot at stake here. And it's in the format he wants to, against someone that is probably better at no limit than PLO. So there's a lot at stake here, a lot of pressure. Obviously, the PLO community at large is expecting him to win. And it's on him if he can follow up on that.
It's kind of crazy because Seth Davies, I just double-checked, 24.8 million in career tournament earnings. So with his score today, second or first, he's going to break the $25 million earnings mark, and that would make him the 32nd ever, or the 33rd ever player to do that. He would not even move up one spot on the all-time money list, but he is, throughout his career, closing in slowly but surely to the top 10 all-time. So one of the all-time tournament crushers. Now my question is, what's a bigger advantage? Having been in massive spots like this before, or having focused solely on this game, from Sipila's perspective?
I think Sipila has to have the advantage. However, today specifically, we saw Davies actually held over Sipila in several spots, bluff raising in instances where he got him to fold, trapped him with top set of queens that turned into a boat. So in terms of just keeping score, Davies had a good read so far on what Sipila is trying to pull off. But of course, the experience in terms of PLO and the study hours are on the side of the PLO specialist.
Jack 9.
Queens.
With that being said, I don't know how much heads up Sammy has played. I do know that a lot of tournament players that play exclusively tournaments, they know and value heads up strategy a lot because they know that's where all the money is once you come down to 2 players only. And PLO cash players, PLO tournament players, probably not as much. So it will be an interesting matchup. And saying that Sammy might have or has the edge here, in my eyes, is obviously not a slight to Davies at all. I'm just putting credit to the probably 10+ years of PLO grinding and experience and studying that Sipila has put into this game. And equally, if they both would play no limit, then I think the disadvantage would be a lot larger on Sipila's end. So if they would be in the wheelhouse of Seth Davies here, it would not even be close who has the edge, in my eyes at least.
At least Sipila as well, with plenty of live experience, has live caches dating back to 2010, so definitely no stranger to playing the live realm. Interesting seeing him have EPT caches dating back to 2012. This guy has also played his share of no limit.
This will be a very big pot. We do see Sipila with a 3-bet. Seth has aces, so we should see a straightforward 4-bet here. 90 big blinds deep. They're almost even in stacks. This will be the pot of the tournament, and we'll see who will be at top at the end.
Oh, wow. Davies comes back over the top here. No reason to take it slow. Now, is Sipila just supposed to call here?
Yeah. he probably is thinking to himself, all this PLO experience comes down to this flip. What it really does, you can't fold this hand facing a 4-bet. You just have to call. And pray to the poker gods that the flop is going to favor you. This is what it comes down to. Now, what we could see is Sipila just miss and Davies just jam, or kind of the other way around. But these are, I mean, Queen 8-7-6 is going to hit the flop a whole lot, so we probably more likely for a pot size bet left, we'll see both players have enough to get it in. And then the run-out will decide how good the Finns run today.
All right, here's the flop. Ace 9-6. Top set for Seth Davies. No flush draws for Sipila possible, so despite the fact that he has some mediocre connectivity on this board, all he's left with really is a straight draw.
He has an open-ended straight draw, and he's deep enough to actually make the correct mathematical fold. I wonder if he
1.4
sees it the same way. If he puts Seth Davies in a hand like ace, king, king, he would get the right odds to get the money in. If he thinks he only has aces, then this is not a good spot to be in. No backdoor flush draw, no front door flush draw. If he's unlucky, he runs into aces with diamonds, ace, king of diamonds, like ace, king, king of diamonds, aces and diamonds.
And Sipila, with the quick release here, Davies, to add insult to injury, also has the ace of diamonds. Should having the ace of diamonds make Davies want to play this slower, because there's a chance that he's up against a hand that bricks?
There's too much in the middle. Like, you will get action from a bunch of weaker hands anyway. If your opponent has a flush draw with a gut shot, for example, the money goes in anyway. If your opponent has flop, for whatever reason, top two, he might not release. And the straight, like, basically, at an SPR of 1, you do, like, your threshold for slow playing is extremely high. Like, you probably, well, yeah, you probably need something like a set and a flush draw to slow play. A set and a straight draw with the flush draw blocker. Like, if his hand would be a bit better, I think it could be reasonable, but I don't think it's that effective anyway, because I think his range is kind of face up pre.
Cool.
So I'm not sure if he's effectively trapping anything there. So straightforward bet. I think potting is just a play. He went for half pot. I don't think it makes a huge difference. And now the chips are quite different here.
Yeah, 2-1 basically.
Yep. That being said, 60 big blinds still remaining for Sipila, so this is anything but over at this point.
It's so funny. We just saw two big hands clash. It goes race, 3-bet, 4-bet. We're back to two crappy hands, and it goes race call. Like, it's so funny, and it almost makes me think, like, why not 3-bet a lot more garbage? Because you're going to get so many folds. Because the theory will always dictate to the other player that you're not allowed to do certain things. So once you step far away from that, I realize it's not what the theory says. But in the application of poker strategy, a lot of times you see players play within a framework that makes me think, well, what if you just step outside and go the Bruno Furth way, where you perhaps take more aggressive lines with more variance, maybe not so theoretical, but because of how players respond, it might work.
Especially heads up. I would say heads up, what people are very uncomfortable with is post-flop aggression, betting flop turns and rivers, because you have so many marginal hands at all times. PLO players in general are used to call down with flushes and straights and full houses. You can't wait for that in heads-up PLO. So being over-aggressive, if there is a place for it, it is definitely heads-up, especially assuming that both players are this is probably not their main format. It's definitely reasonable to just blindly apply aggression and not wait for the perfect blockers, because it's so hard to find good hands to call down with. Here, Sipila bluffed the turn and got lucky on the river, hitting the king.
Queens and 8 speeds, queens and 8s.
Kakarendalin, I'm probably mispronouncing that in the chat, says Sammy is a heads-up cash specialist. So that's interesting information to learn about.
Well, then the stakes are even higher. This is his format.
Yeah,
there
exactly.
Then this is exactly his wheelhouse, and probably one of the reasons why he won 2 titles already. Once he's heads up, he knows exactly what he's doing. So if this is his specialty, then Sammy definitely knows more about heads up than myself. So we're up for a treat here for sure.
Yeah, it's surprising that as a cash game specialist, he's not asking to reload to make the stacks even again. Top it up, back to 100 bigs.
You see a 3x open. Sipila's going to defend.
Sipila has won 2 events already at this 2024 PGT PLO Series. He's more than doubling his career tournament earnings if he wins this today over the course of this past week.
Davies has a decision on the flop. He flopped an under pair to the 9. He can get called by a worse 2x, 3x. But on the other side, he can also try to check and get closer to showdown.
Queen hits on the turn, giving Sipila a top pair.
The main thing you want to ask yourself is, if you check back with your showdown on the flop, how likely is it you see a showdown actually when facing turn aggression? So ace 10, 8, 8, backdoor diamonds, a jack gives him an open-ender, an ace gives him top pair, a 10 is a card he can call. So the hand plays pretty well as a check back. Betting is possible too, but in this instance, unfortunately for him, he got outturned here by the queen. And Sipila has no reason to put a chip into this pot at the moment. He's just trying to get the showdown and win this with middle pair, or hope to do so.
Check.
Queen check.
That's good. Did you need me to put me in here?
No.
All right.
No, they just missed the flop action.
Okay. So these are gone now, right? Color up.
Let us know in the chat who you think has the upper hand here, or perhaps let us know who you want to see win. If you've been watching all of our PLO coverage, you might have become a Sipila fan because this guy's really been putting on a great show over the past week.
Could be a hand you could fold, but I think in position, in your favorite format, 7, 7, 5 deuce rainbow, makes for a good enough call.
Go ahead.
We're back to the smaller pots, awaiting a confrontation between 2 big hands. If you're enjoying the coverage, please hit that like button, subscribe to our channel. We have daily clips on our YouTube channel. We're still deep in the weeds when it comes to WSOP Classic. We're currently in 2017. We're going to release all of those classic episodes until we're all the way caught up to 2022. So if you like the World Series of Poker, you might as well subscribe to our YouTube channel, turn on post notifications.
Pair of sevens.
Another bluff by Sammy here on the river in a check down spot. Gets called and picked off light by 9s. Smart call here, sharp call by Davies.
Thank you.
It's down to 54 big blinds now, Sipila. So the shorter you get, the more limps we should see on the button, because there are more hands that play difficult versus a 3-bet. When you're deep stacked, you don't mind the 3-bets too much. You have implied odds, you have maneuverability post-flop. As you get shorter and shorter, you just want to raise a stronger range on the button and limp more hands. And that's what we see here too, a limp and a check. 3 diamonds on the flop. Sipila has flopped a flush. Now a flush in heads-up PLO is a lot stronger than in 6-max or ring PLO. Just so hard to make a flush when you have 80-90% of the hands pre-flop. So Sipila right now sitting on the nuts basically until the turn, pairs the board. And he has to consider, does he want to bet the turn for value and the river or only the river? Goes for the check back, trying to open the door for a potential bluff. Davies has no diamond to represent a flush with, and he does have a 4, which adds a tiny bit of showdown value. Let's see a check, check again, another diamond on the river. So now it's time to get some value out of your hand if you have the jack high flush and bet out. But in this case, I don't think we're going to see a call, although Davies made a like call the hand before. Pot size bet. Could also raise. After all, he is blocking some of the boats holding that single 4. But decides to let this one go.
Yeah, we're seeing some small pots go back and forth. It's important to win those two.
That's also part of the game. Suddenly you will see a big hand, 3-4 bet pot, and we're playing for tournament. So hang on, guys. Obviously, people asking, like, why are these guys not talking at the table? Well, apart from the fact that they're playing for $180,000 and they played 13-hour days the last couple of days and weeks, sometimes months. I mean, these guys are not here to commentate. Like, what would they talk about? They're trying to think about their hands, pick up a read, think about strategy.
I'll give a really fun example, and I think people might identify with this. LeBron James did a podcast the other day with JJ Redick, and they talked about very, very in-depth basketball strategy about running a pick, and I cannot even repeat all the terminology they were throwing around. But I watch a fair amount of basketball. I really love the sport. I watched that video, and I came away with it thinking I know nothing about basketball. and I feel as though, in a way, you can apply that to poker. When we watch poker on the surface, we just see the game. We see the chips, we see the cards, we see the bets, we see the raises, we see people bust out, etc., etc. It's not until you hear someone like yourself talk to someone else at a very high level, asking the right questions, talking about all the current concepts, that it makes you realize what happens at the highest level of the sport, whether that's basketball, whether that's poker. So I think that LeBron James clip, and then please go find it, it's posted all over social media, him talking to JJ Redick, gives a really good insight into how different this game is for them at the table than it is for you at home watching, and even for me at home watching. Like, I'm well versed in poker. I've been in the game for over 15 years. I can ask Fernando a lot of the right questions. I don't have the answers though, and there's concepts that I'm not aware of at all. And I love that about poker. There's so many layers to it. There's so much to uncover, and there's always so much more to learn. But I think that's a good way to look at it, and it sort of, in a way, answers the question of why aren't they just talking, is because there's so much going on in their head right now.
Exactly, and they think about every detail, like what hands went to showdown. What do I think about my opponent? What does he think about me? What is the right strategy here? Should I be over-aggressive, under-aggressive? Should I reduce variance, increase variance? There's so many things to consider, that, and also the information changes at all times because new hands get to showdown and new information gets picked up because of that. This is definitely, there's a lot to think about basically and process. And these players have been playing for hours, performing on that same level. So they're thinking constantly about how to play each and every spot, what to consider, doing this for hours and hours and hours. Obviously, that's their main thing that they're going to be focused on when it comes to playing for massive stakes heads up here.
Which is also why poker is much more exhausting for a top player versus a recreational player, because there's much more going on inside your head.
Exactly. Same to probably professional athletes. Like, they are supposed to go all out. They leave nothing unturned. They just completely exhaust themselves, and that's that's what you see here as well.
Sipila betting pot here on the turn, betting 300K. He's got 92% here with his straight.
Interesting call on the turn by Davies. I imagine he has some plans for some of the rivers, with the king of diamonds, for example. But on this river, Sipila boats up and hopes his opponent has hearts. I think the best course of action is probably just to bet and hope you get called by either a straight or a flush.
But then size up in that scenario?
Yeah, so one concept that I think could be, I was going to go small actually. One concept that could be a guiding star for a lot of people listening, it's a very fundamental concept for poker, and that is your value bets are your guiding star for bet sizing. So the entire game of poker is built around your value hands. So when you bet on the river, you should think about what hands am I betting for value? Do those hands want to bet big or small? And then make that decision based on that. And the same thing is true for finding bluffs. First, you think about the value, and then you think, well, what hands would offset those bluffs? And in PLO, oftentimes you have this replication or duplication effect where you might represent the nut flush by holding the ace of spades. And that is because the value portion of that side looks like the nut flush with actually, let's say you have two spades, ace x of spades, the ace of spades and another spade is your value portion, your guiding star, and therefore your bluff will duplicate that card by holding just the ace of spades. So basically, to cut this short, always think first about what hands do I have for value, and those are your guiding stars for pretty much all decisions, and then you add the bluffs or offset that with bluffs. So where people get lost sometimes is just to think, should I bluff or should I not bluff with one particular hand? It's easier to think, well, what hands do I have for value, and therefore what hands will make sense as a bluff.
But then the question remains, how do I decide on sizing? 900K in the middle, the previous hand.
How do you know?
He bets 300,000.
I think in this instance, he is using two sizings, and he's saying, okay, I'm going to bet a small and a big sizing. When I have a flush and I have a flush blocker, I'm betting
You know
smaller.
Timothy Adams, by the way?
And when I have a boat and or boat blockers, I'm betting larger. That would be the simplified concept.
Not as much as I like.
Yeah.
He's an amazing dude.
Yeah, him and I are really good friends.
Yeah. I see him maybe a couple of times a year.
Yeah.
We used to paddle together.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and he did, we used to stream these kind of, we drank and played some poker and get the shit, yeah. He did one of those.
Tim's the man. He's the coolest guy ever.
He is.
Talking about Timothy Adams, probably the most underrated crusher in the world, just because he's very understated, plays a lot, high stakes outside the U.S.
Yeah, I wish he could.
So people might not be aware
play poker
of his
in the US
resume.
more, so I could hang out with him more. But
yeah,
the Canadians can't really play here.
Yeah.
Adams, 38.5 million in career tournament earnings.
Not really.
Well, he'll be in Montenegro, right?
Yeah, yeah. I hung out with him a lot
Guidance.
in Jeju, yeah.
Adams' stats are mind-boggling. Such a consistent performer as well at the highest stakes, and sadly, because of the taxes, we don't get to see the Canadian pros play in our studio a whole lot.
Davies picks up aces. King 7, 4 deuce. Also reasonable hand to just fold and let go after facing the raise. That's what we see.
How do you know?
Nice. Yeah, mine wasn't pretty either. I can promise you that.
I think Tim wants to start playing PLO actually. We talked a little bit about it in Korea.
Oh, maybe some Timothy Adams Pot Limit Omaha action coming soon. If you want to play some No Limit Hold'em, go to PokerGoPlay.com. You can play it for free right now. Download it through the App Store, get it on Google Play, or just play it through your browser. You can even scan the QR code on your screen to try it out. Play for free. Jump in the game right now, and they have weekly giveaway prizes as well on there. So why not give it a chance? PokerGoPlay.com. Do it right now. Action still going strong here at the final table. My name is Remko Rinkema. We got Donnie Peters in the booth alongside me. And for the second day in a row, JNandez, Mr. PLO Mastermind himself, providing expert analysis. Donnie just came back from a little break, and he totally missed my LeBron James analogy. So, Donnie, I'm not going to say it again. You just have to go back and watch the stream.
It's fine. I will.
Big hand here for Davies. He has flopped top set and a straight draw. Sipila has a hand that is going to continue against the bet. He did flop a pair and a straight draw as well. Obviously, his straight draw is just chopping with Davies' 7-5. So, not looking good so far. Makes the understandable check call. Turn fills up Davies, 3 of clubs. And now the question is, does he want to slow play or not? I mean, Sipila could have a 3, which would be great news, obviously. Could have picked up some sort of flush draw, maybe have a hand like 2 8s, like 8-8, 7-5 with a club draw, or just pocket 8s that are going to call anyway. So it's a close decision between either option. If Davies would add like a 6 alongside, probably better to check back. But he is unblocking the 6. That could turn itself into a bluff or even call. Obviously, he's not blocking a 3. So barrel makes sense, but unfortunately this time Sipila has a hand he does not want to continue with and lets this one go. We have a wide range of conversations in the chat, ranging way outside the poker sphere.
Yeah, our chat is turning into a dating channel, it feels like. Caitlin Jeffers trying to find the perfect man in the PokerGo chat. If that ever becomes a wedding, Donnie, we might have to send some merch.
Caitlin, you need to look elsewhere. I mean, I love the chat, but I mean... And this is coming from someone who met his wife on the internet. So, I mean, you know...
Chat is not husband material?
I mean, I just don't, you know...
Yeah, what's worse these days? YouTube chat or Tinder? I think it's pretty close.
Does Tinder still exist? I mean, I have no idea.
Okay.
I met my wife on Tinder, just so everyone knows. I did.
And I know what the pickup line was.
That's right.
Coffee or tea.
That's right. It worked.
Yeah, it did.
We got a big pot brewing here. Davies decides to 3-bet the ace 10 9 8. It's a bit of an unconventional 3-bet given that he has 3 diamonds. So in PLO, something that doesn't exist in Hold'em, you can have 3 of the same suit, and at least the way the solver makes the interpretation here is that 3 suits rarely play aggressive pre. But nonetheless, picks up a good flop for his range. It's going to be hard for Sipila to continue here with 10 high. And in fact, in this specific case, he actually had Sipila dominated, sharing a lot of the same hole cards pre-flop.
10 seconds.
800.
800.
Sammy says no. Next hand.
Getting some good boards in 3 and 4-bet pots, man. I said I'm getting some good boards in 3-bet and 4-bet pots.
Davies almost apologizing for his recent upswing. But I was gonna say, you mentioned Tinder. You know what a guilty pleasure of mine is? By the way, I've never been on Tinder or any other dating apps. I met my current fiance at work, and my only other long relationship before that was also before apps even existed. So never even tried it. But on Reddit, there's a Tinder subreddit where people post all their worst
Oh, wow, I
stories.
need to check
that
that
is
out.
so good. It is the Tinder subreddit is like the funniest thing you'll ever read. It's so good. The horror stories on there are just mind-boggling.
Can only imagine.
Got a limp and a raise. Davies probably going to call here. Reasonable hand for sure. Queen 10, 7, 5. Queen high suit. Sipila with the jacks.
Sipila nails this one. All spades.
Has to decide now, does he want to fast play this and start betting, building up hot, or check? And the main thing to consider is how much are you blocking hands like a straight, 2 pair, sets, straight draws. He doesn't have a 5-4, deuce, ace, or a 3, or a 6. So actually a pretty good hand to start betting and making hands call like a 5, ace 3, 5-4, 5, 6, 7. Basically, just because the board has 3 spades doesn't mean you can't continue or shouldn't continue in heads-up PLO. But this time he gets no action. Yeah, Sipila has some work to do here to climb back. He's still deep at 50 big blinds, but 2-1 chip disadvantage. Picks up 7, 5, 4, 4. Probably going to be raising. Limping is not unreasonable either.
250.
Decides to go for an unconventional sizing. Goes for 2.5x. I would imagine he might do that because he thinks he has still fold equity that way. And actually the hand of Davies is a decent hand to fold. It's such a bad hand. Queen 8, 4, deuce, 3 hearts.
There's the long-awaited trophy close-up.
Took them long enough.
They might want to dust that thing off a little bit, or maybe that's just the universe of stars we can see.
So the diamonds.
The diamond-encrusted brick of unobtainium.
How heavy is this thing? It looks like it could be very heavy or not heavy at all.
I think it's pretty heavy, Donnie, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not USPO Golden Eagle heavy, but it's...
Oh my God, that thing?
That's got weight to it for sure.
The USPO Golden Eagle, I believe, weighed 40 pounds.
No, I think
40
it's more.
pounds.
I think it's more.
More?
Yeah, I think it's like 60 or something.
I mean, I carried it once, and I was afraid I was going to drop it.
I mean, they have to literally like wheel it out of you.
The coolest trophy we've ever had, and I'm very upset it's not back, is the Stairway to Millions trophy. That looked so dope.
Yeah, the Stairway to Millions trophy is awesome. The plate, I thought you were going to say the plate.
Oh, yeah, the plate's cool, too.
The gold plate was
know?
sweet.
No.
Again, that's the second time this has happened. Sipila receiving a walk on his aces.
Every time.
Now before it was Seth before, and now it turned to
I think
favor.
those were like the 2 worst hands I've been dealt.
Stretching.
Both times you had aces. Or no, I was in the big blind one. That's fun.
JNandez talking about PLO is like the best ASMR. Interesting. I just take it as a compliment.
You should just like pick a very technical PLO book with lots of math equations and just release an audio book format.
Just sleep book
Yeah.
for PLO lovers.
Pot Limit Omaha bedtime stories.
Pot.
750.
So Sipila with the raise doesn't have the most beautiful hand, but probably hard pressed to fold. I mean, he's probably not going to fold. And Seth picks up pretty good kings. So we might see a call.
Call.
Sipila does call. Here we go.
SPR is 3. So theoretically, we should see a good amount of pot size bet on the flop, and Sipila has to decide what to do. This is a quite static board, so we might just see like a small bet. Seth has bottom two. No, he doesn't have bottom two. He has a gutter and a couple of blockers. Probably should start by betting small. If he can get a hand to fold like queen 6-5-4 double, or even a hand like 9-7-6-5 double suited, like those one pair holdings, it's still a decent win. In this case, I don't think it matters too much because Sipila has such a bad hand on this flop, completely missed the board, and we probably should see a check down unless Sipila wants to become really creative on the turn of the river. I don't think the flop is the street to do much on yet.
Check, check. 8 on the turn.
Well, Sipila picked up a flush draw. And Davies can't like this turn too much. Most of the jacks will make a straight here. He's not going to be able to make a better hand fold, generally speaking, like 2 pair calls, straight calls. Bunch of hands have equity like pairs and flush draws that he's not doing that well against either, so probably just check. And Sipila, I mean, he did pick up a flush draw, but he has no connection to the board otherwise. Asking for the pot size. Here we go.
1.2.
1.2.
That's a strong line. Reads Davies weak, which is correct. Should get the job done. So hard to continue for Davies here on such a coordinated board. He's not holding a flush draw. Lets this one go. Nice pickup by Sipila. I just really hope I pronounce his name right because I said it so often in the last days.
Sipila.
Sipila. I mean, we're all saying it the same way. So
I think
if
we're all.
If we're wrong, we're wrong.
Also, we're not from Finland, so you know.
True.
Shoot me if I'm off. we already changed his first name to Sammy, so you know what can they really do?
Picks up some steam for sure. 6 million versus 8 million now.
Yep.
It's kind of what you mentioned before, Remko. Like he's grinding the smaller pots to his advantage. He did end up losing the 4-bet pot, but then the single raise pots he tends to, and the limp pots win quite a few of those.
Paramechia is asking, can I ask when the next tourney live stream is? Want to see if I'll be able to watch it live. Well, US Poker Open is coming up in just about 10 days. Next Monday it starts. So if you're in Vegas, you can definitely swing by the studio, have a look. All the stars will be out playing. If you want to meet Daniel Negreanu, you probably should wait for the bigger buy-ins, Donnie. He's been known to skip some of the 5Ks, even though during the PLO series he was here every day.
Yeah, but maybe the 5K no limits, he's just like, whatever. Although I think he said he's getting on a plane now to head to Toronto to play the WSB circuit event, which is not, that's a low, I mean, low for him.
Right.
1,700 or something like that probably. So.
Yeah, but he probably has some hockey fantasy draft to to worry about too. Yeah, US Poker Open streaming every day from April 9th until the 17th, excuse me, with the exception of the 14th on the Sunday. We will be off on Sunday. But yeah, that's going to be quite a lot of streaming action. 5K no limit all the way up to 25K no limit.
Can you guys close
How
that
many
door?
events is Phil Hellmuth going to play?
I mean, my hope is always high,
All right.
but he always
Disappoints
underperforms.
you?
Yeah, this always disappoints me. Let's say I'll be happy if he joins the 25K at the end. If he plays one event, that'd be good. But yeah, once the U.S. Poker Open is finished, we're only 5 weeks away from WSOP.
So insane.
What's your WSOP plan, Fernando? Because I can only imagine lots of PLO tournaments, but also very juicy cash games.
Well, the juicy cash games are outside the series, but there are a lot of cash games for sure. I would say the World Series of Poker is all about tournaments. So with the increased schedule of the ARIA PLO tournaments, the World Series of Poker, of course, there's some stuff running at the Win. I'll be playing a lot of PLO tournaments primarily, and then hop into some cash games here and there. So pretty much much of the same as the last 2 weeks, playing a bunch of PLO tournaments, trying to win. And there are a lot this summer, so that's awesome. And then after that, obviously in the winter, we have PGT PLO coming back. And then in between, put in some studies, trying to learn how to play PLO tournaments better. There's so much to consider.
Yeah, it's almost like you can be a professional PG or professional PLO tournament player. At least more so than you ever could before. I mean, before it was, you get one event as part of a series. You get a handful during the summer.
Gotcha.
Now there's a good amount of stuff year round, which is good.
There is, for sure.
Me too. Maybe we played 48.
Right. Yeah, we played, yeah, because we did the color up sitting here.
Heads up, 40 minutes left in that level. We played all of that.
Our resident Finnish expert in the chat, who goes by the
75
screen name Kakarendelin, which is very difficult to say as well. He says, you're pronouncing Sipila about as well as possible for a non-Finn. So if I were to give a very Finnish spin on Sipila, I would probably say something like, Sipila? There's probably some intonation that we're missing out. On. It's funny too when you travel a lot and you get used to saying your name so that English native speakers can make it easier to pronounce.
Yeah.
You are so accepting of the fact that you're telling them to say your name wrong that it becomes your name, which is really funny.
It's a new name.
Right?
Sammy
Sipila.
We got some development here. We have a wrap versus top pair, backdoor flush draw. So Davies should be happy betting the flop. He has a wrap, which means that the 5, 6, 7, and a deuce will make him the absolute nuts.
600?
600.
Puts in 600K. Top pair for Sipila. Wants to see a turn. No need to check raise. You can turn pretty clean 2 pairs. And a king on a 9. Improve on the clubs. Obviously, the 7 would be kind of devastating.
Plus 1.2, so 2.250.
I think you get. Oh no, you didn't get raised. Okay. Just a question about the pot size. Turn brings in the Jack of Hearts and doesn't improve either player. Davies has to decide, does he want to continuously apply pressure maybe against a 10? The downside of betting the turn here for him would be if he gets raised, he gets blown off his equity, and he has nutted equity. And he also doesn't block any of the raising range. So his opponent can have a hand like Jack 10, even a hand like pocket 10s. Could have a hand like a flush draw, straight draw combo that can check rip the turn. So I think the check back makes a lot of sense.
There it is.
It's a straight.
Straight for Sipila.
Well, he has to consider now, well, should I check raise this hand or just bet myself? Usually when the aggressor checks back the turn and the river doesn't change that much, you shouldn't expect too many bets. So I think it's generally smarter to bet yourself.
$1.6 million. There it is.
So Seth is blocking the hands he wants to see his opponent have. He would win with an 8 if his opponent had like a busted straight draw, like a 5, 6, 7 hand, but he has all those cards himself, which doesn't necessarily lend itself to be a great bluff catcher.
Quick with the release there from Seth Davies. He has 3 time bank chips left. He's going to save them for a rainy day. On that note, I think Sammy Sipila is down to his final time bank chip, which could prove to be important if he gets faced with a big decision here during heads-up play. And as we've seen now happen a few times, Sipila picking up a lot of the smaller-sized pots. Now, this pot was pretty significant, but still, Sipila now back on top, 50 big blinds to 45 big blinds.
Pre-flop, I think you have 20 seconds if all the events are consistent. And then post-flop, you have 30 seconds to act, and each time bank gives you another 30. So that means Sipila has maximum a minute to think about a single decision post-flop, and around 50 seconds or 40 seconds pre-flop.
And that's the thing, like, just now when the 10 seconds was announced, if he lets the time run out, that time bank chip is in play, and his hand would be dead if time expires. So just imagine being in a big river spot and Seth Davies pots, then all of a sudden you know I only have 1 minute. Kind of adds a fun little element here to this heads-up battle.
It actually makes it interesting. I don't think we're going to see this, but it makes it appealing for Davies to act faster sometimes because he's pushing the action over to Sipila, who only has 1 time bank. Question in the chat, what is the difference between a wrap, or what is a wrap? A wrap in PLO is qualified as a straight draw that has more than 8 outs. So the 8-out straight draw is known as the open-ended straight draw or the double gut shot. And that is obviously known from Hold'em as well. And the difference here in PLO is you can have a straight draw with more than 8 outs. That's considered a wrap.
Well, perfect timing here on the ad on screen. Go to PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo to learn more about wraps and straight draws and double gut shots. PLO Mastermind has it all. You can play with the study tools. You can watch the videos. There's a whole bunch there to explore and learn. Check it out right now, PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo. To voice you here in the booth is Mr. Fernando JNandez Habegger, who is the brains behind PLO Mastermind. So if you've enjoyed the commentary, you'll probably also enjoy using that tool. Speaking of languages, Fernando, how many do you speak?
Well, kind of 5. So Swiss German, German, English, French, Spanish, but not all of them on equal levels. So Swiss German, German, English, and Spanish pretty well. French is tough.
Does your French sound very German?
I don't speak much French. I understand a good amount of words, but finding the words myself, pretty tough.
I always love hearing like Roger Federer or Fabian Cancellara, you know, the big Swiss athletes speak in their native tongue, because I understand a lot of German, and when I hear the Swiss German, it sounds so funny to me because I understand quite a lot of it, but it's still a very different language. It's the same when you hear someone speak French from Quebec or speak French from France. Sounds completely different too, but it's the same sort of, I don't know. In a way, it's the same language, but it's very different as well.
And there are a lot of dialects in Switzerland about sort of derivatives from Swiss German. So Roger Federer, for example, who grew up in the same town as myself, it's kind of a very close leaning to, like, his Swiss German is very close to actual German.
Right.
But the deeper you go into the country, the more exotic it becomes and the harder to understand as well.
Have you spoken to Swiss people where you're like, I have to really pay attention because the accent is so thick?
In the beginning, yes, but when I studied at university, it was in a different part of the country, and most people there were not from Basel like I am. And so I started learning to adapt. And also the humor is very different. So it wasn't. I had to adapt to not be as dry in other parts of the country, because where I grew up, dry humor is sort of the go-to move. But different parts of the countries, it's not.
It's so funny how that works. I mean, Switzerland and the Netherlands, where I'm from, are very small countries. And it's funny, if you drive, I don't know, 5 miles in one direction, the accent changes, and I can tell where you're from in the Netherlands based on the accent. And it's the same thing like you said. You know, I can understand people from all over the country, but the accent changes so fast. In the U.S., you can drive 15 hours and people still sound the same. It's just such a different universe. I find it fascinating.
Yeah, very much. In the U.S., usually people think Europe is like one thing.
Right.
Are you from Europe? It's like, well, no one in Europe considers him or herself as from Europe.
Right.
There are just a bunch of countries.
Yeah.
Like if you're from Spain and you're from Italy, it's not. You don't feel any connection of like, oh, yeah, we're from the same thing. It's like, no, I'm from Italy and I'm from Spain.
Yeah.
It's very different.
A friend of mine who lives in Vegas, in the summer he's going to drive to see his family who live in Washington, D.C. And I did the math. He's driving with his wife and kids because they want to have the car there. And it's like a big cross-country road trip. And I said, that's the same distance as driving from my parents' house to Beirut in Lebanon.
Yeah. Switzerland is connected to a lot of different countries. And I did a little road trip recently with my girlfriend who is from the U.S. and we crossed like 4 countries in one road trip, like in one go. And she didn't even know because there's no border. You just go through the country. As you can believe it. It's like, well, we crossed the border. No one asks us the question. It's like, that's how it works. You just go, just go from one country to the other country, in and out, and no one really cares. So it's quite different.
The joke that we'd always make growing up is that the only way you know that you drive into Belgium is because all of a sudden there's a lot of potholes in the road.
Yeah, there's some rivalries between the countries.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Oh, yeah.
So someone in the chat said you should know how to pronounce Sipila because you're so close to it.
Yeah.
But maybe that makes sense to an American, but in Europe,
I've heard. I mean, I've traveled for so long. I've heard all the misunderstandings of where I'm from. My all-time favorite, and it's happened a lot, is when they ask, "Oh, where are you from?" And I say, "I'm from the Netherlands," and they say, "Oh, is that in Amsterdam?"
Well, yes and no. Kind of, it's close.
You're on the right track, but you're not quite there yet.
But yeah, I think a lot of Americans, when they go to Europe, they do like the experience of visiting for just holidays because you see so many different cultures close together in some ways. You can experience the French culture and the Italian culture like basically in one day if you want to.
Force.
Damn it.
Small pot, Davies gets to pick one up.
In the same way, a lot of people say the Finnish guys, it's so cold out there. That's why they're so good at poker. They just spend a lot of time inside, studying the Sims, playing the game. Yeah, some of these countries in Europe, they have strong, tight-knit communities. For example, the PLO community around those more Nordic countries. It's definitely grew quite strong over the last decade.
Yeah, and they were also very early adopters of new strategies, especially when I think back of when I first started reporting on tournaments. The most forward-thinking strategies were a lot of times from Scandinavian countries, like guys like Johnny Lawton and William Thorson. Back in the day, they were like the first with different sizings and more aggression and stuff like that. Of course, now that information is widely available. When we're talking about 2005, 6, 7, that was definitely not the case.
10 seconds. 450.
This might be another limp fold with Queen 8, 5 deuce.
You got to show the aces.
Not this time.
Little hand funeral there from Seth Davies.
Yeah, I mean Sigmund, Isildur.
Yeah.
Right, like those are
Hellingol. Hallingold?
Oh, the online nickname? Yeah.
Frederick Halling, legend. There's these legendary stories from Lex Veldhouse that he would tell about Halling, and they'd be in Vegas playing online back when that was still possible before UIGEA passed. And there was a bug on PokerStars that whenever you were all in on a heads-up table, you could rebuy during your all-in. So they would basically go all in and rebuy, go in and rebuy, and they'd play like 4,000 big blind deep heads-up matches because there was this bug that allowed you to do that back in the early days of Stars. Back when 24 tabling was profitable.
Shout out to Nanonoko.
Yeah. Elkie. Eight queen deuce on this flop. Sipila's tens still ahead here. Action goes check, check. Pot's gonna stay small.
So Sipila assumes his hand is best, which is true. Bets the tens for value. It's called by apparent a straight draw. River pairs the 5, so tens is not a value bet anymore. The question will be if Davies wants to turn his hand into a bluff with deuce.
I think I might win.
Tens.
Tens beats me.
So we're looking down now at 43 and 52 big blinds. Is this the highest blind level we have ever achieved, 150,000, or is this?
I think 100 or 200 is our highest usually.
Oh, yeah. We got to 250 maybe.
250? Okay.
I think yesterday was 250.
We're getting up there though.
At least 200 I can remember, but I guess 250.
And they're playing 30-minute levels now, so they are speeding things up a little bit. There's no indication of them having made a deal, so definitely all to play for still.
These guys ain't making a deal. No way.
Too much pride. Too rich.
Yeah, too rich.
Could be an action flop here. Davies flops top 2 pair on ace 9-8. Sipila has top pair, top kicker. Davies could go either way. He could check raise the flop and just end it here oftentimes, or check call and see how this hand develops.
Call.
This could be a big action card. So Sipila picks up the nut flush draw.
How much in the pot?
He just got called on the flop, so he kind of has to assume he has the best hand, or at least a good portion of the time. But even if not, he has diamonds to work with, and against a hand like 8-9 or ace-8 or ace-9, can still pair a 10, a king, or a diamond. So it really feels like he wants to bet here, but decides to be smarter and check behind with the second best hand. Unimproved on the river. Davies has ace-9 and could consider value betting here, of course. 6-7 gets there on the river. Just as a reminder, Sipila only has one time bank, which means his decisions are generally capped to 30 seconds.
Top two. Those aren't the two you want to see.
Yeah, gonna need to show a little more than that. Not just declare it and show me queen 4.
Queen 4.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Trust me, it's there.
How'd that even happen? Say ace-9, just throw queen 4 at you.
Stacks almost identical now. At least with stacks like this, if something dramatic happens, it's going to be close to over. We've had some wide-ranging chip differences in this match, but right now about as close as it's been.
Check.
Rainbow ace high here for Sipila. Queen deuce 5, 2 spades.
Check.
Deuce 5 for Davies. Top pair, top kicker for Sipila. See if the boys want to get some chips in there with these hands.
So Sipila turns top 2. He might get paid here over 2 straights. He did check back pre. It's hard to give him a lot of credit for a big ace, like ace-queen. Davies has still 2 pair and decided to check back the flop, which generally speaking is the standard play with bottom 2. Turns a straight draw as well on the ace. The jack of diamonds doesn't change that much. King 10 gets there, but pretty unlikely to be in Davies's range. So Sipila wants to value bet here. The question is only how much. He might get called by a hand like ace 5, ace deuce, maybe ace jack.
$5.50.
So Seth has to decide. He's blocking some of the value hands like 3-4, pocket 5s, pocket deuces. If ace 5 is a possibility, then he blocks that as well. It's a pretty tough decision to make. He has 3 time banks left. He might, no, he's gonna call.
Ace queen.
Sipila taking down a nice one here. Back into the chip lead. Oh, we got some snacks, undisclosed snacks. Couldn't really tell what that was.
I feel like that was like a baguette.
Like
Right up your alley.
Yeah. I average about 4 baguettes a week. Say what you will about bread in the U.S., but the Vegas pastry and bakery world has upgraded a lot in the last few years. Happy to say so.
Bread used to be a lot below average in the U.S., but they have improved a lot.
People are starting to catch on to what we've known all our lives, Donnie. It's a cornerstone of society.
Yeah.
We see a 3-bet here by Davies. He has Rainbow Kings, and this could be a big pot. I mean, this will be a big pot. Called by Sipila. 10-7-6-3. He's trying to connect to this board. Seth not happy to see the ace out there. Were the graphics wrong? It's not a 3-bet pot?
I think we might have just lost graphics, but when they come back, we'll be able to tell what happened there.
I guess it's a 3-bet pot if he bets now the flop. Yeah, there should be about $1 million in the middle, and he bets half pot. Sipila has flopped the flush draw, and we have kings for Seth.
Yeah, it was limp, button, raise to 450, and call.
Let's see.
So now Davies betting 500K from the big blind. Sipila with the toss.
Yes.
Need a scan, or are you good?
I'm good. Thank you.
All right.
We started this heads-up match with, I believe, 100 versus 90 bigs. Now we're 50 versus 46. So we've definitely eaten away at the stack depth here by the way of the increasing blinds. Donnie, this also has pretty big implications on the overall standings. Sammy Sipila, with a win today, could break into the top 5 of the overall standings.
Yeah, up top today is 313 points. Sammy Sipila's got 544, so 857. Where does that put him? Third?
Third.
What?
Leapfrogs over Daniel Negreanu, Kristen Foxen, his buddy, Elis Parsonen.
Can we sort of say as a baseline that 1,200 points gets you in contention for the for the $1 million free roll?
Yeah, I'd say that's a good line.
I'd say the Finns might be inclined to play some no limit hold'em this year.
Yeah, and quite honestly, I mean, there's enough PLO now. Fernando mentioned the Aria High Roller tournaments this summer. There's 14 of them. 9 are PLO. There's more PLO than there is no limit hold'em. There's obviously a ton of big buy-in PLO stuff that happens at the World Series of Poker, which all counts. Likely going to have a second PGT PLO Series, so there's a ton of PLO stuff on the PGT schedule this year that you could very well see a couple of these guys get into that top 40 just from playing PLO. Maybe that's what we'll see from Seth Davies. I mean, he's like a PLO pro now, right? His first ever PLO cash, and he's just heads up in the 25K PGT PLO Series Championship.
It seems like he's got it figured out, and on this flop, Sipila probably hoping that Davies has a bit more than he actually has.
He has a gutter and some backdoors. Could hit a set. I mean, in the PLO world against the third pot size bet, you can float with the 7-4 deuce-deuce. I mean, if the turn brings in a straight, Sipila would be in a world of trouble here. Gets called. 1.55 in the middle.
There it is, the flop. Ace, queen, 3. Sipila. He has top set, he has top 2 pair, whatever he wants. He can play it all.
Davies gives it up on the turn, so Sipila stretching out his lead a little bit here.
8.4 versus 5.9. Davies on 39 big blinds. If you're with us in the chat, please make sure to like this video. Let's get us up to 300 likes here. It's late in Vegas. It's 10 p.m. This is past my bedtime. Do it for me.
Is it?
It is, definitely. I'm definitely a 9 p.m., 9:30 kind of guy.
When do you wake up?
Usually 5 a.m. It's my normal hour.
For a bike ride? Or?
Yeah, actually, yes. For my training rides. It's actually funny. The hotter it gets outside, the earlier I wake up.
Makes sense.
Double suited aces here for Davies on the button. Now we could see some fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, Sipila had the aces on the last one. It's only fair that it's exchanged to Davies on this one.
Oh my God.
Okay. Wow. Kings double suited for Sipila. Welcome to Coolerville.
Pot.
And he comes over the top for pot. If you're Seth Davies here, do you want to just get it in?
Yeah. And it's kind of a headache for Sipila because probably thinks Davies has aces, but the problem is his kings are too good. They're double paired and double suited. Just can't get away from this. So, I mean, he can obviously still win by making the best hand, but this should go in pre. These are the absolute premium hands of PLO. And Sipila doesn't like this, to be honest, but his hand is just so good.
Like 2 behind, I think.
Remember, we've already mentioned it. He's only got that one time extension chip. So
oh my God, you're right.
He's probably going to have to just make whatever decision it is.
Yes, 20 seconds basically to make a decision, or an additional 20 or 30 seconds max.
The clock starts when the dealer gets the count of the player's stack. So
he has to go with this. This is too big.
Wow. So, oh, now time is announced. That final time bank chip might be in play.
Hopefully he's aware.
Oh my God.
Time extension.
Time extension required. So now he's down to his final 30 seconds.
Imagine if his hand gets killed. Okay.
Okay, makes the call. So now he's out of time bank chips. So any decision that needs to be made from here on out for the remainder of the tournament is going to be without the use of any more additional clock.
This is the pot of the tournament. King, king, 10, 10 versus ace, ace, jack, 3. Diamonds are covered.
And I think he is aware because he just paid off the time bank chip. So at least we won't have any controversies over, oh, I thought I had one more. Because it is very obvious now that Sipila is out of time bank chips. Here's the flop. 8-8-6. Both players left with their over pairs.
And he has 30 seconds to make this decision now for the tournament because Seth is about to jam. In his shoes, I wouldn't even think about this because just put the time pressure on Sipila.
Right.
Sipila has
the
time
longer
to think
he
now.
thinks,
Yeah.
the more time Sipila has to think. I mean, Sipila is not just sitting there thinking about what he's having for lunch.
All right, so now Davies is all in for 1.9 million. And Sipila wastes no time, makes the call, and he's going to see the bad news, probably already realizing that he is up against aces. Sipila was hoping for backdoor diamonds, but those are covered. So Seth Davies now in a commanding position with 12.1 million chips in the middle. Absolutely massive, massive pot.
No hearts on the flop either. So it's only the kings and the 10s that are left.
Two shots at 4 ounce with 2 killers.
Diamonds did too, huh?
Yeah, diamonds. No heart. Yeah, no hearts, right?
Seth Davies seems nervous. Sipila seems annoyed. Such a battle to then get it in. Aces versus kings. 7 of spades on the turn. Doesn't change a thing because the board is paired, so all the kings and 10s are still alive. But he only has 4 outs. Sipila can end the tournament here with a king or a 10. If not, Davies will take a massive 6-1 chip lead. River's the 5 of hearts. And Seth Davies doubles up to over 12 million.
It's 2 million, right? Yep. Yep.
Now Sipila has no chips, no time bank chips, and no lobster. So I don't know. It's going to be an uphill battle for him.
Yeah, just a bit unfortunate there for Sipila. And what are you going to do? Cooler spot.
Well, he has 15 big blinds. This is still...
If you put it that way, it sounds fine.
It's more than 10. I mean, if he doubles, he has 30. If he doubles again, he has 60.
Hey,
doubles again, he wins the tournament. Just a couple of doubles.
It sounds like you've read a book on positive thinking. Maybe Mr. Phil Hellmuth has sent you a copy? I don't know.
Manifestation. Just think about the doubles. How many doubles do you need? I do believe, though, in the lobster theory. I just don't know why it wasn't ordered.
Well, he should order it right now. That'd be the power move.
That would be a power move.
$80 bigs for Seth Davies, who will now feel perhaps a little bit of pressure to not let this slip away. We know how creative and sharp Sipila is when it comes to those small pots. And maybe he'll start chipping away at him again, as Sipila here takes the lead in this hand.
Flop the set, and Seth Davies has something to work with, a flush draw and a pair of sixes.
Davies probably thinking to himself, I don't really want to double this guy up and give him a chance.
Call.
Just gonna come along with the call.
I think he's mainly thinking that he doesn't like lobster, but he probably should order it anyway. I mean, he just won a big pot. It's time to celebrate.
5 of spades hits on the turn. Sipila still with a set.
150.
He's so pressured with the time.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Pot.
1,050,000.
Announces a pot bet.
Davies picked up a straight draw, but it's just not enough to continue here. Makes the fold.
Well,
short break, right?
Sipila continues to
just walk around for a couple minutes, stretch my legs.
not give up. No breaks here. More time travel. Here we go. Action continues on our live stream. If you enjoyed the coverage, please hit the like button, subscribe to our channel, do all that good stuff. Like I mentioned before, US Poker Open starts in just 10 days. Daily live streams. No limit hold'em. The Cadillac of poker. Davies on the button. Ace 773. We're now playing 100K, 200K.
It sounds very similar to the other heads-up matches that you mentioned, Donnie, where he chips away and chips away.
Yeah.
There's a big pot, and he loses the big one, and he chips away. But can he come back this time?
He does pot it here after Davies limped on the button. All right, Davies is in there.
That's a bit of a rough hand to limp call. I'm not sure what he wants to flop. I mean, a 7 would be good, obviously. Blinds also went up, by the way.
King 5-5. So those 7s are still best for Davies, but guessing Sipila's going to come with a bet, playing his range here, and now it's kind of a guessing game for Davies. I mean,
He's getting a fantastic price on the flop. Can't feel good with these 7s, but 200K is 200K. Got to call and see a turn, I think. Lets it go. That king looked too scary. And Sipila takes down some much needed chips here.
since that big double up that gave Davies the huge chip lead, he's lost about $1 million back to Sipila, which at the current stage is only 5 big blinds, but when you're as short as Sipila is, of course, all of those chips matter. These players are playing heads up for about $180,000. King, Queen, 6-6 double suited for the Finn on the button.
16 big blinds, good enough to raise.
He's in there for the pot.
Davies is going to at least call this hand. The standard would be just calling, but it could look enticing with those Broadway cards.
All right, 1.4 in there. SPR of 2-1. Sipila, of course, being that shorter stack. Jack 7-3, 2 diamonds.
Sipila can't be too happy about this flop. Doesn't have diamonds, doesn't hold any of the pairs. Probably just wants to see a free card. At this point, every chip matters. Even a C-bet is quite costly.
He does check back. Ace of diamonds on the turn.
So Davies still has the best hand with a 7, but he obviously doesn't know that. His opponent might have picked up on the ace. He could represent a flush, holding a diamond. The queen of diamonds is important. But also if he gets called by a hand like aces or ace-jack, he can still improve to a straight. So he could bet the turn and then potentially improve on the river and not bluff. He can also bet the turn and then bluff the river unimproved. So I like this bet. Picks up the pot right away.
Yeah, Davies fired 900,000 there on the turn. Pushes Sipila back below 3 million.
13 big blinds. Ace Queen Queen 3 is a big hand. 13 big blinds deep.
10 seconds. 6.
Probably not what you want to see when you got 13 bigs.
Not really. However, there is an ante out there. And you don't need to hit much to get it in on the flop. He doesn't make a disciplined fold. It's not an unreasonable defend. It could go either way. It's waiting for a better spot.
Sipila drinking that sugar-free Red Bull at 10:18 at night. Power move. If you want to watch the most iconic cash game, you have to be on PokerGO.com. Use promo code HSP12half to save $30 on your annual subscription. Join now or upgrade. It's a limited time only sale which ends this Sunday. So don't miss out on our best deal of the year. Looking ahead at WSOP, you might as well get in there now with the annual sub. That's our best value of the entire year. Yeah, Sipila on a steady drip of caffeine there with the Coke Zeros and now the sugar-free Red Bull. Definitely not planning on going to bed anytime soon. King 5-3 deuce, double suited. Just gonna just call. Ace 10-10-8 looks promising.
Should see a raise here, just above 10 big blinds deep. I think Sipila will make this call. He's double suited. Doesn't love it, but it's gonna hit the flop enough often to have a little peek. 2 million behind and 1.2 in the middle. Actually, was it a raise to 500k? No, 600k, so 1.2 in the middle. 6-6-3. Both players pick up a piece of this board, so Davies still has 10s, which oftentimes are the best hand. Sipila, with a bit more than pot behind, has a pair and a flush draw and a backdoor flush draw and a straight draw. They're flipping here in terms of equity.
Pot.
Seems unavoidable here for Sipila to get it in.
On.
Oh, you should be pretty happy to get it in.
Yep, all in for Sipila. So it's very, very slight favorite. There's going to be some good examination of these cards and outs, as there are plenty to go around here. Sipila with 15 outs twice.
His clubs are unfortunately covered for him. Does have the diamonds to work with. He does have a straight draw. Could hit trips on a 3. Bunch of possibilities. A 10 would end this, and a 6 would end this immediately.
Yes, 6.
Actually, a 6. There's still a straight flush possibility.
That's a fair one.
Sipila looking to get back into the match, back up to 4.9 million. Waiting for the turn card here. It is the Jack of Hearts. My eyes quickly run all over the screen, but nothing changes. Still 15 outs. Davies now the favorite with his pair of 10s. Sipila needing some help. Davies on the brink of winning this tournament. River card is the King of Hearts.
1.7, right?
And somehow, Sipila finds a way to double up, and it's a real match again.
Here we go.
We're 6.5 hours into this final table. Sammy Sipila and Seth Davies still battling heads up for the title and the first place prize of $522,000. Sipila has already locked up the overall series leaderboard.
They're playing for $180,000. It's a big pot there for Sipila. 2-1 chip disadvantage moving forward. 24 big blinds versus 47 big blinds. So if Sipila doubles again, back to my double theory, he needs 2 more doubles to win the tournament.
How many times do I have to double up in the World Series Poker main event to win it?
Listen, if you head out here and go to the roulette table, here's a strategy. You double 10 times.
Yeah. And then you own the
good.
casino? Is that how it works?
Depends what your starting stack was. But that's kind of how it works.
I mean, Donnie used to play roulette for a living.
Okay. No. I do love roulette, but
there are many.
Not for a living, yeah. And everyone used to play roulette for a living. No,
yeah,
no one still does.
Yeah, because they're set.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
they figured it out.
I doubled up 12 times and left. I'm done.
Just quit the game at the top.
I actually saw on social media this morning, some guy was like, I have a foolproof strategy of roulette.
That's why he makes videos about it.
Yeah,
instead of chilling in the Bahamas.
He's like 75% of the time we win. I'm like,
you would never say that. Like you would never even tell that to anyone.
Only 75.
There's some funny stories from the past when, when really sharp gamblers found inefficiencies in certain type of games in the casino. I want to say that I don't want to name names in case this could get someone into trouble, but there was a Dutch person who played a lot of poker who found out that in certain casinos there was a game called Golden 10 that had an inefficiency, and he would drive around all of Europe to find.
Is that like a table game?
Yeah, it's a table game. Okay. And I guess it's a version of roulette. It's called Golden 10. He would drive all over Europe to find this specific table made by this specific company that had this inefficiency. And he played everywhere and won a ton of money until he was no longer allowed to play anywhere where they had those tables. Like that sort of story is.
I think I read about that.
I'll show you, Donnie, who did that.
I knew you were going to say that.
Absolute legend.
What a champion. Golden 10.
The chat is going to go on Google looking for Golden 10.
It's a version of roulette. Yeah, I was correct. Yeah, so there was an inefficiency with the wheel in these specific.
Well, that's their own fault.
With the wheel.
Yeah, the wheel was.
They deserve to lose all the money.
Right. But there's plenty of stories like that, players that used to beat blackjack in Vegas casinos, whether with a group or by themselves, that definitely used to be much easier.
Well, it's not the people on Instagram. That is for
not,
sure.
not the ones telling you how to do it.
Yeah.
The ones you don't hear about. Those are the ones
Exactly.
that actually know how to do it. My when you go down the YouTube spiral of content, sometimes you run into things that you're like, how did I end up here? But you find people that stream slot machines.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, who watches this? Like, this is just unbelievable.
But what did I show you the other day?
Oh, the LA airport.
Now there's people that stream. They set up cameras like on the outside of airports, and they just stream airplanes landing and taking off, and they commentate on it all day long. They'll be like, "We got a Boeing 747 coming. Look at this, it's beautiful." But like they get so into it.
Yeah.
It's so great. I think the biggest one is like LAX flights or something.
Yeah.
And there's like 4,000 people that watch this all the time.
Why?
It's amazing. I don't know.
But why would you watch it?
Right there,
To
LAX
sleep?
Live.
Yeah, there it is. They streamed today. They already have 85,000 views.
That's what I mean. It's incredible.
85,000 views.
It's 11.5-hour stream.
They zoom in.
Yeah, they
It's
get
literally just airplanes taking off and landing. That's all it
This
is.
is
And
content, huh?
the guy knows everything about airplanes. Like he talks about it. It's amazing stuff.
The top comment is, was this the very best? I still have tears of woe. Thank you, Team LA Flights.
What?
This is a whole universe.
If you read it on paper, it doesn't make sense, you know. But then I guess you pull it off, and it's a full production. There you go.
And like you can look up. They have them for all airports now. Like, there's a
Do-
Vegas one. There's, you
Some
know.
people love, I guess, airplanes or airports.
Do they get dinner breaks?
Just full action.
This is amazing.
It's so good. It's so good.
Same with that guy who always has the GoPro pointed at his face, and he goes train spotting in the UK. So good. So funny to see that. He gets so excited.
Train spotting?
Yeah, oh, if you've never seen this.
He's just looking for trains?
Yeah.
He's looking for specific trains. He goes all over the country to find them.
You see here some development. A 6-high rundown versus the aces again. This time I think Davis is going to make the call versus the raise.
The train guy has 2.3 million Instagram followers.
I guess there's like a niche for everyone.
Phenomenal stuff.
Oh my god, this is trouble. Trouble for the aces.
7-6-6.
Sipila has aces, and the board reads 6-6-7. Davis with trips.
I mean, he obviously can be beat, of course. It's Omaha, but the SPR isn't the biggest here, so.
It's going to go small. And now, obviously, Seth has a little puzzle to solve. Call or raise. He hasn't been too aggressive post-flop so far, especially on the flop. So raise could look really strong. On the other side, stacks are pretty shallow. Sipila has aces. Might not believe. Just makes the call. Keeps his hand disguised.
Nine of diamonds on the turn. Davies 90% to take this down.
It's a card both players don't like to see that much. I mean, Davies is not that much concerned, but obviously as straight as possible now. And Sipila loses to a wider range of hands, straights, trips, boats.
Sipila does check there on the turn.
Seth, I think, generally wants to bet this turn before the board gets too scary and he can't value bet anymore. But he does go 40 more conservative check back.
3 on the river. Leaves Davies best with those trip 6s.
Made it straight on the river.
Oh,
4 or
sorry,
5.
straight. My fault.
So further improvement. Not really needed at this point. And Sipila faced a check back on the turn. He might want to block the river, thinking he usually has the best hand. Little does he know, he's beat. And he's going to go over a reasonably chunky bet. I think it's going to be like a third or so. It's either 6 or 800,000.
2.2 in the middle, right?
It's 6. So it's a block bet. Will Davies find the value raise or just go for the call? Reminder, if you raise, you assume your opponent can call with worse. Certainly possible here. Sipila could have aces and just call versus a raise. And these beautiful time banks are not available to Sipila, which is also something to consider. Like, if Davies raises the river, Sipila has 30 seconds to make a decision.
Wow. It sounds cruel when you say it like that.
Probably already thinks about that. What if I get raised? What will I do?
Pot.
And there it is. He comes with the pot size raise. Sipila now under pressure. Clock counting down.
30 seconds for your whole tournament.
Quick little count. Doesn't have much time. 10 seconds. Let's it go. Left with 2.1 million. And that time pressure definitely a factor
Should
right
bluff.
now.
Do for the game.
Felt like he might call taking off the glasses. It was kind of like, I'm going to take these glasses off. If I beat, I beat.
Yes, that was
Makes the right fold, though.
I didn't-
Down to 10 big
Never
blinds.
Good fold.
Had the bluff a couple times today, but not there.
Yeah, I heard about the ace king queen. That was
yeah.
nice. Nice one.
Sounds like Sipila has some people watching at home because he knew he got bluffed earlier when he had the flush against the creative bluff on the end from Davies. I believe he had ace, king, queen, X and was blocking a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, so he knows Seth is capable. So this is a limped pot. Both players with a gut shot, no pair. Sipila could take a shot at this flop or just check back. Third pot size bet. It's honestly kind of close. The price is so good. You are drawing to a gutter, backdoor flush draw. Deuce 5 wraps around 3. I think against a bigger bet it would be a fold, but against a 1/3 pot size bet, this seems pretty reasonable. Both heading to the turn with pretty marginal hands. Deuce of ace of spades on the turn.
To me, it feels like whoever bets wins.
Oh, for sure. Sipila here is the aggressor, so he gets the opportunity facing the check. Doesn't have much to work with. At this point, he has almost nothing. Just a gut shot straight draw, no spade. But Davies could easily have just a king 8-7-5 and fold. Jack 9-8-7 and fold.
Sipila does pick up on the fact that he has some fold equity here. Davies holding a whole bunch of nothing. Also, Davies only has 2 time bank chips left, so both players have used their share.
He can only raise or fold. Obviously, calling makes no sense with queen high.
Davies lets it go, and A little bit of breathing room for Sipila here. Picks up this pot. 2.7 million versus 11.7. Seth Davies still in the driver's seat. Reminder too, Seth Davies has never cashed a PLO tournament. His first one could be a big victory. Sammy Sipila, meanwhile, has already won 2 events at this PGT PLO Series. His friend Elis Parson also won 2, so the Finns have dominated this whole stretch of tournaments.
I'm shocked.
King, king, queen, 6 for Davies.
13 big blinds effective.
10 seconds.
Maybe you should have an alternative stream version of ASMR. It's kind of like the fly, you know, like the stream with the airplanes. It sounds bad on paper, but then people are into it.
You just whisper the whole time?
We said you should just put a camera in like the WSOP room, like in the corner, just showing the whole room, and then we just talk about what's happening. Oh, here comes John Hennigan walking in. You know, just talking the whole time. There's Phil Hamid throwing a fit over there.
It's a food delivery for John Juanda. It's 5 almonds.
What?
Oh, by the way, we got some serious action here in this heads-up battle. Sipila called the raise before the flop. Davies now. King, king, queen, 6. Has the overpair with 1 spade. Sipila has the nut spade draw with a pair of 7s and a straight draw.
I mean, it must feel pretty bad with those naked kings. So I don't think Seth can continue here. Caitlin says, honestly, these 3 commentators would be nice ASMR. I don't think ASMR is a group kind of thing.
Oh, wow. And Davies
gets it in.
Davies moves all in. Sipila makes the call, of course. And now Sipila, 22 outs to beat kings and to get back up to 5 million.
He's definitely upset. He's like, you caught me with kings? What if I break? If he breaks on this draw, that's pretty heartbreaking.
Oh, my God.
I think the most we've seen before is 20.
Yeah, I think this is the most outs we've seen.
Couple face cards. How about that?
It's all the way across the screen.
You got to dodge
Can't be queen or
everything.
You're right. No, queen's. Oh, yeah, queen 7.
Wow.
Jack 10.
22
That's
outs.
All right,
Sipila,
Jack
74% to win this hand, but he doesn't have a pair. At least not a winning
What
one.
about 8, 9? I want
Straight.
yeah, the 4. 9, 10.
It's even hard to find the cards that would
9,
be
10,
good.
9, 10, Jack 10 work.
I need the 9, 10, Jack 10, deuce region.
No spades.
There's no card that can turn Sipila dead.
That's a
It
region.
will be a sweat for him at least.
Turn card.
There's one.
The
my
deuce
God.
of clubs.
How does he find the
Still
deuce
in
of
the
clubs?
same
on the
region.
turn?
It's harder to name the cards he can't hit.
9, 10, Jack.
He needs
deuce.
another deuce, or that isn't a spade, or a 5, or a 6.
Or a king.
Yeah. Queen. The
5 is
queen.
2, right?
No, the queen also doesn't help.
River, 5
Oh
of
my
hearts.
God.
And he fades
GG,
everything.
man.
Seth
Really good
Davies.
heads up.
That's all right.
I mean, every like 3-bet and 4-bet pot was just like ace high or fucking queen 3-3.
King, king, 10, 10 double suited. That was
that
fuck.
was a tough one.
Yeah, that's hard to fold that one.
Wow. Seth
get a
Davies
beer?
gets his first
Bar?
ever.
You want to have a beer at the bar? Or are you trying to get out of here? Cool.
These guys, friends forever. Now that they've played Heads Up PLO, $522,000 heads the way of Seth Davies. Like I said, the first ever PLO cash for him. Sammy Sipila dominates the series. The Finns dominate the series. He wins 2 events and cashes for $342,000 in this 25K championship event. What a ride it has been here at the PGT PLO Series. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters was alongside me for every single one of these events. JNandez was in the booth for the final 2 events. If you missed any of the action, please check it out on our YouTube channel or on PokerGO.com. Check out PokerGO.com/schedule for what we have coming up next. For now, a good night from Las Vegas, and we'll see you soon.